minutes, look to see if it opens again. But it's done 35,000 shares. So my strong guess would be the volume is so low and it's so illiquid that they have to get some kind of an organized open, and it could take some time. The more liquid the stock is, then the harder it is. It's just like, as I say that, it opens back up and it's going to instantly halt here at 1725. Like, there's just no liquidity on this thing. Like, the volume went from 35,000 to 85,000. I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. If Figma only did this kind of volume when it opens up, none of us would trade it, even though this is going up. Because what are you supposed to do when there's literally no volume in something like that? So I'm going back over to, shouldn't have been on the front end of the trade, acknowledge it. When 70 broke, I got out. And I even said, should look for mean reversion trades. Well, a mean reversion trade, same price, same area that you want to get out, different time of entry. Time of entry can matter just as much as your price, right? Like, same price, I'm getting the same area that we had in PayPal before, but I'm getting it after it's broken the trend line. It goes to VWAP, and then the same plan, and then down to like 69 and a third will be the next level. Like I said, I went over to Intel just because of the pattern that it's been doing. Same old. We'll short it in front of VWAP until it decides that it's not respecting that level anymore, and then just try to hold it through a 20 break, potentially. The market it's not going to have a chance if Meta loses the volume weighted average price, because Meta was the strongest thing, one of the strongest things off the open, going right back into all-time highs of 785. It's pulling back in pretty nicely here. And SoFi, trailed out of SoFi. I told you guys if it broke underneath that 70 area, that's where the trail out would be. So all done with SoFi. Unless I see some kind of an obvious bounce a little closer to VWAP, I'm not rushing to get back in this. Up 8%, that's pretty good. But I feel like that was all on the back of Hood. And Robinhood's pulled back pretty heavily as well.
Oh boy, we get a good one there as the NASDAQ finally comes back in just a little bit for us. And I was like, thank God that happened there. I mean, we have too many shares to reload, honestly. I mean, we haven't made some like great calls there today. So, you know, just sitting back, waiting for something to happen, sipping on some coffee, and just kind of like, you know, reading up on some notes. We're supposed to have, well, we will be having Kevin O'Leary coming through around that 10:45 marker right there today. So that should be something exciting to talk about with him. We'll see what he thinks about interest rates moving forward, and just some fun stuff there with Kevin. So that should be pretty good there. Meme stock trading volumes have declined 30 to 90% over the last 2 weeks. So some of the bigger movers, you know, like a Big Bear AI, we've seen Open Door. You know, I sort of came back from vacation and all the talk was Open Door costs, things like that. Some of the volume decreasing in there. I mean, Big Bear AI was doing 200+ million shares a day. Now it's chilling at 18 million. Open Door, something very, very similar as well. And this just goes to show you, like, don't ever, look, it's not that don't ever think. I mean, we're going to have, I'm leading this into Carvana, basically, which is huge. But it's like some of these names, you know, they come up with predictions. People get excited about them. They hit all the boards, Reddit, whatever, Yahoo Finance, or wherever everyone's looking for all these things. And then all of a sudden, when the steam comes out, you know, there's some bags being held at some point. And I don't think Open Door is a you know, failing business, although their numbers might tell you opposite. You know, with no interest rate cuts coming through here, the housing market, yeah, probably not as attractive now over the next 6 months as it might have been if those rates had come down. Regardless of what you think about the stock market, Open Door would have liked to see, I believe anyways, more positive rate talk there. So if you're just talking macro and you say you stay away from sort of the volume spikes that we've seen in these things, I think Open Door does have room to get back down to the downside right there. But the same guy, Eric Jackson, I believe it was, made the same call there. And this is why, from the fame, Carvana right there. And you know, when this was down at $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, this was a name that he was like, well, look, man, the business is still intact. He gave a bull case for them. And I don't exactly remember all the statistics for Carvana back then, but this went from $6 to where it is today, $410. And people thought, well, you know, buying cars in vending machines might be hot during COVID, right? And that was, you know, part of the call. But if you look back here and you go over a monthly chart right now, Carvana, we're well above now. Who thought that this was going to go from 350? I remember laughing, like, we're like, yeah, Carvana, it's never going to get back to those valuations.
I never thought
I don't think anybody thought that. We went from 380. I mean, look at Peloton, look at so many names, you know, an Upstart, some Affirm, things like that. I know those stocks have very wild swings as well. But Carvana, this is a monthly chart. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It went down every month for a year. All right. And now, big turnaround story. And it bounces at the IPO price. So, I mean, maybe it probably was a SPAC actually, because that looks like it's about $10.
Was it?
But, I don't know. But 2017, there wasn't too many SPACs going through. But, you know, there's the move up there. There's us getting excited as none of us want to go in and talk to those nice sales guys because we're sick of getting killed by some virus. And then all of a sudden, all the way down and then all the way back up until the point where we remember, I think that's one of the best things that's happened with COVID. The fact that now there is, and I mean, look, we're here, we're personalities on the show. I think we're pretty personable guys to begin with. And I think, you know, attending, talking to people and things like that is a benefit for society as a whole. You know, I love going to, I mean, come on, going to the dealership. I go in there for fun sometimes. I like to talk to those guys.
Yeah.
But that's a good thing that's come from COVID, I think, is the change and the ability to do business remotely, you know, talking with, you don't rarely go in to see people for meetings anymore. A lot of them are done on Teams.
Never buy, look, you should never say never, but I don't think I'd ever want to buy a vehicle without going in and test driving it and talking. It's just, I don't know, maybe I'm just way too old fashioned, but and I probably am. I get it. I don't know. I just don't know that I could. Not for a car.
I think it's more about buying. No, I agree with you. I mean, that's
with you guys.
Kevin.
Uh-oh.
We're getting, so I don't
want to get called a cockroach.
I've asked the guys over there, Fabian's getting it ready though, because the volume. I'm showing him that baby thing.
Yes.
So get ready for the reaction there when he's coming through. I want to talk to him about that. He keeps talking about like he has a social media team, this and that. I mean, so do we. And they just produced that, although it seems like Sharif right now, chief among them on TikTok. He's loving his TikTok profile right there. So go find us all over. Social media, right? Trader TV Live is everywhere. So go grab that.
Figma's not going to open up anytime soon.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Said, we'll keep giving you some updates. The theoretical auction price hasn't changed, and I think that's when we'll start to. Until I see this 33 move, you know you're not remotely close. But the buy-in balance keeps getting larger. I think we sat down and it was 10 million. It's now almost 35 million to the buy side. But until this theoretical auction price starts jumping around, you know we're not opening anytime soon. But what are we expecting? I don't know, 1 o'clock, 12:30, sometime in the midday, I would expect this opens up, which will mean make sure you get your lunch. Too many traders sit there waiting the whole time, and you don't eat, and you don't go to the bathroom waiting for Figma to open. Lots of traders just wait for that one moment, but typically speaking, it's been closer to 1 o'clock more than anything else. So at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a big opportunity.
Yep.
But we might have to wait a while for it. That's just how these things work. As far as the rest of the market goes, I'm still, like, PayPal's trying to break through VWAP, so we're still on that, looking at yesterday's low for the next out. Intel's Intel. But just going over a name that we didn't even talk too much about, Tesla. You have to remember, like, looking at Tesla, I know it's trending down right now, but if you look at this post-earnings, every single day, it's basically been moving a little bit less. With the exception of the last little push it Fed, it's moving a little bit less every single day since the earnings. But what's clear is we bounced on the gap, filled in the gap, and we've been sliding ever since. It filled in the earnings gap, and it's been downward trending. And that resistance might have moved down into the close.
This is always a stock to watch, especially around rates or economic data. We saw what it did yesterday during that FOMC meeting, where it was a little bit less optimistic than expected in terms of cutting rates and when we're going to get these rate cuts this year. So keep an eye here on the IWM. Now, in terms of these specific small caps, we have SNGX. This is probably the truest traditional small cap runner that we have. Sologenics has rallied in the past. They announced positive phase 2A proof of concept results for one of their Behçet's disease treatments. So good look here for SNGX. Two slightly larger small caps, for lack of a better term, both of which are earnings plays, starting with AMSC. This has about a just over $2 billion market cap, if I remember correctly. Q1 adjusted earnings of 29 cents per share, beating estimates of 12 cents. Sales were also a beat. Guidance was generally better than expected. Then we have CGNX, this one admittedly a bit larger, about $6.3 billion market cap. Also a double earnings beat. So a couple earnings beats on watch here for CGNX, AMSC, and of course, SNGX, Sologenics. Once again, to the upside. Best of luck to all with these small cap trades, and definitely check out the midday show where Sharif trades a lot of these live. Back to you.
Yeah, you want to talk a little. I mean, you could talk about Coinbase. We're still short the NASDAQ right now, and that's starting to print out. So I only have now about 30% left of this position. I'll talk about this, I guess, quickly, and then Neil can go about it. We just broke through right there that shelf. So we got to fill at 50. So, you know, that was a good trade right now. Just looking at the NASDAQ, I think we can float back in a little bit. The day's low is down here to 91.20. I mean, that's why there's that level there at 45. I mean, that's been the hold level. We've only wicked underneath it twice. So that's why we start to bid out right now. Hopefully we can get that move back in. And then if we do, this is yesterday's sort of tank down that we had in the market before the imbalances and then earnings got the market going at the end of the day. But we could come back into some of these Fed levels, right? I mean, it would mean that the NASDAQ would have to go red, so I don't know if that's what's going to happen, but right into there, $90, that's the low. That would be great. We get that, then we'll be having a good day all of a sudden. But this is a good level here, 90, 91, 91.20. So let's see how far we can get down on the TQs, but it just broke. I'm actually going to take one more fill here at 53 after just sort of zooming out and seeing that. I mean, what's the difference between 53 and 55? 2 cents, but we should, damn it. I should have just never bid, man. Just punch out if you like the trade, especially on the TQs. They move too fast. So sometimes when you get into those levels, you do have to have orders sitting there. And we had all these orders sitting here. So that's why when we got ran over there, out at the 50 period moving average, then out again at 50. So hopefully we get a downside push here on the NASDAQ. And you know where my orders are now. A couple orders in the 50s to get out of a little bit more and see if we can hold that last 20% or so for the downside.
There you go. I mean, the shorts are working. I wish I was telling you that Coinbase was making this breakout through this seller, but at this point, we're going to hear that somebody big was selling some Coinbase at 300, and I'm going to guess it's at the $385 level, just based on what's been happening in the last 3 sessions. No matter how strong this stock is going into 385, it just can't come out the other direction. And I get it; you could just be shorting this and winning. But I want to be playing this to the long side with what the fintech names in crypto were doing this morning with relative strength. So, you know, you could slap the fail for not shorting 300 around this area because it keeps pulling back, but you're making higher lows. And once that's released, I feel like it's really going to go. So shout out to anyone that took that short, but I'm still waiting for the long breakout above 386. But shout out to anyone that's a swing trader.
Okay.
Because if you are, Trade the Pool swing trading programs give you access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares and not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee with no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente J, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in over $23K in profits, and the top performer was NMAX. Shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in close to $7,000 in gains. Trade the Pool's given swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. And let's go to Adara.
Just want to let you guys know, AFRM dropping here. That would be Affirm. I'm seeing apparently the New York announcing that they're going to be investigating buy now, pay later regulations. They've apparently issued a request for information to buy now, pay later providers and other financial institutions operating in New York State. So potentially new regulations on watch for the likes of AFRM, this one dropping. Also keep an eye on Robinhood. It's worth noting, I'm just seeing this headline come through. Unclear if it's this just happened. It looks like it did, but apparently Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev, of course, a day after their earnings report, apparently announcing the launch of banking services next quarter. So HOOD on watch. More announcements coming from CEO Vlad Tenev. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Just noticing Affirm already bouncing a little bit. I might it makes sense to probably take advantage of the fact, like PayPal is not the same thing, but hey, they're kind of in the space. So when I see this bounce off a support level at the same time, I'm kind of inclined, instead of waiting till 40s, to just take a piece out there. If I see a firm bouncing, maybe this will bounce off that same level. If it breaks down, we can look for that low of the day. But a firm slight move to the downside on that story, but not a heck of a lot. I can tell you something which is continuing to head lower. And I know I get the same slack every time we talk about UNH. Before, the concern with UNH was the spotlight that was on them for their business practices, for obvious reasons, which we don't need to get into.
Right.
And there was a bit of a dead cat bounce when some of that resolved itself. However, the shift went to looking at the group, looking at the pressure that is still on that business, and the earnings just came through, reaffirming that this is still not looking very good. So suffice to say, this wants the low. It's about 200, it's at 256 right now. The bottom's just underneath the 250 level on UNH. Everyone seems to want to pick a bottom on this stock. I usually say to you, why get the bottom when you can try to get the curl? Like, think about Carvana. You didn't need to have $5. You could have had Carvana after it rebounded and was at like $20 or $30, up 5x, and you'd still be great because you didn't try to catch the absolute low. And I can't even use a weekly chart for this. It's so bad. I have to use a monthly chart for UNH for the last time we were down here. If you look at where this is going on a monthly chart, I saw someone say 250. Why not about 220 bucks in here? That's the 200 period on the weekly or the monthly, and that's a big support level on the monthly at about 213, 215. I think you're headed to 20s and teens on this stock, and that's the first place I will look for some kind of a bounce. If it confirms a bounce down there, I think you take a shot at it. But like I said, before this was about other things, and now suddenly this is after the report that it's dropping. So looking for a dead cat bounce, you need an ample amount of patience for this name. Not everything was great when it comes to earnings and in this cycle. Sean, you mentioned most people are beating here, left, right, and center, but not all good. ARM is down 11% and is now short sell restricted. SSR, which means the uptick rule is in effect, which was a missed opportunity, which usually I'm looking at an SSR name like ARM, but for whatever reason, I don't even have a good one. I wasn't. It bounced exactly off of $140 twice. If you ever hear me use the term SSR bounce, this would be a textbook example, a stock that is a company people generally like to own, right? So you tend to get buyers on the dip. It's down over 10%. Now, they did miss on their guidance, but it wasn't all bad. And then bounces off an even dollar level for a mean reversion trade. And it gave it to you twice off of 140. So that's generally what it looks like. It doesn't always play out perfectly there. And I'm just looking back over to Robinhood. Robinhood's a perfect example, I think, of mean reversion and everyone waiting patiently for confirmation of buyers after a stock going down on earnings. It was a good report by Robinhood. It moved up initially. For whatever reason, and I'm not here to try to tell you why, it got sold off and was struggling to catch a bid. But the second it got within a stone's throw of $100, the buyers came in and took it right back to where it was yesterday. And now we're holding just off the close price at 106. So it's got this weird trend going on, lower highs and lower, like lower highs in here and some higher lows still. The name that I might trade is still going to be SoFi based off of that, because that's holding with the same kind of strength and it was so clean off VWAP. So if they both come into VWAP at the same time, I might just prefer to trade SoFi because it's like this one's been moving really nicely the last couple of days is the best way to think about it. I find when you get a trade on SoFi, it tends to be really clean in terms of your entry. Like here, it easily gives you entries within pennies of 23 bucks, where you can risk like 5 cents. And I like that kind of a setup. Let's go back over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on Boyle. I just have Boyle up, but any kind of energy or gas play. We did just get these natural gas change BCF. 48 billion here versus 41 billion expected. So a bit of a drop here in BOIL, though it's already trying to bounce back. Back to you.
Anytime soon.
It's crazy.
Yeah, okay, by the way, the futures did go down into the bottom there. So as Neil was talking just 4 minutes ago, we were able to get some 30s, man. And then we just got some 50s as well as we started to break up a little bit. So, reward yourself when you're right. So we only have 20% left now. So that's exactly what we did. I think I'll be glued up my desk all morning as well, because right now this Figma IPO is not moving at all. And this is what it looks like, FIG right here. $33, the tap hasn't moved at all. And there's just an increase in share size here. The subscription is going to be way over, or the offering is way oversubscribed. So I'm excited. I'm going long. I mean, the trade is to go long off the open and hope that you can get a good, well, obviously you'll get the opening price, and then hopefully some of the continuation does happen. I could see sell as well, so I don't, the last couple IPOs have done fine when we've seen this. We've seen Circle take off a little bit as well and be a great trade. Let's see if Figma gives us those same kind of feels. And it does, but it doesn't to me at the same time. I don't know. It's just a weird one. Adobe was initially trying to buy these guys and then, got told that they'd be too strong if they did have them in their portfolio. So not too excited there for Adobe today, as, they put that effort in a couple of years ago to try to take these guys out. And this is sort of what's been happening here as, hey, what's up, Randy? I was actually going to go get a coffee actually in a minute. Maybe I'll go. No, maybe I'll go and get it. Don't worry about it. But this is just Adobe here with AI coming into play here, pulling back in. So if Adobe wanted to buy Figma, and this is what's been happening with Adobe, I just don't know about the space as far as creation and making those websites and website build and all of that. So I don't know if Figma is what it is. You ever build any websites, Randy? No, same. I just know that there are many different.
No, my wife does.
Oh, cool. Okay. So there's some website. Do you know what program she uses, or? Right. All right. Well, we'll find out about that.
We got. Are you in tomorrow?
No, I'm not. Randy is.
Well, I only ask you. You know who reports tomorrow morning?
Vivian?
No, Energy, baby.
Oh, right. All the big energy names.
Excellent. Well,
yeah, it's all of them.
And Chevron.
XOM's got a bounce today.
Ooh.
Little bounce.
Well, it's Petetra.
Smidge.
I speak French.
A pre-report bounce.
It's not bad.
A baby bounce.
Baby mini bounce. Yeah, but you're in this for the divvy.
Yeah, I'm in this for the divvy.
Off the lows, I'm assuming. We get a lot of questions. People actually ask a lot, like, what are the things that you're into? And I always just tell them, like, what I know, which I'm assuming is not your entire portfolio. You always talk about XOM and you talk about.
But I have an interest in energy, yeah.
Okay.
Rig counts are down. Permian's putting out more efficiently than it was this time a year ago. So the patch is healthy. There's an oversupply, obviously, but we've got worldwide tumult, I guess you'd call it, in places. So that bounce is worth it. It's been pretty steady over the last year. Again, shale supply is negative in the last 24 months. Stock price is holding. So they're kind of removing themselves, Exxon, from some of the more global plays, a little more of a safety net down below. I think it's a good move. I really do. And if their whole shale process is more efficient, so less wells, less rigs, less people, less equipment, blah, 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 your expenses are lower, same output, hey, why not? So
there you go. And like you said, if you have a diversified portfolio,
yes.
I would say you want some dividend names.
Dividends are
as
important.
well. And the dividends is a good piece of the puzzle. Good place to go get them.
Just don't buy Ford.
I just don't buy Ford for the dividend. I like CVX a little bit better, but I think you're looking at basically the same thing. But I think it's sort of CVX has performed a little bit better recently because they were able to get their deal through, and that gave them just a small bump over Exxon because they were kind of competing. But again, thank you so much, Randy. We won't talk. Usually we call him Rivian.
Yes,
Randy.
please.
We'll go into what's going on in Rivian, but the market just bled to the lows again, because I looked over and I'm like, yeah, well, energy's looking good, but that's not really mattering. Oh, I just heard something about Fubo. All right, so anyways, PayPal, this is where the buyer was before at $69.25, so I can cancel this offer. At this point, if it breaks this downtrend from the volume-weighted average price, I jump out and wait for VWAP again. So just going to be moving my stop. Why did I have a stop in? Oh, that's right. I know why I had a stop on Robinhood. because I had put a stop in anticipation of 100, and I never got the long. I just canceled that.
Yeah, we're.
I'm just going to trail out of PayPal if we break out here.
Yeah, good. All right. Our position board is not working, but that's okay. I am short right now. Well, it's not okay, but we'll maybe get it back in a second. But make sure you do scan that QR code right now to get involved with eSignal. I mean, Neil and I talk all the time about how valuable it is. Look at all the different markets out there. Have trusted charting platforms, right? Make sure that you can get everything you need all of the time. And we want to thank a big thank you to our friends over at ICE and eSignal for giving that 1 month free if you do scan that QR code. Connect over 50 plus brokers. It's the scanning. It's all of that that's available to you through eSignal platforms. So just, you know, for me, it's pretty easy to use. We were using it now on the market recap show, so you'll be able to see some of the advantages there. It has options there as well, live level 2, some market on closing stuff available there as well, and a good customer support. So yeah, you know, we like eSignal and take advantage of it. Not often do you get those deals coming through. And I like to look at VWAP and right there, bang. I mean, it's just, for me, it's a big trade now, making some money back here on the TQQs. So going short there, we should have just got a little bit, well, we did. We got really short. No problem with the positioning there. Our stop was just a little bit near VWAP, so the stop order that I have on this trade was breaking through 35s. So 20 cents worth of a break there to make use right now. It's into the dollar club. So we held this short all day, and now it's coming back in. I'll bid a little bit out here again. Let's get out of 5% of what we have left there at 14s. I'm also bidding 91 close. And then if we can, 91 flat, sorry. If we can close our position, get out of here, fly. You know, looking for something around here, honestly, would be a dream trade down into 90.50, and that's if the market completely collapses. Debating actually punching the short of the day, the low of the day right here into this short. So, you know, we just got a nice bid there at 14s. It bounces off of 91 clean. You know, the trend is definitely to the downside. We've rode 50-period moving averages down before. You saw that trade on SoFi near the end of the day last week, or on earnings, whenever that was, Monday, I guess, or Tuesday. But yeah, it still remains the same for me. There goes the NASDAQ. We'll see about breaking through there, and that could be a good stopping area for us, 91.72. But good move to the downside. We're still holding about 20%. Every time I get out, it dwindles down a little bit, but it's around there. $1, it's a good trade. We'll have to keep on watching what's going on right now. Okay, I want to call up the dollar right here, because on a 30-minute chart, it looks like this. What does it look like on a 1-minute chart? So here comes the dollar coming back down. So generally, that would be great, not necessarily for the market, but for some of the big cap tech names. We've talked about that, but the relationship hasn't really been like that. You know, NVIDIA right now had to move down, back into 181. Too bad. Look at this, back and forth, back and forth. So yeah. I don't know. I'm happy holding this short, Neil, and I think that, you know, for right now, that would be good. We did get an interest rate pause yesterday. Obviously, there was, as expected, 4.5% here in Canada. It's 2.75, and
the problem with Powell throwing cold water on the September
on
cut.
future ones, yeah.
And it wasn't just the September cut he threw some cold water on. It was also that we might not get any for the whole year, which is not what the market's pricing in. And it's wild because there were two dissents in the first place. There have not been two dissents on a Fed vote in over 30 years.
Right.
And off the back of that, you had two members that wanted to cut rates. In that environment, we might not get one past September either. Like, that's a bit of a shock to the market. So it seems as if we sold off on that, and then we rallied because of Microsoft and Meta. And I thought that was going to be enough for us to sustain. I understand the NASDAQ's still technically up from overnight, from the close yesterday, but we've been trending down, going back to what might have just been the fundamental disappointment in what was said at the Fed. Let's go up to Adair.
Here is the stock heat map for the day, and we have a lot of, I would say, uncertainty between these sectors. There's not really one sector that stands out as particularly strong, except for maybe retail trade. Costco up 2%, Amazon pretty strong here ahead of its earnings report tonight after the bell. Walmart up 1% as well. Other than that sector, everything else is pretty splintered in terms of how it's performing as a group. Electronic technology really mixed here. We've got Qualcomm, Micron, and TXN all sharply red. NVIDIA strong though here, as is AMD. On the tech services side are two earnings earnings winners from last night, Meta and Microsoft, both up on the day, despite the fact that both are actually off their highs. And Google actually red on the day, though. Oracle up 3% as well. Palo Alto Networks continuing to sell off, though, down about 5% almost this morning. So mixed performance here for finance, though. MasterCard up 3% in earnings day one. Producer manufacturing, super mixed. Everything here is bright green, or in the case of earnings day one play, LRCX, bright red. Then we have some kind of mixed action here. Energy, minerals, process industries, consumer durables here, industrial services and communications. So long story short, it's really hard to find one sector that is really sending a clear message. This, much like the market, kind of mixed, trying to find its way right now, although certain things are sending us to the downside. Back to you.
Yeah, we'll give a shout out and thank you to
shout out to
Randy.
Randy,
Got
yeah,
a little bit
for
of a
the coffee,
reload
yeah,
on the
cheers.
coffee. Shout out to Oracle shareholders. We're going to talk about
Loving that
Walmart and
stock.
Costco doing well. But I'm like, forget about Walmart and Costco. Oracle's up 3.5%. As the market is quite literally at the low of the day, Oracle is at the high of the day. It just feels like it's been this way during earnings season, where it is so incredibly stock specific. I get it, there's some probably rotation to safety, which is good for Walmart and Costco. With Oracle, they're going to get some pull up because you saw the great performance. Cloud's been fantastic, so obviously they're going to be good. They're just not participating in the pullback. Even Meta's starting to pull back a little bit. Oracle has been an absolute rocket ship that doesn't show too many signs of slowing down here. I see a couple of people in the chat. Is anyone else buffering the? I've seen no issues with the stream, but if you find it buffering, just try to hit the refresh. It's been fine.
I'm looking at it.
It's
I
been
see it.
fine for me, but I don't know. If it is having issues, we'll maybe have a look into it or just try refreshing it. I did trail out on PayPal. I moved the trail. It was at the quarter before.
Damn you,
But it's
NVIDIA.
still, here, I'll just draw I told you what I was going to do. There's the trend line. I go, once it breaks the trend, I get out. It closed above the trend line. You get out of the trade. That's an automatic out for me. It was kind of an automated trade. At that point, I'll wait to get back into the volume weighted average price, if it even bounces that far, because the market's still at the lows and you could trend even further. And I didn't think PayPal had that bad of it doesn't really matter what you think. I didn't think it was that bad of a quarter at all, but it's just getting bled here. Now, a couple of days in a row, I think you got to let things like this settle themselves down a little bit here. Still going to hold on to Intel because I feel like that's usually more of like an all-day kind of thing when you get it going. But yeah, the shorts have definitely come in. I'm not as jazzed about getting the dip buy in something like a SoFi until I see the market start catching a little bit more strength. But it's holding up pretty well, up 7 points. This and Robinhood were really, Hood was really the story in terms of buying off the dips. Like Hood was ridiculous, 101 to 109. What are you gonna do? Like that was a real opportunity down there in front of $100 on Robinhood. You just try to ride the coat waves in some other fintech name if you could. But I'm not jumping the gun on buying the dip because this market's looking weak.
All right. Yes, my mother. It's blue golf shirt I'm wearing. Hello, my mother and father. I told them that we had Kevin O'Leary, my dad. Every time he's on, he's like, "Oh, I like to see you guys talk to him." So I told him that he's coming on today. So shout out to them.
What's with the blue golf? She asked you what you were wearing?
Yeah, because sometimes they, they open up YouTube and they click on the Trader TV Live thing, and it's not the current show. So
that's a pain in the butt. Like,
yeah.
It'll suggest you like one from a week ago. Sometimes.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like one time I was wearing, it was like 40 degrees outside, and I was wearing like a sweater, a Trader TV Live sweater or something like that. And then she was like, "What? Like, why are you wearing a sweater? It's like crazy out there." And I was like, also, I had facial hair back in that one, and I don't have that anymore. So it was kind of like could have been the, the indicator. Right there was a Fabian.
I think that's a bit of a dead giveaway.
Yeah, so right there, the NASDAQ, we stuck with the short. We shorted it off VWAP, and there it goes right down there to the downside. So just that great cover that we got at 91. We got 91.03s. So that was really, really good right there as well. The quantum names have been really blasting. That Palantir is blasting as well. QBTS, a little bit of upside right now, up 7%. And there it goes right now, taking out, let's say, bang to that one. Taking out the high of the day right there. Now goes quantum name, D-Wave. So there goes QBTS, looking at what we're looking at from yesterday. There's that take again, running into possible support or resistance areas now upside. So watch out for that name trying to go a little further right now, QBTS. Also, Rigetti there. My mom makes pretty good spaghetti, so what's up to Rigetti and Mom's Spaghetti? That's up 10% now as that continues to go to the upside as well. There goes Rigetti. Nice play there on the quantum names. And then Google off of its last earnings call. Okay, it's back down now. I didn't even realize Google was down there, but with the NASDAQ trying to fade out, this might be one of those opportunities again, picking up a strong name down 2%. That, again, huge quantum name there. Yes, there goes the TQs. Let's go. We'll flush it down the toilet today as the market now breaks the lows. I hate cheering for that as I'm hella long NASDAQ in my own account. And, you know, being up still on the day is fine, but the market hitting lows right now, like really good. There it goes right now, the NASDAQ coming back in. We had zoomed out a little bit and showed you that maybe this area, we have the 50-period moving average right there around 90.50. I think these would be great areas to put some bids on. So I'm going to do that. Maybe we do get that move down. I see you have Figma up, so I'll let you talk about that in just a second. Yeah, there's a nice move down in this market. We're still waiting. We know Kevin's running a little bit late today for his appearance on the show. So
That's okay.
I can't imagine that he has anything more important to do, but I'm sure he does.
Keeping the suspense.
Yes, exactly.
The suspense there. And look, we get a lot of questions. Everyone's asking about Figma. If you don't know, I put it in the chat. FIG, it's on the New York, so not the NASDAQ. Make sure you get it right.
Yeah.
It's still indicating now 42 million shares of a buy imbalance. This is constantly updating, but what's not updating is the auction price. It's still only giving us the IPO price. And so it's just a guess, but generally speaking, until we see the auction price reflect the new, until they start adjusting the theoretical auction price, it tends to mean that you're not close, right? Like you'll see this move. There's no way it goes from 10 million to buy to 42 million to buy, and you still have the same theoretical auction price. Once this starts moving around, we'll be able to tell you, hey, they're starting to price this thing for an open, and that's more likely when it'll be more imminent. So I'm not really thinking it's even remotely close, everybody. I know we're excited for it. Most people, myself included, planning to take the opening print here with a limit on open order. I tend to use, I'd probably cross up to like 40 or 50 or something. If it was 33, I'd cross 40s. You're just going to take the opening print. But we have no indication as to what time it will be. If we start getting that indication, we'll let you know. Trust me, we'll have this up, every one of us, even the midday guys. They can tell you what the tap is. They can tell you what the imbalance is. When it opens up, it'll just pop in, and everyone will get really excited, and it'll probably be during that midday, because it's almost 11 o'clock as we speak. And if you're remembering back to something like a Circle, I think Circle was close to 1 o'clock. I'm pretty sure CoreWeave was close to 1 o'clock. It's just how it goes, everybody. So at the end of the day, you just have to be a little bit patient. And it's perfectly fine to wait all day for that one trade. Wow. Okay, you're getting why is this stock bouncing? You stink, Intel. Making a bounce back into 20. I was just trying to get some 1990s. I might take something out in the mid-90s again. But I'm anticipating this can be something like almost like an all-day kind of hold. It's just look at the pattern. It's like it tries to go up and it fails, tries to go up and it fails, tries to go up and it fails, and then sort of the same thing today, tries to bounce, and then you just short it off the volume-weighted average price. So the market's still trending down. I think it makes a lot of sense to hold on to these shorts. Outside of looking for a bounce play, potentially VWAP in SoFi, if we can get it. Let's go up to Money Talks with Adara.
Here's the US dollar. This daily chart still looking really good. That is our 6th straight green day for the US dollar. And not only that, but we're back above, or at least we were at the high of day here, that 100 level for the first time since late May of this year. So USD continuing its trek to the upside, continuing to make these higher highs and higher lows after being in a downtrend for this entirety of 2025 thus far. Let's see if this uptrend or reversion, shall we say, can continue into the back half of the year, as we're about now 1 month in, crazily enough, into Q3. Let's talk here about the numbers we got this morning. PCE year over year, both the PCE and the core number actually hotter than expected. PCE year over year, 2.6% versus 2.5% expected. Year over year core PCE, 2.8% versus 2.7% expected. Then if you get the month over month prints, they were both exactly in line with the estimates, 0.3% for both. So year over year PCE a little bit hotter, core month over month and non-core month over month PCE basically in line. Interesting stuff there. Better than expected initial jobless claims, actually higher than lower than expected, higher than the previous print. So 218,000 versus the last print of 223,500 and the previous of 217,000. We're gonna have to wait and see tomorrow. We're getting some more economic data on watch. That'll be non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate at 8:30 a.m. Fed Chair Jerome Powell himself said that the unemployment rate's going to be really important. So let's see what number that brings. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Adara, for all of that. The market right now just took another leg down. So here we go. I gotta hope this chair keeps on. You had a new chair, I think, over here. There's a nice move down on the TQs, breaking now through these levels. We talked about that 90.50 would be a great little level for us, but now $1.34 right now in the money, and that's a cash cow for me there today would be this trade, and thankfully we have it. We have AMD short as well at one point. This worked out fine, flat for us, but there goes AMD, and I thought AMD was much worse than NVIDIA as a longer term play, but today NVIDIA and AMD are both, I don't want to say much worse, but NVIDIA trying to hold green. But again, like we're long, I'm red on NVIDIA today. We went long there. That broke the bottom, and when we broke the bottom, I was like, okay, let's go short. The short seemed to be right, but we had to wait for VWAP. The same trade basically that we have on the futures right now. There goes NVIDIA breaking lower. Looks like it's going to turn red, I would say at this point. The futures are just rocking right now to the downside. Man, that's going to turn out to be a pretty decent look there, it looks like, for us now on the futures. But all right, so yeah, look at it, just bleeding. More downside action there on the TQQs. Check out Robinhood. They came out with a good report today as well. They're holding up quite nicely, so that's a pretty good play. The name that, it's 10.52 right now. We wait on Kevin O'Leary coming through. But Palantir is a name that we haven't really talked about that much, and that just went red as well. So they're right back into a potential support area for sure. I mean, looking at this name, calling out a bigger level. Maybe it's just 158 that comes into play. That's your 200 period moving average. So I could see some strength picking up off that if we do get back in a little bit. But you know, being short the market now, I wasn't joking talking about maybe this market goes red. I mean, ahead of Apple tonight, Apple's not had the greatest. And look, I just bought some Apple at 212. I think, was it 212 or 210? I think it was 212 there. We saw Palo Alto. We bought Best of Breed yesterday or 2 days ago on that CyberArk deal. That's hitting the skids right now. That's down 5% as well. Pan W. Apple's still fine, but you know, do we expect sort of the big move like we got in Meta or Microsoft in Apple? I don't think so. I don't know if Apple has that in it right now, as we know that smartphone demand still there for Apple, but there's been some catch-up trades there as the Chinese government has really looked at Huawei and looked at some different competition there because Apple wasn't playing nice, and not just Apple, but the tariffs as well. Like Apple moved some production to India, right? We'll see how that can affect some of their numbers.
Look, man, tomorrow's deadline on the tariffs, we're really just talking about India.
Keep forgetting
Australia,
it's tomorrow already.
And Canada. Maybe there's a couple of others, but those are the ones that matter. And then the 12th is China. So really, the fact you don't have an India deal might be a big deal. But the other thing with regards to Apple is you had two reports last night which moved to the downside because of concerns about smartphone demand. And that's ARM and Qualcomm. Like both of them down heavily. I think that was always going to be trouble for Apple. And maybe that's good news that this happened so that their report can give you a buying opportunity. But it would be hard for Apple to look strong today on the back of what happened with Qualcomm and ARM. Both of these, I mean, let's be real, ARM technology is in, it's like 98.6 or something like that % of all smartphones. You know, and they said that aspect of the license aspect of their business was actually struggling for growth and did not have a good quarter, and there's some concerns going into the next quarter. So much so that they're actually looking into, which is weird for them, they're actually looking into making their own chips instead of just putting the technology in, which what would end up happening is they would somehow turn themselves into competitors for some of their biggest clients, which is going to be a bit weird, so we see that's received. But ARM did not look very good. I can say that I'm happy. I sold this well before. Like, I sold it into 160 because of this, technically. I sold some that I had bought in the 80s. And I was going to do it regardless, and then it ends up turning at the same level. But I'm looking to buy back into this thing. After the quarter and the guide, I'm going to be pretty patient with it. I don't love this little resistance here and the fact that we can barely hold on to the 140. If you retake the 200 period, this is one you really, really wait for the dips on it. The valuation's still a little bit stretched when it comes to ARM. But yeah, it was never going to be all that great for Apple, I don't think, just simply because of Qualcomm and ARM. Not too good. But that said, I keep coming back to how strong we're seeing the move in some of the squeeze names. Like, and you're looking, I mean, look, Carvana's, I get it, not everyone thinks Carvana is that great. And even in the midst of this pullback, it's still up 19%. And it's went right back to where it broke out to at the open. So overall, the shorts, maybe more new shorts got into this on Carvana, beating top and bottom. And every single time they have a good quarter, all they do is burn some more shorts. And then new ones engage, and then they seem to get burnt the next quarter, and then new ones engage. And it's just cascading, regardless of what you think. Like, everyone sits there waiting for GME to do something, and Carvana's been doing something for a very, very long time in here. And it hasn't really shown any signs of stopping. I get it. At some point, it's probably going to have a big pullback. But until it happens, just enjoy the ride while you can. Like the ride that we should have had on Robinhood. I know I keep coming back to that, but what do you think?
Love some Robinhood right there. Yeah, I mean, just quickly, you know, we sort of talked about what we looked at today. The PCE came out, the Fed preferred gauge for inflation, right? Came out today. There's PCE, there's PCI. But they come out now and was up 0.3, so met expectations there, held at 2.7. So that's kind of strange that the market is having this move down to the downside there today when we did get a decent number out of that. So, you know, just be careful with what's been happening. The GDP expectation was now 3%. So that's actually pretty good for the market, especially for the U.S. And that is amongst all this tariff sort of troubleness that's been happening. I'm actually surprised that Apple's holding up so well there, as we did, you know, get that move there. Qualcomm, you talked about that in ARM. So yeah, maybe that's one of those angles that we can look at when we talk about Apple, and especially tomorrow morning, as we'll wait to see how Apple opens up. Because again, Microsoft opened up huge this morning, right? I mean, it was a great level of 560. You're down $30 right now on Microsoft. It doesn't seem like, you know, when you're looking it up and you're like, okay, it's up 4%, 5% still, I'll take it, fine. But from where it came from, it's a nice little pullback there for MSFT. Meta, we haven't looked at that in a minute. We're going to go to Adair just quickly. Meta holding up, still up 11%, but still off of its highs. And if you're going to play some strength, I still like Meta, Palantir, Microsoft for this market to be bouncing back. We do have a negative story, not negative story, but negative price action in AMD. That just continues to make lows as well. Looking to break through 178.50, which would be its day's low over there. What's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye here on the market making new lows. We have a post on X from about a minute or two ago from White House correspondent for Fox News, Edward Lawrence. Again, this is Fox News' White House correspondent. He's posting that apparently a White House official has told him that tariffs are going to snap back to April 2nd levels at 12 a.m. On August 1st for countries that do not have a framework agreement, or for countries that have been assigned a tariff rate through a letter or announcement. So basically, if they have not made a deal, it sounds like as of tomorrow morning at 12:01 a.m., they'll be getting their April 2nd Liberation Day tariff. Back to you.
That's us.
Yeah, we have to watch out for Canada. Watch out below here. The market is really starting to tank. We may get zeros, man. I mean, the market may go back to flat on the day. I like I said, when we were up 1.3%, sort of had, I don't want to say kidded about it or anything like that, because the market's not really something to laugh about, but you know, you do have that opportunity to pull back in now today. We had sat here and said that the futures and the rate cut yesterday, the fact that now we're not expecting any further rate cuts, that's definitely having an effect in this market. You know, this is the expected move here. I'm sure we're going to have Kevin in a couple seconds or minutes. You'll talk about the rates, I'm sure, and maybe his opinion. But right now for September, it's looking like no rate cut again right now for September. We're 63% here looking for the short, or looking for no rate cut at all, which I don't know if that's helping the market or not. You know, market strength, when you're looking at the market strength here, we'll talk about the housing market, we'll talk about what's going on with the economy in general. Jobs continue to be pretty strong. We have some couple important job reports coming up right there, but that's where we're at right now, 425 to 450. So no rate cut, no rate announcement, in August. So you got to wait quite a while now, September the 17th, before we get another rate cut announcement or another meeting, another announcement coming through. And that may not be a rate cut. And if you go all the way to December now, what happened to 6 rate cuts this year? I guess that's not happening now. And it looks like we may even get right now, the consensus now for December is 1 rate cut. We're at 42% right now debating, and there's going to be a debate because you have 34% saying 50 basis points. You have 42% equaling that 74, giving us 1 basis point cut, 1 rate cut down there, 25 basis points. And there's even an angle down here, 15% right now debating no rate hike, no rate cut, nothing by the time December hits. When I said rate hike there's no rate hike situation, but and again, maybe there is. I don't know what could hike these rates right now. I'm not.
What would cause them to raise?
Yeah, I don't know if there is a situation where they do raise.
Not a likely scenario in which they would actually.
I mean, 47 is Donald Trump. There is getting pretty heated about the rates where they are right now. I mean, a rate hike would be. Oh man, I don't know if that's an instant firing. I don't even know if he can fire Jerome Powell. We've talked about that back and forth there, but that would be something I would assume if that were to come through. We're definitely not expecting any rate hikes anytime soon. But all right, it's 11:02 right now. Normally we had flipped over to the midday show by now, but we're waiting, and Dara's going to be interviewing Kevin, and then we're going to talk to Kevin about a little bit as well. Kevin O'Leary, moments away here on Trader TV Live. Yeah, we're waiting for a mic test.
Oh yeah, we're just waiting on the last few little bit of tests to make sure the audio is going to be good when we get Kevin on. So just to give you guys a bit of a recap, because I know there's a lot of traders that are still waiting on Figma. Not much has changed. Every time we pull back to this, I'm just showing you that the buy imbalance gets a little bit larger at almost 45 million shares. This is 40. It's 40 times oversubscribed, but you're still indicating the 33. There's no way with the oversubscription and with the buy imbalance that's going to stay with the 33 open. It's going to open higher than that, looking to take the opening print for a bit of a rush here. And still find it hilarious that the FTC decided that, Adobe shouldn't be allowed to buy these guys for $20 billion 3 years ago. They come to market, and the market hasn't done too poorly since then. And they're getting 19.3 and are crazy oversubscribed. So we'll see how much cash got left on the table with this one at that valuation. Seems to be like there's always like a little bit here. Now we do have a super chat, and I want to get to it. Appreciate all of our viewers. Thank you for the super chat. NMO and Mobsy brother, buy some new caps for your head. $ caps. I don't usually wear caps. The Katina man wears the caps.
That's a Palantir hats over here.
You got a Palantir. You have. We have some ones that we've been given. I know you're talking. You put the symbol in Capstone Therapeutics, which is not moving whatsoever. So I know you're actually talking about actual caps. Otherwise, why would you be mentioning that? So at the end of the day, we'll talk about any stock that you put in there. But generally speaking, if it's not doing any volume, we're not here to pump any of those stocks. So we've been waiting for it, everybody. Big event. Always a pleasure to have Kevin O'Leary on the show. Let's go to the desk with Adair.
Very special guest with us today. Welcome back to the show, Kevin O'Leary. How are you doing today, Kevin? Thanks for being with us.
Great to be here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, let's just get right into the questions here. You've said that the country that ends up controlling energy and AI is very likely to be a global leader from an economic perspective and also a military perspective. So from a practical standpoint, what should the U.S. be doing right now in terms of policy or infrastructure to secure that advantage? And in what ways can the U.S. and Canada work together instead of against each other, specifically when it comes to avoiding these tariff fights?
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. So if you look at AI spending right now, number 1 is the US, number 2 is China, number 3 is the UAE, United Arab Emirates. And so they are number 3 now, and they've got very specific goals in terms of achieving some very strong momentum in AI around building what are called AI agents, like images of people like you or me, and they're most advanced in doing these right now. But in terms of AI competition, it turns out what we're learning pretty quickly is it's about power. So you can't do massive learning models without data centers. And it used to be that a big data center was 250 megawatts, and that would take up about 2 acres of land. Today, these hyperscalers like Meta, OpenAI, even Tesla, Microsoft, they're looking for 5 gigawatts, and that's about 5,000 acres. That's a giant farm, basically. And the problem is, if you go to the grid anywhere in North America, let's just say you're trying to build it in Virginia. You know, that's where 45% of the data centers of the United States are. There's no more power. Because if you add a gig of power to the grid, the existing grid, the rate holders, the rate payers, the library, the school, the village, the town, the city, their rates go up 20%. And there's no way politically that's going to happen. And so there's a huge dilemma. Now, where is all the power in North America? In Canada. It's in Canada. Canada owns the lowest cost energy in North America, period. And it's clean energy in many cases. Either it's hydro in Quebec and Manitoba, or it's stranded nat gas in Alberta. They have the power. So I think what's going to happen in the next 24 months, and I'm extremely optimistic and hopeful, as many Canadians might be, the reign of the idiot king is over. So Trudeau is gone. And so that disastrous C-69 bill that put the country into a free fall, an economic coma is the only way to describe it in terms of GDP growth or debt per capita. It's a disaster. But with no idiot king and new management in place, there may be a chance for some of these projects to get green lighted. And primarily what we're talking about is building power in places like Quebec or in, I'm betting on Alberta because they have the most aggressive policy and the lowest cost net gas. That's where I put my money. But they're going to be providing for the hyperscalers power and data centers. And I think that's where Canada can come out on top in AI.
Let's move on to crypto for a bit here. So the recent passing and signing of the Genius Act was a very big moment for that space. With that in mind, what elements do you think need to be included in upcoming crypto bills, specifically the market structure bill, to propel crypto forward to trillion-dollar inflows? And separately, how long do you think it'll take for stablecoins to maybe replace traditional payment methods?
Okay, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, this, you know what, it really came on pretty quickly. I mean, we were kind of, for 10 years, it's just done nothing because of lack of legislation. And then all of a sudden, Senator Haggerty gets this Genius Act, the old Stablecoin Act, gets it done. And USDC and Tether and other stablecoins have come into the fore. And you're right, I'm just one investor, but next week, for the first time ever, because it's now law, I'm going to do the first transfer between 2 corporate entities, one in Canada and one in the US, by USDC, US stablecoin. Now, I was one of the larger shareholders of WonderFi, which just got acquired. It hasn't closed yet, but it will in a few weeks. It looks like it. Anyways, the vote's through. Robinhood bought WonderFi. So if you have a wallet in Canada on, let's call it Robinhood Canada, and you've got a wallet in the States on Robinhood US, both on your phone, you can transfer USDC at a fraction of the cost it used to cost to take it to a bank, and you can see it instantaneously. Banks lose transfers all the time, and you have to wait for the money to come back, sometimes a week, and you don't get any interest on that. So now that it's legal, I'm allowed to do that. It's compliant with my own compliance department. So we won't be using banks to transfer USDC between Canada and the United States or Switzerland or the UAE, where we do business in these places, ever again. Never. Why would I ever use a bank? I don't need them. And so I think banks should really wake up and realize they're going to have to provide services in other ways or get into this themselves. But now I can do the transfer in less than 4 seconds at 100th the cost. So this is very good for investors, very good for consumers, very good for the market, and an advance that had been stalled out for 10 years because of, well, primarily the SEC. But now the SEC is on board. The OSC will follow suit, I'm assuming, and this will be great for trading.
Hi, Kevin. Great to have you back on again. I was sort of perusing through your X handle, and that's where I got the question about data center. I'm glad that Adara brought that up. I think you're dead on some of that acknowledgement there of what the future looks like. Happy to hear that it's going to be hopefully a Canadian story as well. As you know, as you mentioned, our economy needs to get going a little bit. Is there a name in the space that you like? Vertiv has been really hot lately, VRT, up over 186% from those tariff lows. Is there a space there that you like? Do you maybe potentially a Canadian company or anything like that, just to give our viewers a little bit of a taste? Because I remember when energy was getting killed, you came on here and stamped that, and that was an unbelievable trade. So similar kind of an energy play here with Vertiv or something in the space. Do you have a name that you like?
You know, my attitude about crypto and data centers, they're all starting to come together. It's in a really strange way. The best way to play this would be to index it. It's sort of like, I take it back to the gold rush days. If you could go back 250 years, would you have been better off being a gold miner or the guy that made jeans, picks, and shovels? And it turns out you would have had the same returns on the jeans, picks, and shovels with less volatility because everybody that was going for the gold needed them. That's the infrastructure play. And so that was my premise on WonderFi, which now we know has been bought by Robinhood. So now I'm a Robinhood shareholder, a Coinbase shareholder, which are liquid. I mean, there's no crypto without an exchange. Most people will not go and build their own wallet. They're going to use an exchange, and because the exchange provides the tax documentation. And so I like those two. They've had big moves anyways. But there are going to be some companies that also build the data centers themselves, and I don't know when this will happen. But BitZero for me is a private company now, but I have been investing heavily in that. I should be transparent and disclose that I recently in Alberta signed a purchase and sale for 13,000 acres of land in Alberta around Grand Prairie. We've named it Wonder Valley. I believe it'll be the largest data center in North America, in partnership with Danielle Smith, the premier. She's a maverick, she's a visionary, and I want to point out, when she was being challenged in October of 2023 by the Idiot King, she sued him and won. She got her sovereign rights to control her energy back from the Idiot King. And so that was the first place I went. And I think she is going to be a rock star within the data center world.
And of course, we're talking about, when you mentioned that, we're talking about former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, for those of us that
are by the way, I mean, no disrespect. What I'm saying is factual.
Right.
He was a king and he was an idiot. So it's fair to say this. I'm sorry if people are offended by that, but I only tell the truth.
Well, I mean, most people can probably just look up a chart of most of the major countries' GDP over the last 10 to 12 years, and that will kind of speak for itself. Congratulations on that.
It's sad. It's sad to do that, but the truth is, it's by the numbers. The Idiot King is defined that way by the numbers. He destroyed the Canadian economy. It took him 10 years. It's hard to argue with it. I got to jump back, because as we're talking about crypto, our viewers love Robinhood and Coinbase, so those are very popular, and a lot of us own something or one or two of these types of names. For me, I wish I was in Robinhood. I'm kind of in Coinbase and SoFi myself. Wish I was in Hood. But is there another end of this coin? Because you just saw JPM make a deal with Coinbase for some integration. So the banks are, at least some of them are starting to think about how they're gonna make the adaptation here. Is there any part of you that's wanting to decrease exposure? Because most people, it's sacrilege to decrease the amount of your holdings in the steady banks because they've always done so well over time. But is there an actual shift where you could see money start to come out of the JPMs of the world, dare I say it, and start to chase what is the changing of the guard potentially? Well, I think you're making a very valid point, and I would say the first place to look and to have concern would be in what's going on with digital payment systems under the new, Genius Act, because most of us take our credit card out and buy stuff with it, and somewhere there's a 2.5% friction on that transaction. Either the merchant pays for it or you pay for it indirectly. There's all kinds of schemes to give you points that you then redeem, and all that stuff. But the truth is, I just made a point about doing a transfer between Canada and the United States. That would cost me about $100 per 100,000, and I have to wait 3 days. Well, I'm never doing that again.
Right.
I'm going to transfer between a wallet in Canada and a wallet in the U.S. $100,000 for 15 cents, not $100. So why can't I do the same thing when I buy something from a merchant? If I have USDC on my phone and they have a USDC account, I just hold it up to their payment device and I transfer 15 USDC backed by the US Treasury. Nobody's paying 2.5% for that. So I would argue that the credit card companies, the behemoths, maybe you want to trim your holdings there a little bit until you see how this plays out, because I think this is going to add a tremendous amount of efficiency to digital payment. And that's not even talking crypto. That's just talking digital payments, which we traditionally have paid worldwide 2.5% for through credit facilities.
I'm kind of with you there. I feel like the XLF holds a little bit too. Just recently, a couple of months ago, or maybe it was about a month and a half ago, I was looking at the XLF, which I hold. I'm like, this is too much exposure for my liking to the credit card companies relative to what I actually want it to be in financial. So I'm just going to not be buying it and try to pick up more of the fintech that I like. So sometimes ETFs aren't as quick to make the adjustment. I'm glad you brought that up, Kevin. It's a great point.
Thanks. I mean, I agree with you.
Kevin, from one talk about crypto and sort of some of the policies, the NASDAQ just turned red on the day. We were up 1.3% at the beginning of the day. The ES, the S&P 500 as well. Right now, here's the NASDAQ, a nice move down. We have a nice little short, by the way. That's pretty good printing right now. But there's the downside play that's happened right since the open. And yesterday, of course, maybe it's no coincidence. We get Jerome Powell coming, not talking very positively regarding any potential rate cuts. I think I know which camp you're in, but can we explain where you think these rates are going and what you think the proper move would be for Jerome Powell and the FOMC here in Canada? We did the same thing. We stayed put at 275. Are we missing the boat on this call here?
Well, I heard your narrative while I was waiting in the green room, and I thought it was very spot on, because here's the problem. I'm not telling people what to do, but I'm telling you what I'm doing. I am investing from now to the end of the year, assuming 0 rate cuts.
Right.
Zero. I think the chance of a rate cut is 0. And I'll tell you why I think that. First of all, Fed bashing is done by every administration. Timeless. I mean, part of presidential 101, you go to class to become president, is you learn how to bash the Fed. It's the first thing you do. You always bash the Fed. The Fed doesn't give a damn because they know they're running under an independent mandate, but you bash them anyways. And in the case of what Trump is doing with Powell, at least he's letting him wear a hard hat. You saw that thing last week. That was crazy when they were looking at the renovations at the Fed. It's completely irrelevant to rate hikes. But the more he bashes him, I think what Trump is trying to do is buy insurance that there isn't a rate increase. Forget about rate cuts. He's trying to really, between now and next May, not let him increase rates and make Powell think twice. But I don't think Powell gives a damn, because his mandate is that of independence. And everybody knows if the president, any president, not just Trump, any president, fire the Fed, that would really not be a good signal to the globe that comes to invest in the U.S. as the largest sovereign wealth destination because of the independence of the Fed and the transparency of the legal system and all the rest of it. But if you think about the Fed, Powell can't make that decision on his own. He's got to convince a majority of his board to do this. And what are they looking at? They're looking at a really strong job market. The print on GDP at 3% was way ahead of forecast, number one. Number two, wages up. There's inflation in wages. And inflation itself down. So tell me why, when they look at that, they would say, oh, let's cut rates. Why would you cut rates? What's wrong? Why do you need to cut rates? What is it about it? You can whine about the housing market, but a 7% mortgage worked for 45 years, 50 years, 60 years. That's kind of where it was. And we had this anomaly for a couple of decades of free money, but those days are over. So the idea that we're going back down to 2.5% or 3% on the Fed, it just isn't going to happen.
Yeah,
and I think people should wake up, smell the roses, and invest accordingly. So
we only had 11 voting members yesterday, Kevin, and 2 dissented. So to your point, you know, that's nowhere near the majority. And so
First time in 30 years.
And I asked Neil that same question that you sort of asked us, and what's going to be the reason to cut rates? And we don't see any. PCE came in as expected today as well. So no reason to do anything there. Kevin, you've been with us for a bit now, and we created something on social media that every time I see it, Neil sees it, it's just so funny, and we can't stop laughing. So if you bear with me for 30 seconds, we're going to show it. If you have a screen there, I would love.
Yeah, I'm watching you right now. Let's see it.
Okay, so let's go. Let's play it, guys. And I want to get your comments, and I hope it's a fun one.
All I want to do with you guys is crush you like the cockroaches you are. That's
What?
Oh, come on now. No, whoa, hold on a second. Nice to this
Cockroaches.
And not wear an Apple Watch on your wrist when you're being a fashionista. That's forbidden. If you really want to go to hell because you happen to have your Apple
Go to
Watch,
hell?
do not do that. Only when you're working out it's permitted.
The going to hell might be a little harsh on that one.
You lose your soul and you go to hell.
I'd like to say thank you to Kevin O'Leary, but you might win.
do with you guys is
there we go,
crush you like
Kevin.
the cockroaches.
We'll get that off, but that was funny. I thought the best part was you were wearing the double watches in that video as well. We're all babyified there, so AI, as I know it's a part of your schedule now, that's big, and that was pretty fun to build. And I just want to show you today. So today, I've got on the Submariner on one hand, and then because we're planning on going to the gym, I got the Apple Watch on the other hand. So not only do I have a red band.
See that? So that's permitted. I will allow you to do that as long. But if you don't show up at the gym, then you're going to hell again. So
Oh gosh. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So there's a lot of pressure.
Apparently that's still happening.
I'm still sitting here. I'm waiting for that Figma IPO to come through. So maybe we'll have to sit here.
Let me just, we're ending on watches as we always should. I think that's the most important part of the segment.
Correct.
I'm wearing 2 pieces today, okay? But I'm going to talk about these in 1 second.
Oh gosh.
Recently, when I was on the set of Shark Tank, one of the producers came up and said, you know, Kevin, this show is about inspiring young people to take risk and go out and start a business. And you're wearing 2 watches, both of them no one can afford because they're piece uniques, and you're coming across like a real asshole. I think you got to change it up. The left hand can have the crazy piece. The right hand you have to get people into horology by showing them watches they can afford. So we're going to let you wear the crazy piece left, affordability on the right, and you're going to promote affordability because you keep telling people never borrow money to buy a watch. So that's what I'm doing from now on. So check this out.
All right.
I'm going to move up to the camera to get you close up a little bit there. This is an FP Journe Elegant, okay?
Can't afford that
this
one.
This watch sells for about $27,000, trades in the aftermarket at $105,000 to $175,000. FP Journe Elegant. This is a Ren. Now, this is a guy out of New York, the wrist enthusiast. Beautiful looking dial. We're talking $1,500 here. You can get it online. His name is Craig, wrist enthusiast, only sells direct. This is a beautiful piece. There we have it. We got FP Journe, we got the Ren, and I look absolutely spectacular. And that's what I'm doing.
Kevin, I'm just glad when you stood up there that you weren't wearing your boxers, because I thought that could have been.
Guys, I have no pants on. You should know that right now.
Why did I bring this up? Why did I bring this up?
Keeping it real.
Yeah, keeping it real as per usual. Say hi to Nancy and your crew as well, Kevin. Great job. And I want to let you know, my 10-year-old, we had a trip in Boston, and I was scanning through the TV in the hotel. Shark Tank was on, a network there, and she's like, leave it, I want to watch Shark Tank. So you are inspiring the young ones there, and she loves watching the business and talking about that.
Thank you. I'm very proud of that. Thank you very much.
So you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you again, Kevin O'Leary, for joining us here live on Trader TV Live. Have a great rest of your week, Kevin.
Thanks,
Ciao.
Kevin. Appreciate it.
Take care. Take care.
Take care.
All right, there it is.
Oh, I
Mr.
love
No
it.
Pants as well. What Wonder Valley is going to be?
We're all still going to hell, but the Wonder Valley.
I got to go to the gym.
That's a big
apparently,
deal.
It's,
No, that's a big deal.
all right. Well, what a great interview. Thanks to Dara,
as always,
for all the questions, and thank you for Kevin for taking time out of his day to join us, and always willing to come through.
I know we're going to the midday, guys, but there's been the first update on Figma The indicated open, you got to put a new order in.
Yeah,
the indicated open is now $65 with a 3 million buy amount. So remember, until that shifts, now they've paired. It was like 47 or 48 million, and it was 33, which is the auction price. Now 65 is the indicated open. So if you're using limit on open orders, you're probably going to have to move it. This is now an indication that we could be getting a little bit closer to that open here on Figma.
All right, yeah, I just want to say that the Qs continue to fall down, man. We got a big trade alert on this one. This is now $2.25 in the money right now on the TQQs, just off VWAP, man, and just watching this market bleed south side here. I hope we can hold above water. We always joke around like, you know, these guys owe us some minutes and this and that and going back and forth. 11:25 right now. Plus we went early yesterday with the Fed.
That's a record.
You know?
They owe us like a half an hour at this point.
All right, it's Joseph and Sharif. Thank you so much for watching. Great job there today, Neil. Yeah, we're gonna wait for Figma to open up. Then I got to go to the gym, or apparently hell is upon me very, very soon. So we'll wait to do that. But yeah, good day so far. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Adara, Fabian, Andre, everybody for making the best of it. Thanks, Brendan, as well. And once again, thank you to Kevin for coming through. You guys can probably go find some of those clips maybe on socials or rewind it if you missed them around 10:50 or so. Kevin O'Leary. So, all right, man, good luck to everybody on Figma. I'm taking the long no matter what price it opens up at, to be honest with you. So we'll wait for that, see what happens. Looks like it might be getting close
it might be.
As we're down to 3 million.
Or it could be 1 o'clock, who knows?
Or it could be 1 o'clock. Sharif is going to be on that no matter what, so will Joseph. So pay attention to that. It's the midday show. We're off to them right now.
Okay, I got it. Assassino, I'm not plugged in for a little bit, okay?
Not tapped in.
And I am.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. This guy was trying to take money off me a second ago. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and I don't even have the chat open, Joseph.
Ooh.
Only reason is I just worked my way in from the bank.
I know you
You're
did.
You're gonna have to do it for me.
I got it. I got you covered today, man. What an honor and a privilege to be able to do the roll call today. Who do we got? Ooh, Scott H says, Speedo Joe, what's up, brother? We got David Dua, Juan Padilla, my guy. What's up, everyone? 1989. Hey, yo, what's up, Ayo Lewis? Who else do we got in there? The Big Joel 360. Taylor Swift, what's going on with that one? Who do we got? Rishad, Alexander Dreamard. What's going on? General Apps. Hey, what's up? I like General Tao Chicken. But that's what we like. Dude VS, Juggernaut.
Why is everybody
Don't lean too far. I got bad eyes, says Assassino, but we're going to see how two we got. New Abundant. Who else? We'll go through a couple more. Kirk D, 415. Where's the regulars at? Where's my guy Gorev at? I need to see you up in the chat. 420 Bud Monster. Okay. We know what you were doing. Probably every day now. Yeah, we're rolling on that one there. Why not? Why not? Why not? That is my motto these days. Ayo Lewis, and why not? Just because. But hey, what? Listen, for those who have seen this movie, it's an older movie, A Perfect World. I forget. I think it's with my guy Costner. Yeah, this is the Butch, the look I'm going for with that one. A Perfect World, a good one. I like that.
You needed to explain that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's what we're going on with that one for all my older individuals. We'll go a couple more names. Liddy Bands, what's up, brother? I hope those bands are super lit today, and that's exactly what we want to see. Not as exciting as Sharif's roll call, but we're doing it live, baby, and we're bringing a Perfect World look. Butch,
we're gonna have to get you to do that every day, bro. You did that too well. Yeah, I mean, like you do it too well.
I had to read it like this.
You catch new assignments. I don't know. All right, guys. Look, I just weaseled in. I was at the bank right now. We were getting the loan release letter on the car. You know, going to the bank is a real pleasure. I gotta tell you, waiting 45 minutes at the teller, there's nothing better. I would rather not be punching into positions. I'd rather be at the bank waiting to speak to the phone guy multiple times. You just don't talk to the teller at the bank. You get the privilege of talking to the other guy at the phone in some faraway, distant country who speaks perfect English, by the way. Everything was totally understandable from their end. The experience was fantastic. I absolutely enjoyed it. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah.
Tell them.
All right, here's what we're looking at, though.
What are we looking at?
Let's get to the real stuff right now. And SNGX is the real freaking deal. Look at what this one is doing. I just sat down, take a gander, see what's moving, what's breaking out on the scanner, what stands out at you right away, SNGX. Look at the parabolic nature. 4 1/3. I thought this was going to halt at 430. Nuh-uh. It's got the juice to let more loose, or we're going to have to wait and see. Let's throw on the ticker there and do some TA. So right off the bat, you can see the basically all the retracements essentially from 940 onwards. So a little bit after that bell rang have been into the 10 EMA on the 5. Alas, we are getting kind of extended away. And last time we did that, check out that 1040 candle, we pulled back in a little bit. So never saying that you're going to get a certain pullback into the 10 EMA on the 5, but be on the lookout for it. If you've got to shadow it with a resting order, do that. Or otherwise, you know, just get ready to punch. So SNGX, Joey, the #1 gapper on my scanner, but I'm seeing a competitor here, ELWS. Let's talk about this one as well, because I believe it is halted to the downside, but still up nicely on the day, about 518. Yes, I am correct. It is halted at 518. We'll have a look at that tap in a second. Now, a couple of good things right away I see. Obviously, it's not a good thing that it down halted, but it's at the 10 EMA, literally at the 10 EMA, that 518. And generally, look at this area of resistance. That 5 to 510 area was a hard area to break, on the way up before we drop back down into that 420 area. So, you know, previous areas of resistance, they just have a way of acting as support once they're cleared. So I'd like to see what this one does when it's open. Let me take a gander over here and see what the theoretical auction price. We're talking about ELWS, Joey. EL, what are you printing on?
Oh, yeah, we're cooking up
We're
here
just
on
going to
the-
tell everybody
yeah, go
the
ahead.
tap.
Tell them what you
So
got
the
going
tap is actually 518. Let me just make sure this is not a New York stock, because no, it's on the NASDAQ. So we should be getting the updated tap. So ELWS will certainly be in focus, Joey. We're going to keep tabs on that. Show them what you got, baby.
All right, man. We're just cooking up here in the TQs. We got a couple trades to go through, but first, we got a super chat, $5 from our guy, Big Spile. Guess who he's tormenting? Me.
Obviously.
That's all right.
He's been messaging me about your Speedos lately. Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Beetlejuice, man.
I know it's Beetlejuice, but like, why is he on the screen? I thought they would be like parodies.
This is what we I told you, man. Hey, hold on here. Never mind this, man. All right. Joe, just tuning in. Why is Beetlejuice co-hosting? Are these shoulder pads in there, Joey? No, this is.
Hold on. What's the rule if you say Beetlejuice's name 3 times? What's that thing?
Yeah, we don't play those games.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I know you're all about that. You're Caribbean. You got that, background. I get it. But Beetlejuice is a little bit different. Right. What's the rule, Katina? May somebody answer me. What is this? Is it 3 times? It's 3 times. He appears. Are we gonna call him?
No, please. I don't want anything showing up out of the mirror or anything like that. But thank you for that $5 super chat. But no, these shoulders are strictly built off of dips and push-ups, my friend. Another $5 super chat from our guy, ST. Okay, yeah, we're not going to repeat that one right here. We know what we're saying. $5. Thank you for that. Sup, guys? I got SoFi 1 DTE $23 puts for pennies when it hit the top today, and everything is rock and roll on SoFi. Shorts are today's hot chick. All right, then. We like that one. Yeah. But other than that, guys, let's get back to these markets. Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, ST, blah, 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 for those super chats. Obviously, much appreciated.
Sir.
And I'm glad that you printed on those 1 DTs. That's fantastic. But what were we trading today? We traded a couple names. So that is going to be Robinhood. We took a short right off the top. We did get stopped out. I'm like, you sly buggers, you. You get me out, and then you continue that move towards my primary target, which was the volume-weighted average price, but we won't complain. We'll take that. No questions asked. And then we also took a couple stabs at our good friend SoFi. I know Neil was in this one this morning.
Dang.
Initial entry, looking for the continuation in strength. We get stopped out. Bang, we hop right back in, and we pieced that one out right there, guys. So that was SoFi. And then I also took a break-even trade on NCLH. Just take a look at NCLH. NCLH. and we'll pull this one up on the noisy and see what we got going on there. And I'm glad that I got out of this. Up 18, at the time I was trading, it was up around roughly around 18%. And I'm like, ooh, okay, we're gonna continue on this. So we hop in, we add to the position, and then eventually I'm like, no, something flipped on the tape and it wasn't right. Money wasn't tight, but it wasn't right. You get out of that trade for sure there, Sharif.
Yes,
Those
sir.
who remember that commercial.
Yes, I do. You reminded me about that. Everest,
I don't
right?
think it's an American commercial, though. I think it's just Canadian.
I have no
thing.
idea.
So for all my fellow Canadians, if you remember that commercial, money wasn't.
I remember it was like always on during like the midday, right? Like on the, you know, whatever, Murray Povich or whatever was playing midday.
Murray, yeah, it was on at
Murray,
late nights.
Was it Jerry? They did Jerry. Murray. Sorry, bro. It shows you how much I know. It was crazy. I mean, everybody running on there with paternity tests. Like, what's going on over here, bro? Let's get some family-friendly stuff going on. All right, here's the deal. Chilean Nightmare is like, nah, I don't want that family-friendly stuff. Come on, Fabian. Here's the deal, guys. ELWS got a double bottom here at 4 3/4. Alas, it is trying to work its way back above the volume-weighted average price. But ELWS, is displeasing me greatly. Mostly because of the spread. Right now, it's about like 20 some odd pennies, a little bit wider at times, a little bit narrower. This one's going to be tougher to trade, especially if you're trying to scalp. But be on the lookout for a hold of this level. It seems to be encountering some support at this previous area of resistance. As we spoke about, this $5 area was a tough area to clear. Let's see if it can hold back above it or whether it's destined to head back down. But all the rave right now, at least in my world, is SNGX. This is the best, the baddest of them all right now. It's trying to dance with 5. Let's get involved over here. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's not letting me in. Tell me this one's not blocked in our... Come on, bro.
You're in.
Oh, finally. Look how many times I had to punch in. And like at a bad price, too. Yeah. Great. Let's see what else we got over here. Let's put some beak wetters into that $0.25. Looking to defend 5, but if it loses 5, we're just so extended off this level. So let's see exactly what happens here. Yeah, it does look like it's going to lose 5. If it breaks this candle low, what's the candle low right now? 476. Let's have a look over here. Let's see if we can get a little bit more there. What's going on? Look at this. It's not letting me add. Bro, this day is going to be good. I can just tell you from now. It's going to be a good one. Right there. I just tried to add, didn't let me in. So let's keep an eye out on this one, Joey. Right now, we're having some issues executing. There we go. Now we get the ad there.
There we go.
Into 05s. Let's post up here some into the mid 5s. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get out on current bar low, right? We'll set up a little bit closer to the 10 EMA. So we're going to go ahead and throw a stop order for the break of 70. If we can hold that level, it will be good. If not, it's all good there. So that's what we'll do. We'll throw in current bar low for our out. We'll see if we can clear back above 5. It's a 519 high day. This is up prohibitively on the day, 296%. It just cleared 5, but you know, it didn't clear it far enough to say, oh yeah, definitely we can use this area support. It's taking out all my orders right now. Let's see if it can work its way up a little bit more. There it goes. It's taking out all my orders. All right, there we go again on this one. Let's see if we can get some more out over here in the mid 15s. We got 03s on at the moment. There we go. Wet the beak a little bit up here. And now we're going to throw some at the $0.25. Let's see if we can work up into the quarter and then the third, right? We're putting in higher lows, so I still have my stop at current bar low. We've taken out some nicely over here. Let's see if we can get that continuity. 530 exactly is the high of the day right now. We're looking for that 5 1/3 pop. I've got an order also at 5 1/4. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. SNGX up about 307%, and we'll see if it's got the juice to keep going over here.
Cool, good stuff there. Yeah, so everybody wants to see the imbalances. Shylock, you seen that? No, I will never ever stop. So don't even tell me because we won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. All right, guys, Fig, there it is. Pardon me?
Go to Dara when you can.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Fig. NY. There it is, 2.5 million. I think this is correct, but this is what you guys want to see. So we'll keep an eye out on this for when it does open up, guys. All right. So keep an eye out on that one. Here it is. We're starting to continuously kick up in the TQs off of those lows, and we're still steady grinding higher. We'll take a little bit more off here, guys. So this was a positive trade. Did I show? Yeah, I showed you guys my NCLH trade. It didn't work out for us. I think that was the only one where we did have somewhat of an error. And I mean, it was a flat trade. We got out of that one break even, considering the size. It's just like, all right, not working. It was either the tape was confirming it was going to work out relatively quick. You see that flip and you just get out of it as fast as you can. And you can see what happened preceding, obviously, the exit of the trade. So that's what we got cooking up. SoFi was decent. Needed to add significantly more shares on this one, but it is what it is. We'll take it. And then now we are trading TQQs. Robinhood was a really nice short, especially all the way back towards the volume weighted average price on fantastic numbers too. I love that stuff, man. I'm so happy to see that gold membership up
triple.
75% year over year, up to 3.5 million users on that gold membership. So yeah, let's go, man. There's a lot of positive stuff, and I talk about this quite often, and I've been trying to tell some of my friends we're going through some revolutionary changes, man, just with the fact of what we got going on with AI, and then obviously tokenization of everything. So there's ways that we can take advantage of it. It's our job as traders to try to find and identify these game-changing scenarios and look to base trades off it, and that's exactly what we've been doing. So that's a good look there. TQQ's still long, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Okay. Keeping my eye on SNGX. We're out of this one, looking to get back in. We still got higher lows. So we just opened up a new 5-minute candle over here. We're dropping down below 5, which is why I flattened out. Flattened out for a 3-penny winner on the last remaining amount. The best print we had was 530, but it's losing the bid. I am concerned that this one makes a new low relative to the prior bar. The prior bar's the low of the prior bar is around 70, low 70s, okay? Here we are, we're catching a bid again. Now I know for a fact there's a seller at 10. There has been, and there he goes, just absolutely got blown out of the water there. Good look for this one. Let's see if it's got the juice to take out some more over here. So let's see if we can get a little bit higher into that kind of 540-ish area. Seller at 20 now with a big price spike up. Trying to hold the $0.25. There was a good buyer there at 510, but he kind of just got absolutely shellacked. It doesn't seem, though, that we've got the juice to kind of keep going above 5. Every time we wick above 5, we're being met with aggressive selling. So let's see if we can keep an eye out on that. Here we go, back into that 5.25. Again, aggressive selling into that 5.25 area. 527's now showing up. Let's post up here a little bit for some more. And I'm also going to try to take a bit of a dip trade in the mid-teens to see if I can weasel in some more here at around 15. If I can, that would be cool. Holding this one, I do like the pattern that this one is holding at the moment with the prior bar low. So we got 22s on over here. Let's go ahead and post at 20 in the late 20s there. Again, looking for the hold of prior bar low. That prior bar low is 475. So that's where our out goes. We'll give that one all the way down to there, and we'll give it a little bit of room. Again, still waiting for that continuity above 5.25. There are wicks that go into 530. There's been several wicks actually that go into 530, one at 1138, and then the one at 41 over here. So trying to keep that price above 5, but for the moment, we're going to go to Adara, see what she's got.
You guys just spoke about it a little bit, but I want to talk a bit more here about Robinhood earnings with regards to crypto, specifically their year-over-year crypto increase. They had strong revenue across the board. Of course, net revenue increasing 45% on a year-over-year basis to $989 million across the board. But their crypto sector revenue up 98% year-over-year, reaching $160 million. By far, that was their largest growing segment and ahead of a whole bunch more crypto-themed earnings tonight. We're going to look at these charts and get into some of their estimates. Coinbase pretty choppy today. Coinbase expected to report at 4:20 p.m. We're looking for earnings of $1.71 per share, revenue of $1.53 billion. Riot, that one's coming at 4:30 p.m. Again, looking pretty similar to Coinbase in terms of just this chop and this sound wave kind of pattern. RIOT, we're expecting a loss of 19 cents per share, revenue of $149.8 million. MSTR, last but not least, although they're actually going to be the first to report today, nice push to the upside, more directional than the other two. We are expecting this one to report losses of 12 cents per share and revenue of $112.15 million. Let's look here at BTC. This is the 15-minute chart for BTC. Definitely finding some nice support. This goes back to yesterday, around 3 at that 115,000 level. That would be our Fed low. If we look at the daily chart, though, this remains super consolidative, and it looks like it's still poised for that bull flag breakout, maybe into new all-time highs around 123,000. Let's take a look here at ETH. Similar bull flag, farther from all-time highs, but Ethereum, certainly not one to sneeze at. Let's see if we can break that most recent local high we got on Monday. That would be around 3,941, so just shy of 4,000. Can we break 4,000? Let's find out. Back to you.
Take it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. And yeah, fantastic. Way to point that out about the crypto revenue. What I'm seeing is 160 million and with 98% year over year, so slightly below. So yeah, fantastic stuff. I don't know. We've been talking about this for quite some time, and when it first came to my attention with Robinhood is when that crypto growth and just use across the platform, it was triple digits across the board, 700% in crypto transactions, 100% plus in options activity, user growth, gold subscribers, and that's what really led me to that name and rotate out of a name like Tesla into a company like Robinhood, who's knocking on the door of, I believe, $1 billion in revenue, which I think will happen by the next quarter. There's no questioning that, considering it's up 45% year over year. So that's what really led me to Robinhood, Sharif, is just that growth. Those couple quarters of just sustained growth, 700%. Now we're seeing 100% essentially in that space. So I think it's a name that you really want to take a look at. And for me personally, I think that it's going to continue to grow. Can things start to accelerate and pick up? Maybe, possibly. It's definitely on that path, but just a slight miss on analyst estimates. But that's okay, because things are going to change, in my opinion, right? Considering that we have the Genius Act, more transactions. Kevin O'Leary was even talking about, hey, now I have a company in Canada, I have a company in the US, and now we can just do transactions essentially cost-free from what he was paying before. So yeah, it's a big time positive, and this is what I'm talking about, just taking advantage of the change going on around you, tokenization, stable coins, and especially AI. So just keep that in mind, guys. There's definitely opportunities. And what I was thinking about before, for me, I'm bullish in this market as long as CapEx stays where it's at. And if they continue to spend more, well, guess what? I'm even more bullish. Until I see that capital expenditures start to cool off, I'm super bullish on this market for the foreseeable future. So that's exactly what my mentality is. And it's a buy the dip scenario. You get any form of a pullback in the likes of NVIDIA, Meta, or some of these hyperscalers, get involved. So that's exactly what I'm looking for and I'm going to continue to do as we trade these markets. It's just taking advantage of things. I wasn't a part of the COVID training. The trading, which was absolutely fantastic, but it's just, again, another kind of crisis that we experienced, and then now we went through the tariff. It's like, okay, now when we have these massive fundamental changes, look to take advantage of these things, especially from a trader's perspective, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're still involved here with SNGX at the $5 area. Still zigging and zagging at 5. It's got a good-looking bottoming tail candle that probably got a lot of people out. I actually added into that area over there, but here we go. 510 basically now you're seeing selling. Let's see if we can scalp out some. Yeah, there's just so much shorting here at $5. You just feel there's a lot of selling in this area. Having trouble clearing it. We are putting in now lower highs off that level. So this is a bit of a downturn here, even though we're getting buying, on the dips. It's not sustained. That's kind of my feeling right there. So I think that this one's probably better to set up or to have a larger position at the 10 EMA or around maybe that volume weighted average price. But the volume weighted average price is far removed from the current price action right now. It's at $3. We're trading at 5. So this one, yeah, we're a little bit out of the money, or about 10 pennies out of the money on this one at the moment for the last remaining amount. But I was able to scalp up nicely there on that pop into about 520. So we were able to scalp a little bit bit, but still holding some here into this $5 area. So that's what I'm packing my patience on. I'm looking to actually add into this one, but I just want to see exactly where the buyers are stepping in. Last time around, they stepped in at the $0.50. So if we lose the $0.50, that'll be lower highs and lower lows. So that's not going to be the move. All right, here, let's see if we can get a little bit over here. And then, yeah, just as I tried to add, there we go. Now we've got 95s on. Let's see, 99s, excuse me. Let's see if we can scalp up into that $5 area. Still keeping my eye on this one. I like the higher lows that I've got on the 5-second chart, but very cognizant of the fact that we have lower highs because the selling comes in quite aggressively into that $5 area. Looking for a price spike up over here on the SNGX, but anything below the $0.50, gonna have to clear this one. I could have a resting order in the mid-60s to front run what could be a higher low. Right, so here's what I'm seeing on my chart, my 5-second chart, with this area being the area low, and this is where we currently are. So if we do break this level, I'd like to get out. But if we hold it and we come in and test it, maybe in the mid-60s, low 60s, that could be, you know, possibly the precipice for a really good entry. So that's what I'm thinking about there. Just keeping my eye on this one as it zigs right back into that $5 area again, being met with some selling. And again, we still have a lower high. Excuse me. I think I said higher low, but we still have a lower high. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, Joey. Just really focus on SNGX.
Cool. Yeah, good stuff there. And shout out to my buddy, Brian. He's in the chat as well, too. We were just talking when we were driving up north, just talking obviously about the markets. And he's been sitting in some Palantir since 19 bucks. So he's doing really good. And he's just doing his due diligence. And he's also rotated into some BMNR. So really good work from there and just trying to take advantage of what's going on around us. So, yeah, really good look there. And thanks, Brian, my friend, for tuning in. Fantastic weekend, as always, for sure. So there it is, guys. TQs, we're still cooking up in this trade. We're all out of SoFi and everything else. You can see that we had this SoFi earlier in the day. It then pulled back through the volume weighted average price. No holding of that specific level considering the session that I had yesterday. And then now we're just cooking up here in the TQs to see if we can even get back to the volume weighted average price. I'm not sure that's necessarily going to be the case on today's session, considering how the price action is feeling. So you can see what's going on here with the PA and the volume starting to pick up as you accelerate to the downside. But we were just long off of this specific doji. I don't see my guy Gorev in there. I'm curious if he's long anything up there. So yeah, that's what we got cooking up. There's actually one thing that I want to touch on, and Gorev, Los Polios, Pug Life, a lot of individuals in the chat use this methodology, but it's with NCLH, and the reason what made me hold it and then also get out, I think is really, really key. And I kind of want to break this down. So here it is, right? So you see the strength within the buying pressure, but I'm long here. I sat through this pullback. Why? Specifically because the volume fell off a cliff through those candles. If it started to accelerate, then I would have got out of the trade. Now, as we start to pick up and head northeast once again, volume starts to accelerate. You see the increase, so I add to that position. Now, we continuously moved higher. I didn't take anything off, but why did I get out? Is look at this candle right here, this volume candle. I'm like, uh-oh, that is not a good sign. We were either going to continue, break and hold through those pre-market highs, or we were going to fail. And then as soon as I seen that small print, there was no effort within that candle, I'm like, okay, tape is about to flip, time for me to get out. So that was just literally using the volume price analysis in real time by helping me get into a trade, add to a trade, and then get out when the market is telling me. Does it work all the time? Absolutely not. But in this instance, it worked absolutely picture perfect trade.
All right, guys, we're going to get stopped out of here of SNGX if it drops below the $0.25. That's my line in the sand. That is the 10 EMA. I'm DCing into the 10 EMA. I don't even like how I'm trading right now, to be quite honest with you. But if it finds support here and rockets back up, then maybe I won't feel so bad. We got 75s on now, so we're 25 pennies out of the money on this one. So we'll keep tabs on it, obviously, obviously, but not very happy with how I'm executing here. A little maybe exuberant at the top when it was showing me that maybe I shouldn't have been punching in as aggressively with those topping tail candles as well as the lower highs. So it is finding some initial support over here at the 10 EMA, but I kind of have a feeling it won't be sustained as I'm looking at the 5-second chart and it looks like we're putting in another lower high. So I've thrown in my stop below the $0.25, it come what may at this point. I also want to bring to your attention NEGG, one that we've been watching for days now. And every day it's got double digits in terms of a percentage up on the day. And today, no different, 40.5%. It's much more expensive than we typically trade. About $45 was the closing price yesterday with a $64 high. It's quite spready. Right now, it's about $1.50 on the spread, but it's got a lot of parabolic nature. And just take a gander at what it did yesterday with the continuation into today. Oops, just allow me a second over here to load up set charts. So yeah, what a move up. Yeah, I just got stopped out there of SNGX, so we'll take a hit there. But NEGG, what a fantastic look this one had yesterday, or was it yesterday? Not yesterday, sorry, the day prior. Yes, this one was running up aggressively the day prior, has a bit of a down day, basically gives back 2/3 of the move yesterday. And then today we're trying to get back and make new highs. My monitor just went out, guys, just allow me a second. There we go. We made new highs above the day prior close, so or the day prior high. So that was about $62 today. We cleared that level by about $2, excuse me, up into that $64 area. So NEGG, very strong, but very expensive and quite spready. Let's not forget ELWS. This one now is using the volume weighted average price as resistance. So it was prior to that, we had been using it as support, now using $5, which is VWAP as that resistance area. So this one likely to lose its spot for me on the side chart any moment unless it really starts changing its tune over here and getting back above. Looking at my scanner to see if there's anything else moving, I see this one VRME. Let's load this one up. New one on my scanner, didn't have eyes on this. VRME, let's load that one up. $1.48 high a day. It's at a $1.43. Just really got going there. It looks like a few minutes ago at around 11:45, rocketing up into a $1.48. So we'll put this one on the side chart over here so we can do a little bit of TA, VRME. A lot of topping tails into this one, though. Be careful. Most of the topping tails were in the pre-market, but this one technically now has cleared the pre-market high. The pre-market high was a $1.44. Now we've got a $1.48 on our hands. The issue is, though, that it's very wide range per candle, and we didn't clear the pre-market high by that decisive of an amount. So keep your eye out on this one. It could be a good one. I'll definitely be involved in this one, Joseph, if it can clear that $1.50 and hold above there.
Absolutely, guys. I'm just thinking here as well, too, within this TQ's position, is it worthy of being added to? I don't know, just considering how weak the overall market is. Are we going to start to stall out and curl back around? So I'm just keeping my eye on some of the bigger names to see what they're up to. I mean, I feel like Meta wants to take an additional leg higher, but it's just got to take some time on that one. So be patient, and there it is. If you grab the lower end of the range, if you add up here, then obviously that's going to just drastically improve your risk to reward, and then you go for the break of this key level right there. We can zoom out and go to a higher time frame, like the 3 minute. I think that's going to give us a little better picture of what's going on, but you can see knocking on the door of 90.82 on that one. So yeah, gonna be patient with this one. 2NY, yeah, you were talking about grab. Obviously, you know how we get down, right? There's some liquidity issues. It's weird because in the pre-market it seems relatively liquid, and then sure enough it starts to cool off as you get into the latter half of the session. Holding up VWAP relatively well, but you can see that there's consistent lower highs throughout its price action after this consolidation. So just be careful on what's going on with that. Just do basic TA and just draw your trend lines, and then if it snaps and holds above, then maybe you'll get in a little bit of a move to the top side. All right, so just keep that in mind. Let's go TQs right back to where we kind of wanted to be. This was the ad opportunity, so just keep that in mind here, guys. Got to be patient, but we'll grind. How much do I have left? I have under 20% of what I had from the original position, so we've already pieced the majority of that out. So yeah, I'm just cooling. I mean, we had one loss on SoFi and then a break-even trade on NCLH, and then the rest of it was good. Robinhood was a pretty good short. I wish I had the continuation in that one. It was choppy, but why was I short this? Let's just break this down. So patience was really key, and I'm glad that I was slightly more patient this morning. On the 5 minute, okay, that's weird. That's not exactly what I was saying. Maybe it was the 1 minute. It was more. So yeah, it's weird. Okay, so this is where it started. I'm like, ooh, okay, are we ready to kind of sell off now? Especially you have this isolated pivot. After this engulfing candle, you get that inverted hammer. But no, it breaks through the top, continues to climb higher, but then eventually we had the ability to just catch that peak and get that move down to here. And then this is where we got that break-even stop out. So nothing decisive, pointing out that like, hey, we're ready to turn around, but there's some volume signatures that can identify that the price was ready. Yeah.
Bang on. SNGX is putting in a bit of a hammer candle right now, guys, off that $4 area. But as I watch it on the 5, it's really encountering a lot of selling almost at every step. So the initial area I was seeing a lot of selling was that 430 area. It couldn't clear it. It then clears it and then encounters more resistance at that 450 area. And then here it comes back down again into 4 1/3, 4 1/4. We're not involved in this one at the moment, but I'm looking for a possible entry. Now, obviously, there was that whole dollar level, but couldn't hold it from there because I was into 5, so that would have been crazy. Now, let me show you what I'm seeing on the 5 second. If it ends up holding this area low at around 4 1/4 and then makes a new high above this 448, that's my invitation to get involved. And the reason why is this is an area low and that's an area high. So if we make this as our area low, that'll be higher low, and then if we break that 4.5, that'll be a higher high. So at least I know that there'll be a change in the trend, at least a micro change, or in a micro trend change. Let's call it that. Okay. So that's what I'm looking for. If that is the case, I'll get involved. Otherwise, I'm not going to try to catch this off whole dollars. We're going to a dare for happening now. Then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Here's the S&P 500. To be fair, this is very much still in a downtrend from open with lower highs and lower lows, though we are, also making a higher low from yesterday's Fed drop. We have the NASDAQ here on watch as well. NASDAQ looking basically identical here to the S&P 500. What we did here was we gapped up with Meta and Microsoft thanks to those two, both making all-time highs on stellar earnings reports. The market just could not sustain that strength for whatever reason, sold off at the open. But in addition to earnings catalysts, we do have an IPO, Figma. They don't have a chart yet, so here's their website, FIG, said to be acquired by Adobe as of 2022. That fell through last year, and now they're making their own market debut in an IPO that is very likely to open well above estimates. I'm just seeing here on X, apparently they're expected to open around $90 to $95 compared to the $33 IPO price and the expected range between $31 and $32. Here, let's talk about some really different earnings plays. There were a lot of earnings names. We couldn't get to all of them. Here are some that are making notable moves that maybe we didn't discuss. Align is one of them. ALGN. Buyers certainly are not aligned with this name. It gapped down about 30%, I believe, at its lows. They did have a Q2 double miss and their Q3 sales guidance well below estimates. Then we have CVNA. This is another earnings play, much like what we saw with Microsoft, especially gapped up to all-time highs, but sold off a little bit into the open. They did have a double beat and strong sales growth as well as growth in terms of units sold. But before we send you back to the Bash Brothers, it's time for Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Thank you, Adara. And lesson of the day brought to you by Figma. And why not? I mean, it kind of makes sense here. Like, everyone's looking at this. It's going to open up way higher than everyone expected. I know for a lot of people, like, the impetus is like, oh my goodness, like, come on, 33 and it's going to open above $90. That's insane. Why would it be a long and all that good stuff? And I understand that. And when we talk about the mechanics of the trade that we're looking at, oftentimes it's just that momentum push. Now, we all know what happened with Circle, and I tried to pull up an e-signal and just go back to the day, but whatever. I'm sure there's an easier way to do it. I just didn't want to take the time. And because this is a bad wick on the open. But generally speaking, when you open at the even dollar, you take the print, you're scalping and all that nonsense. I know this didn't wick down. I know for myself, if it immediately fails the first even dollar, I just want to be out. It's all well and good to have it do this in the first couple of minutes, but if it loses a bit instantly, it can absolutely rinse you. So for myself, if I'm taking that opening print, my stop, the first thing I do is enter my stop order for protection. And the other side, I think on day one, Obi had a good circle trade. This is day 2 looking for shorts, but I'm using this chart as an example. If you want to short this, you have to pay for locates. Here at Real Trading, we have relatively cheap locates. In my opinion, it should be the most obvious entry if you're gonna look for a reversion if this thing goes parabolic. And what I mean by obvious, it's like it probably rinsed, it was crazy parabolic, maybe even rinsing some tops, and then you get a really obvious topping tail candle, and even then you want to scalp your profits out, because when these start going, there's not a lot of shares out there. It's limited, a bunch can't even sell in the first place, and the momentum can be absolutely overwhelming. So the idea is, if you are taking the open print, understand that if it loses the bid, we've seen this before, if you lose an even dollar bid at the open, you can absolutely flush. Having a stop order protection, it'll look nasty if it happens to you and it's a bottom wick, but it will save you so much. And the idea is you want to be able to limit the loss to under $1 to be able to have, like Circle went $10. And you can only, to me, you're only doing that kind of risk if you have a stop. If you're just willing to let it go down forever, when this thing is going to be almost 3x from its open, from the IPO price, that's too much risk. There can be sellers on this. They don't all just go up like Circle did. So make sure you give yourself some kind of protection. And the other side is, when this one went into a halt, having trailing stops makes sense as well. I kept moving the stop up and trying to let it fly. So I know everyone's excited to trade this, and there's a lot in the camp that are like, it's too high, I can't deal with it. You could just use a tighter stop. They just indicated the open now up to $95. $95. And it's starting to get smaller, the imbalance of 1.5. So it looks like we're getting a little bit closer to an open because you're seeing more constant adjustments and of the price, which can seem daunting. But if you have a risk plan and a tight stop, you have tremendous upside, and then you can limit your downside risk. Of course, if you get a bad wick out, it's gonna suck, but I would rather, lose a buck and have that be a bottoming tail wick, limit the hit so that I can live to fight another day, because I know that over time, taking most of these with that approach is gonna make me money. Never want one of these to absolutely ruin your month, and that's where that stop order protection comes in. It's the first thing I do when I get that fill. Good luck to everybody in Figma. My guess is, they've updated to 95. I'd say imminent, but if we get this before 1, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Let's say 1242, because I like 42. Good luck, everybody.
If you hit it.
Thank you very much, Neil. Wise words as always, Neil Roberts. Every day, guys, around that lunch hour, he is dropping Neilage around here. Guys, look, Figma. Oh, baby. I know the big boys were talking about this one, but now the theoretical auction price. Joey, it's $95. This thing's $32 for those who were buying it.
It's going nuts.
Obviously.
It's going nuts. It's
okay,
going
so let's explain to everybody what's going on over here so they can
yeah.
follow along. All right, so there's something called the market on open order or the limit on open order. One is the market order, one's a limit order. That's what the difference is. Now, what these do is they send an order to the exchange, and it tells the exchange, the order basically says, on open, as soon as this thing is open, pay. In my case, it would be a market on open order, so it would be market price, whatever the market price is, or in the Katina Man, he's taking a limit on open, that will play up to whatever Katina Man has dictated to the computer, pay up to this price. So, what's so different about this order? Well, it allows you to submit orders when you can't send other orders in. If I was to send in a regular order right now, like I did with SNGX, it wouldn't accept it. So you have to send this type of order in, a market on open or a limit on open. Now, the issue is, once it's sent, it can't come back. You cannot cancel it. So you're in whether you want to be at that time or not. So make the decisions carefully. Now, this is the same type of order that we would use if a stock was halted. So like we were talking about ELWS not that long ago, if you wanted to send a market or limit on open order for ELWS, whatever the price was when it unhalted, that's the same type of order you would be sending in. So it's the same type of order you're using for an IPO before it opens, and the same one that you'd be using if a stock was halted, either for volatility or due to news. So keep that in mind. It's yeah, we used to use this order a lot on the floor back when the floor was here for the close. It was called something different. It was a mock, a market on open or a lock, a limit on limit on close or a market on close. And we would do that for like different trades and stuff like that, but never really used it, I'm just speaking personally, for these IPOs. So that will be a first for me, Joey. Shout out to WJ Larson, $10 super chat. I'm a UX designer, worked at Google for 10 years. Check out my site. I use Figma every single day. It's not a $95 stock. Look, brother, I am not arguing with you whatsoever about the fundamentals of this stock. But what we do here is we trade the technicals. We trade momentum. We trade price action. Whether or not this is actually valued correctly, the market will decide in due time, right? So allow the market to develop. It doesn't mean that the market has to be correct right now, at the open, or even by the end of the day, or even by the end of the week, man. The market will correct itself eventually. And that's all I got to say about that, Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we'll see if we can get that rocking and rolling. The boys are waiting. It's going to be a lot of fun. I know Passport Chaos is going heavy on that one, too. So, good work on that. I mean, hey, man, you got to take those big swings in order to make that big-time money. So, yeah, hopefully that works out relatively well for everyone. And then when it opens, it's going to be absolute chaos. So, yeah, excited about that here. But, yeah, we took another little bit off the TQs. This is cooking up for us a nice trade here off of the lows. Just patience, and patience. Okay. And I think that if you have that in your playbook, then I think you'll be pretty good because you can find some good opportunities. Obviously, not every day is going to be yours, but yeah, we won't complain about this whatsoever, especially on a Thursday. So what is Passport Chaos saying? I'm hoping to go in my favor. I'll be in and out hopefully in under 30 seconds. Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're pushing that type of size. It's just like if it does move a couple of dollars, boom, hop out of that and just cash out and go enjoy your day. I don't know if you're going to be hitting a pool party or something, but we don't want to celebrate too early. But once it does come, then yeah, congratulations. I'm going to be keeping my eye on you, Passport Chaos. So yeah, I'd love to see that. TQ is still cooking up for us. This is the only position that we're in, and we're going to be sitting in this until I think Fig opens up, because I know a lot of names. I was talking with Obi this morning. He's like, I don't even care about anything else, Joseph. I'm only focusing on Fig, and it's just like, yo, boom, boom, boom. Push that size and see what you can get cooking from that specifically. So, yeah. Fig is definitely the trade of the day. It's not running yet. Once it opens, everybody will know. Trust me. We will let you guys know as soon as possible. I have it up on my side chart here. It says IPO right at the top, so that's going to be something positive, and I'm looking forward to that. TQ is still cooking off those lows. Are we going to get into the volume weighted average price? Maybe. Only time will tell. I don't have much size left. To be honest with you, 10% right now about 5% after we take that little bit out. But this has been a pretty good long off of these lows here on the TQs. And then obviously I was referring to Robinhood earlier. We were trading that one. That worked out relatively well for us. And then SoFi as well too. So yeah, there it is. Could we have added onto this position? Yes. Should we have? Yes. But did we? No. So you got to just go back, analyze, document the trade, and then just try to get a little bit better. You guys know I like to add into winning positions, especially after taking losing ones. It's like if it's going to work, it's going to work, and just start to push a little bit of size and add into the winners. So VWAP is going to be the final target on this, and then after that we'll get out of there. But Meta, let's take a look at what Meta and Microsoft are up to. Man, oh man. Microsoft, I was not suspecting that whatsoever. But the thing is, though, I want to see if I can jog your guys' memory. I was referring to a couple analysts, Tom Lee being one of them and another individual who I'm not too familiar with. But they were mentioning that with this Azure growth, there was about 5 to 7% left off the table. And that's quite a bit of cash as well, too. And then sure enough, the name just goes absolutely insane. Let's pull up Microsoft, considering I have the meta chart up. That'd be a good idea, Joe. But there it is. What a big time gap up, and unfortunately it's given up the majority of that move, but this gap up, I was not expecting that. Can this be the move where we break this downtrend line, or does it continuously hold and you just grind higher and higher? I don't know. Microsoft is on the top of its class right now, in my opinion, and I think with this market, as long as this CapEx stays elevated, I'm so long these hyperscalers, Sharif.
All right, I submitted. Oh, I think it.
Did it reject?
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
How come? So did you get it in yet?
No, I couldn't get it in yet.
You got to use a lock, eh? A Lou. You got to use the Lou.
Oh, limit? Oh, okay, yeah. So let's see. Should we do it?
Should we do it live?
Yeah, let's do it
We're going to do it live, Joey. So let's bring it in for anybody who's using, what are we calling it now?
P8.
P8. Thank you, Katina, man, and Joe. P8. All right, so we're going to weasel on over. We go down over to the market. You want to choose NYSE because this thing is on the New York. Then you weasel on over here. I have mine under Shift M. That's my hotkey for it. So we're going to change this moo into a Lou. Ooh. Okay? And so we're going to go NYSE, Lou, limit price. I'm not going to have an offset. Do you have an offset on your Katina Man? No offset on yours. Okay, Katina Man doesn't have an offset. I'm not doing an offset. All right. So we're changing it. We're doing it live. Apply. Okay, Joey. Yeah. And now we're doing Shift M. That brings up the Lou. All right. And so hold on. I got a question, boys. So the Lou, you're putting your max price, obviously, because it's a limit on open. It doesn't matter. It'll get 95.
Oh, okay,
right?
All
Correct.
right, cool,
okay,
cool,
good.
cool.
Exactly. Thank you, Katina Man. The Katina Man verifying when you're putting in your limit.
I'm going to do exactly what Katina Man said.
Well, he's Katina Man's like, look, you can put in 200 in the limit on open, but if it opens and you get filled at 96, 97, 98, that's what you're paying. You're not paying 200.
Okay, bang, we're locked in, Sharif. We're looed up.
You're locked and loaded?
Yeah, we're looed up. You are too, no?
Not even.
Oh, I thought I seen your crosshairs there.
Who do you mean?
Oh, no, yeah, because when you loot, there's usually an order there, right? So I thought that was it. So this is me being locked in right now.
You're locked and loaded?
Yeah, I'm super locked in. So we're gonna see what happens with this one.
We're in too, Joey.
You're in?
It's in, man. It comes what happens,
there
bro.
We go, bro.
It is what it is, my guy.
Listen, get ready, production team. When this thing opens and it decides
we're gonna be
rip,
freaking screaming.
This is going to destroy any form of YouTube short ever made. Never mind the Bitcoin one. Never mind the Circle one. This.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Everybody,
all right, well, it is what it is. So we get blown out.
You're in it now, baby.
Yeah, we are. We're involved.
Any form of pop, boom, I'm in and I'm out of this trade.
Katina, man, sorry to keep asking you questions about this, brother. The limit on, I know that the market on close and the market on open are not cancelable. Are the limit ones? Up until the time it opens, Neil verifying it is cancelable.
You don't need to know.
Don't worry about what I need to know, Joseph.
You don't need to know
that. If I want to cancel this, you know what? I would have canceled it.
You're locked in, brother. You don't want to cancel that.
Pardon me? It ties up your buying power if you have too many shares, which is fine, right? Because, I think we're good in that regard, Katina, man. We didn't take that many shares, to be quite honest.
You can't back out now.
I'll back out if I want, baby.
Man.
It's not a move, it's a lube.
We're locked in, brother. We're locked in, man. Hit me up here, man.
We're locked and low. Look, we're going to let it go. We're going to do what we can, right? Look, you're seeing all the right ingredients. It was oversubscribed in the IPO phase. So it was supposed to be 27, 28 bucks. We'll get to it on the news if we even get to the news today with this thing. And then it was higher and higher and higher. And now the top is showing $95. Okay? So, you were seeing this whole thing. And what's the one that you took like a month ago? Circle, I think it was Circle that you explored, that one Circle, that that was a good one. Yeah. The Katina Man, I mean, I saw the whole thing happen with Circle as well. We kept seeing that tap increase and increase and increase as the midday show went on, and then it ended up being a banger. So look, come what may, it's a trade here that we've been doing on the floor for a long time. It prints, doesn't. We'll learn a lesson from it. So
we got to hit that four-way screen ASAP as soon as it.
You'll hear a lot of screaming. The boys, the Katina Man is not at the gym. Obviously, I've been talking to him right here, and the reason he's here is because he wants to take the trade. Yeah. And his eyes and Neil's eyes are fixated on the screen. So as soon as it opens, the entire office is going to know, and we'll be able to kind of weasel on over to the screen. You know what I'm going to do, Joey?
Yes,
I'm going to put it on one of my extreme screens. So we're going to put FIG on this one over here, so that way I can kind of go to it super easy. And then we're going to take this one over here. We're going to take this one off. What are we going to put? We're going to put REPL just to get this one out of the way. Joey, tell them what's up.
All right, what's going on? Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs. Featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing, everyone. So yeah,
you just gotta cover it.
go ahead.
John,
go ahead.
okay, so guys, we are talking about Figma, FIG on the New York. That is what we have been talking about this entire time. It's an IPO, an initial public offering. It's trading under FIG. We don't know when it's going to open. That's part of the you know, let's just call it the charm of the IPO kind of trade. It could open at any time. History tells us that it typically opens in the early afternoon. So basically from now until 2 o'clock. Most of the time, it opens on when Joseph and I are on, all right? So that's just from history, from experience. So we'll keep an eye on it. This is a New York listed stock, not a NASDAQ listed stock. It could have some different characteristics. So just be on the lookout there. The IPO price, I'm just gonna look, I'm gonna bring in the notes here super quick, just so that we could talk about this 1 second over here. And then we're going to go back to Figma because I need to keep my eyes on the screen. Here it is, guys. So let's do a little talking here about Figma as we wait for it to open up. Very oversubscribed. Okay, so Joseph, they were talking about a $30 to $32 range. And then the actual IPO price, that's not you and I. That's people that are with these investment banks. They bought it, or they got the chance to buy it, Joey, at 33 bucks a share. Let's let everybody know that it's showing $95 is the scheduled open price at the moment, so a lot of exuberant buying. What's on the table right now? They've raised $1.2 billion in this IPO, with most of the proceeds actually going to existing shareholders. With the IPO, now the company is valued, at least for the moment, on paper. We'll see what it is once it's open. $19.3 billion, but with a top of 95, it's going to be well above that $19.3 billion. I'm assuming that 19.3 valuation is based on a $33 a share price. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that, and we won't have immediately the market cap, because that usually shows up on my platform subsequent to the IPO. This company was actually a takeover target a few years ago by Adobe. It was they're going to be bought for about $20 billion, but it was terminated because of regulatory pushback, thanks to Lena Khan and her crew over there at the FTC. But Figma did receive about $1 billion in a breakup fee from Adobe, so they came out better for it, and now they're IPOing for us, if not more than they were going to get bought out for. A company was founded back in 2012 by a dude named Dylan Field and Evan Wallace. It's headquartered in San Fran, like a lot of these tech companies are, but they've got offices everywhere: France, Germany, Japan, Singapore, you name it, all right? They are now one of the most watched design SaaS firms, especially after the failed takeover by Adobe. And Dylan Field, he's the largest shareholder. He's one of the, the founders. He's got about 56.5 million shares, and he has voting control. Some of the top institutional investors, Joey, Index Ventures has about 17%, Greylock 16, Kleiner Perkins has got 14 of that bad boy. So just a little information there on the company, just so you can kind of understand what it does.
And these guys aren't allowed to sell for some time.
There's a blackout period. We can find out.
Period,
You can check out with your friend Perplexity there. Let's see what your friend Perplexity has to say. When is the blackout period over for FIG? Show me.
180 days, everyone's saying.
Yeah, well, it usually is, right?
Yeah.
Not directly specified. Blackout periods are part of stockholder, company. All right, it didn't give me any answer here. You suck. You suck. Give me an answer. Let's see what it says. Nothing. Ends after the company releases its generally it ends after the company releases its earnings. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, we're not get too deep into that there. Yeah.
What do you got, Joey?
Yeah.
I want to let everybody know. ELWS is breaking out, guys. It's back above the volume weighted average price. It's got a bit of a rounded bottom here. It's cleared 5. It's clearing 5.5. But it still has this issue with a wider spread. Be careful with this one, but it's up almost 50%, about 46% over here. I want to also mention that SNGX is holding 4 generally. So if this one weasels in, maybe we'll keep an eye on that. But I'm really going to be focusing now on Figma, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. Same thing goes with me, guys. I got one more out. I think I'm just trying to hold this for the dream, right? So it's not too much, literally 5% left of the position. And if we get up to 91.30, then that gives a little bit more than $1.
Okay.
So that'd be a really nice trade on that one. Yeah, definitely my best position on the day. Robinhood being number 2. Yeah, Robinhood was a really nice trade there for Sharif off of the lows. And I didn't even get the extension that I was looking for, right?
What happened?
I got stopped out break even, but at the end of the day, there's a chance to reload for sure. Did I take advantage of it? No, but we just got to learn from what we got cooking up and try to get a little bit better, all right? So this was our Robinhood short earlier in the day. Boom. We take this one short instantly in the money, which is something positive, and you want your trades to work out relatively quick. Me personally, right, being a momentum trader, I'm not good with slow grinds or anything like that. What is it at now, $100?
$100 now, the theoretical auction
We're going to
price.
rock and roll here. To be honest with you, I'm curious to see what the spread's going to look. Hopefully it's liquid enough, and then you can just, boom, you get that big time pop to the top side, and you just flatten out instantly. So that's kind of the game plan that I got going on. Katina Man's got a different one. I know. I could tell you that for sure.
Katina Man, so how are you executing your outs, brother? Are you using hotkeys? Are you going to post, or what's going to be the move here?
Just stop order.
Stop. You're going to use stops. Using script stops.
orders.
Okay, the Katina Man is going to use script stops. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Jay probably up in there, but yeah. So there it is. Hood, nice short off of those highs there, guys. Yeah, so everything was all good in the hood, and then eventually we did get that move back up to here, and it stopped us out of the remainder of our position when our primary target was the volume weighted average price. So that's what I got cooking up right now to see if we can get into VWAP or anywhere relatively close, right? We want to keep an eye out for some key support and resistance levels in order to get to them. So you can see we're knocking on the door of this one, right? But I don't think it's anything substantial. If Meta and Microsoft did your computer just flicker right there? Mine did. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, with Meta and Microsoft continuously being weak, we got Amazon after the bell. Let's go, Amazon. This thing is on the warpath, Sharif. Was big time recovery right here in Amazon, so that's positive. And also we got Coinbase too, right? So we can go over some of these expected moves and see what we got cooking up. But Fig is definitely the name of the day that we're going to be continuously monitoring. There's Amazon right there starting to recover, heading right back in towards the opening price, which is a beauty thing to see. And then we got Coin right here, not doing too much. Let's see how that report turns out.
With Trade the Pool swing trading programs, you can now get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not these CFDs. You hold positions overnight, or can anyway, over the weekend as well, and enjoy a limited amount of risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden cost. Take Vincent J, for example, one of Trade the Pool swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082 in profits, guys. And you want to know what his top performer was? NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th all the way to May 30th, and he pulled in $6,777 in pure gains. Trade the Pool, baby. It's giving swing traders like you the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. So scan that QR code and enjoy 10% off. Shout out to the great folks at Trade the Pool. Shout out to Mitch as well. Good to have him back. I know he was on vacation. To the Gulf of America. Is
that what he said?
He's
going? No way.
Oh,
Wow,
Mitch,
so
man.
was he
Mitch
over
is
in
undefeated.
Cancun, I guess, there or something.
I think he was probably on the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, okay, all right, Gulf of America.
Dude, have you seen the Gulf of whatever, Mexico, America is not all created equal, bro. Like Galveston, Texas, it's on technically the Gulf.
Yeah.
And it's brown water. There's a lot of sand, and then you go obviously to Tampa or Clearwater, it's a different game.
Different game
the
over
Gulf
there?
of Mexico or the Gulf of America, not created equal, dog.
It's not equal, yeah. I don't know. I think it's the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, as much as I love America, we're going to keep it that way. Yeah, we'll keep it, because I love Mexico too, right? So, yo quiero vivir un día en Mexico. So yeah, so that's what we want to do.
You're just going to stunt like that?
You know what I said?
I don't even stunt.
I said I want to live in Mexico one day.
Yeah?
Yeah,
that's very good.
Hopefully, anyways, it might have not been the best Spanish, but you know we're doing a little workout here.
I know you do, bro. I love my talk. There's a lot of, in the office over here, a lot of people originally from China. And, I like to take advantage of the fact that they speak Mandarin so I can practice my Mandarin.
And we got Spanish speaking as well, too.
We do. We have a lot. At a bigger company, you and I probably would get called into HR. You probably couldn't do that.
To speak a language?
Yeah, we can't make assumptions that everybody, just because they look like they're from the Far East or they look like they're from Latin America, they speak the language. You know what I mean?
I would wait until they were just started speaking and make, oh, hey, and then...
I didn't wait. I was just like, all right, hey, do you speak Mandarin?
Well, there you go. That's the situation. Let's go, TQs. Let's go, Fig. We got going on. We love everything. I love everything, to be honest with you.
Get it, Joe.
I was going to say something, but I don't feel like disclosing that because...
I want to hear it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell anybody, to be honest with you. Yeah, because I'll keep that one to myself.
Can you tell me?
No, because you'll give me a harder time, actually, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean...
Okay, and I'll tell you guys. So last night, as I'm just digging into...
Saw that, Rainbow?
What? What'd you do?
Go.
What'd you do?
No, I didn't do anything.
So last night, are you sure you didn't do anything? Why was Ram laughing so hard? Anyways... last night, as I'm digging into some of these reports, your boy went ham on some strawberry Haagen-Dazs, and then once I start eating that, I just black out, right? And I just like
you black out. I know. Once you start, you can't stop.
Oh, bro,
right?
I can't stop. So I went through. It was the smaller one, and I went through half of that. So yeah, I gotta stop that. Yeah, see, that's why I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. You want to know why?
Why?
Because this piece of work over here, I had one piece of bread topped with egg burger. Okay. And he's starts taking pictures of the bread. I'm like, yeah, that's what's operative here. The 100 grams of protein and then the 10 grams of carbs that you chose to focus on.
You literally did that to me. I'm eating my egg and my bagel and egg sandwich, and bagel takes a picture of it.
Bagel's way denser.
Yeah, it's all right, man.
All right, man. We're doing it live. All right, we're still waiting on Figma, guys. The theoretical auction price, oh no. $105. It's up $15 since we sat down. It's obviously being well subscribed right now. Be on the lookout, guys. We are waiting for Figma, listed on the NYSE. It's supposed to be a $33 IPO. It is now a $105 tap theoretical auction price. So be on the lookout for that. That's what we're waiting for at the moment. That's why you're not seeing too much in the way of activity on other trades, but I will continue to monitor SNGX as well as ELWS as ELWS has worked its way back above the volume weighted average price. I also want to bring to your attention another name that I've been involved with for some time. It was originally a loser for me, but I did get back in. PI Impinge. So I ended up actually punching in originally at this at $200, and I got stopped out $160. So we took a $40 loss initially. And the reason I got out $160 because it was a loss of the 200 exponential moving average. But we did work our way back in, and now this is having a hell of a time. It breaks the 200 EMA at 120. This reported earnings. This is the after-market move yesterday on PI Impinge, and this is the continuity we're getting today. So this thing is rocketing up. It is sort of an Internet of Things company, as well as RFID. They do RFID. They do some analog chips as well, which is catching favor with the AI space right now. So PI up 32% on the day, and this one did report earnings yesterday. So, just an investment name that I want to throw your way, guys. One of these lesser known names that you probably haven't heard on the show. Taking the opportunity to let you guys know about this one because it looks like it's a good investment so far. Let's keep an eye on NEGG as well. NEG, we've been talking about this one for a long time. And there we go again, 47% now as it works its way back into that $67 area, $67.44, the high of the day. It's just too spready, too extended for me to get involved in. Wow, there's that move back up into 67. Good strength here on NEGG, up 48% and change. I also want to bring to your attention Genie. Look, This is not up much. I really don't have a whole lot to say about this, but does look like a possible flat top break through maybe that 11 2/3. GENI is the ticker. It trades on the New York, I'm assuming. Yes, there we go. Let's just show you this one real quick. There is a bit of selling here, and there has been most of the day here at 11 1/3, but it's now accumulating into that 11 1/3. So I want to see if it can actually end up breaking it. Good move, not much up on the day, about 2.89%, 3% give or take, Joey. So that's all I've got for now. Just still really fixated here on what you're seeing on the screen. FIG, still waiting for this one to open. Theoretical auction price now 105.
Yeah, big time stuff there. So a lot going on with that.
Earthquake SoCal?
SoCal?
No,
oh, really?
say less.
Earthquake,
I don't want to
SoCal,
hear that. My
California.
sister's there.
Yeah, that's not good. Hopefully it wasn't too big of one, lower magnitude.
Hopefully, I'm just looking.
I'm looking. There was a big one off the coast of
tsunami.
British, yeah.
I heard
British
about that
Columbia,
one.
yeah.
I heard about that one.
Was it not Tofino? Is it somewhere around that neck?
Everybody got a warning, dude.
Yeah.
Hawaii got a warning. Japan, Russia, everybody in that ring of fire. The ring of fire is like this area of activity in the Pacific. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, it's definitely a hot area over there in the ring of fire. Shout out to, you know who sings that?
No, I don't.
I think Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash. That's a big
I could
name.
be wrong though. Eric Clapton or something maybe. I don't know. We'll figure that one out later. But I'm sure the boys are. They're all heavily tuned into what we got going on with Fig. Rightfully so, because it's gonna be a big time move. This guy can print out. Coutinho Man can print an absolute.
He's not taking that many shares though.
No, light shares.
He's taking light shares. And can you guys tell that we're being sarcastic?
Yeah, light shares. Light shares, Johnny Cash. Yeah, there it is. So, yeah, guys. All right. So this is my last out here on the TQs. We essentially hit target right there, so I won't complain about that whatsoever. We'll lock that in and we'll close out this position. Canceled. Yeah, that's great. No, it's not. There it goes. So, yeah, there we go, guys. We're all out of the TQs. Let's go Bitcoin, though. Man, wow.
What a big day on that?
Pop. Yeah. So this thing's starting to move. It didn't sell off like the rest of the market. And then now, guys, look at this volume really start to kick in there. 67.52. Really good look there on BTC. We love seeing that. But, guys, we're going to head off to Adara. Coinbase moving pretty good as well, too, guys.
We actually have news on crypto, and that's why it's moving. SEC announcing that they're launching a project. They're calling it Project Crypto, apparently to move all markets on chain. So again, SEC launching something called Project Crypto that's going to be basically modernizing securities rules and move markets on chain. Nice push here for all these crypto plays on that story that is announced by SEC Chair Paul Atkins. Back to you.
Yeah, so guys, just from my swing positions, I tell you guys everything. I'm going to probably drop these VIX calls before I just continuously lose time to theta here. I just wanted to see if it was working, if we're going to get any volatility spike. We did, so I'm down $100 on that one. That's so small potatoes. But everything else is all right. I have literally a handful of NVDA shares that are okay, and then I'll just close that out probably in the 80s or whatever it may be. But then now my focus is on Ethereum and Bitcoin via IBIT calls, and then some Ethereum shares, and then we'll look to get involved with some contracts possibly in ETHA. See, the thing is, it was a little bit of a chase for me on Ethereum, considering the move that we experienced after the Genius Act, but I think there's going to be some more sustained movement. Positioned okay, we're still in the money on that one, but I have to be really cautious just in case there's some form of aggressive pullback, and I don't want to be holding the size that I'm currently holding right now. I got to wait for it to work, and then I can add a couple contracts there, Street.
Makes sense, man. That makes sense. Good strategy there. Guys, I'm still watching SNGX over here. And you know what? I'm going to move this one over next to Figma so that if I'm on it, I can switch to Figma super quick. SNGX. Sorry, I put GNX. There we go. SNGX. This one is, I feel like this one is starting to kind of build accumulation. So you can kind of get the feeling that the $4 level has certainly held. And now we're starting to get some higher lows. It feels like, we're starting to get some accumulation at this level for a possible break. So I'm thinking possibly just weaseling in small share size on this one just to, get into something because I'm not in any positions at the moment. 4.5 seems to be where the selling keeps coming in over and over, but I don't know if that's going to outdo the higher lows that have been in place basically since that 12.15 candle made an area low. That's the only candle that actually breached $4. probably stopped a lot of people out because it got a little deep there into 385, excuse me. But since that time, it's been a higher low fest, again, with that 4.5 acting as that key area of resistance. But that's the key area of resistance for the wicks. Most of the closing prints, if not all, have actually been below 440. So yeah, it does feel like, you know, this one's not primed and ready to go yet, but I'm just keeping my eye on it. You know, if it definitely keeps putting in more higher lows and, you know, accumulating for that 4.5 break, definitely want to be involved with that one. But really, my focus is going to be on FIG on the New York, now still showing $105 tap, has not changed. We'll have to see exactly where this one opens at. So my strategy on this one was to post at 200. So I did put a limit on open order, limit on open order. I posted at 200. I'll get filled at whatever the price opens at, depending really on what order in priority I am and how much slippage I get. So that will be one issue. The other issue is my profit takers as well as my stop loss. So this one really starts tanking against me. I have to be able to manage risk. So I'm going to throw in script stops into that bad boy as well as script profit takers as well. So that's what I'm going to do. And the script orders, they sit on our servers until the requirements for them to be active are met, at which point they get sent to the exchange. So it makes them a little bit slower. So that's what I'm thinking about doing here with FIG, just to manage a little bit of risk. I think we got to go to Adair at the big desk.
Keep an eye here on crypto. Again, we have some more details coming from SEC Chair Paul Atkins on this new crypto project. In addition to that, apparently the SEC is going to be directing its policy divisions to work with its crypto task force that was announced prior to implement the White House's crypto recommendation. So you're going to have policy divisions with the crypto task force ensuring that the White House's crypto recommendations are being carried out. They also apparently, the other aspect here, I think that was the main aspect, but yeah, they just want to launch everything, this initiative to move it, I guess, all markets here on chain. He also said that most crypto assets are not securities. So that's something, I guess, of note as well. Back to you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you know where I stand with that stuff. It's crazy. I don't remember when they stopped selling. Like you don't get anything with the phone now, essentially. You just
they did that. Okay, so I heard you bring it up this morning. So they want to get to net zero. You know that, right? They're super paranoid with the environment with plastic. So they don't give you the thing anymore, and they don't give you the headphones because they want to reduce the amount of plastics that they actually give in the package. Yeah. They've been doing that for a while.
But you can buy it on the side, though.
Yes.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Exactly.
It's like, hey, we can't give it to you. Yeah, we can't give it to you, but you can buy it after, which I think is insane. So, yeah.
Brazil, it's mandatory. They have to give you that. But Assassino, wasn't Brazil one of the first countries as well to insist on USB-C as well? Because remember they had the old one. I know Europe forced them as well, but I think that
have the universal, right? Like you need a universal. Like I don't know how
I
these
still
guys
have the old one here. Like this is the 13 Pro Max.
Like I have to switch everything up now. It's frustrating. It's like, okay, well that's not really reducing any form of plastic. I just got to buy more and then throw the old stuff out.
So Tisha, I'm seeing what you're seeing, Tisha, on SNGX. My whole thing about this one, Tish, is it's holding for and putting in higher lows. You know, to me, anything below this bar over here, Tisha, like at 385, that's the end of the trade. So if I was to work in 4.25, 4, another low below this 385 area, to me, says SNGX has got nothing left to offer for the longs, and it's more of a short, at least in the 3 where VWAP is. So I totally see what you mean. This could be, you know, a consolidation area and break the bottom. It also could be a higher lows type situation for a curl back up into the high. So I completely see your kind of ambiguity with that. I'm feeling the same thing on this one, hence why I'm not involved. So yes, and to answer your other question, Tisha, I am waiting on Figma to take this bad boy long. We're putting a limit on open order on this one, so that's kind of what I'm focused on at the moment. We'll see how this one ends up doing. But look at SNGX, lose the bid. It's lost 4.5. It's on the way down to 4. Here it is again. Does it lose 4? It's up 227%. This is the best looking, at least for, you know, for the moment, the best looking small cap gapper. In at least above $1 in the market right now. So 4 candles now with lower highs. So I was saying this one's praise about putting higher lows, but now it's also putting in lower highs, excuse me. So that's what I'm looking at there. Nothing else really going on in my world. I have been looking at my top screen for at the scanner to see if there's any new small cap gappers weaseling onto the scene, and there really isn't, guys. It is a light day in small cap world. What's the Russ at? The Russ is flat. It's down 0.12, so it's not really indicative of anything that bad. I'm seeing some other names work in here. Sub $1. There's this ticker SHOT, SHOT. Let's have a look at this one. Sorry about that. Allow me a second. SHOT. Let's look at this one on the 5-minute. Yeah, so this one is breaking out, but it just weaseled onto the scene, at least on my scanner, and that's because it just cleared 85 pennies. I have a filter on my scanner to not show me anything below 85 pennies. So this one is working its way into that dollar, man. We might have to keep an eye out. There it is, another new high there into 88 pennies now. So not a bad look, but shout out to Jamie's Penny letting you know about ATAI. Same thing with Ebb Flow Portfolio. Both of you guys back to back letting me know ATAI is making moves, and it absolutely is. 22%. It's a little bit less than $1 billion. It's about 895 million market cap, but a good look, man. Good bull flag. I mean, obviously, I don't like this pop up and a Christmas tree retracement down, but it seemed to have found support at 3 2/3, and up we go into 4 1/4. So this is not a bad looking one. Thank you guys for ATAI. Didn't have eyes on this. It's already worked its way onto the side chart over here, so we're going to keep our eye on that. And we're going to actually load it over here, Assassino. We're going to put ATAI over here. It trades on the NASDAQ, 1 penny spread. Good to go, good to go. All right, so I do like this one, possibly in around 410. Let's go ahead and throw an order in the low to mid-teens there, see if we can get maybe a pullback into this area. So this is, I perceive this one to be a bull flag and a bullish. Does that make any sense? A bullish bull flag? It's already bullish, Sharif. No, but what I mean by that is you have higher lows. Wow, what a pop up there on ATAI. Look at that, clearing into 430. And what I mean by bullish bull flag, even though that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense on his face, is the flag component of the bull flag. As we always talk about, no two bull flags are created equal. Some of them have very horizontal consolidation areas. Some go down, some go up, and some compress, right? This one seems to have an upward channel as a sort of the flag component. What's up?
I hate it when it does
Freaking
that.
me out, man. I thought Figma opened, man. Yeah. I know you're going to be the Katina man's getting amped up over there, and I like it.
Amped, man.
Yeah, he is amped. I like it, though. I like it when he's like that. No, seriously, though. So this bull flag over here seems to have a bullish, an extra bullish tilt to it. So we'll see if this even pulls back into my dip trade here at 414. ATAI is the name of the ticker I'm talking about, up about 22.5% here, Joey.
Yeah, good luck there, guys.
Coming soon? Why do you think that, Katina, man?
What makes you think that?
Spidey sense. Still 105 tap
Spidey
on.
sense is tingling. Yeah, all right, so I'm long some Bitcoin. If it doesn't hold, I'm literally giving this cents, right? Like, I'm not holding this for very long because this is what I'm going off of based, right? So if it breaks through that, holds that low, we're out of that trade, all right? So just keep that, and there it goes. So yeah, we're gonna hop out of this this IBIT trade because it's not doing what I want. I think there's gonna be another opportunity to get involved in this and look for the continuation in the strength. So yeah, what did you say?
Katina man's amped up, bro.
Yeah,
I like
say, let's go,
I can't say what he said, man.
Yeah, oh yeah, we don't want to repeat that. We don't want to repeat that on the air, but let's hop out of this Bitcoin trade. Yeah, great, that didn't work, so now it's gone heavily against me. Fantastic, love that when that happens. So there it is, yeah, in and out just like that. Looking for a specific candle to hold. I think there's gonna be another opportunity to get involved. See, the thing is though, I was gonna flip short on the TQs. I don't know why I was trading Bitcoin. I don't know why I do what I do sometimes, but that's, I guess, just how you gotta live your life like that, Sharif. So what was I gonna type in? TQQQ, QQQ, QQQ. So yeah, a good thing we got out of Bitcoin there because that would have not been fun. So yeah, TQs, nice indecision right at the volume weighted average price, right when we're getting out there on the 5-minute, right below view up. That's exactly where you want to look for some of these signals, and then on the 1-minute you can see it displayed as well too a little bit, but better on the 5. That's much better. Now you're taking another leg and an approach towards the low of the day. It sucks that the continuation in Bitcoin wasn't sustained. You've now given back all of that move, which you know what I'm about to say. Sucks to suck sometimes. Yeah, that's where I was going with that.
Kind of my day right there, baby.
Yeah. So yeah, there it is, in, out right as soon as it breaks through that support level, Sharif, and glad that we didn't hold on to that one for too long.
Okay. Shout out to Bovin, bringing to my attention kids. KIDZ, yes, bring in the jokes, bring in the jokes. No, seriously, this one is moving though. 20 some odd percent. Obviously, it's a dollar name, so 20%, not the biggest move. Bovin is going to have to hold this area right here, right where it pulled into. This $1.70, that's VWAP. This loses VWAP. I want nothing to do with it whatsoever. Kids is a former convict, though, and by that I mean it runs like it's known to be, a daily gapper. And just looking at the daily chart, you can see these outsized days, but with an overall downtrend. Much like most of these small cap gappers, most of them do have downtrends. Okay, they have outsized days, which is why we get involved. So if it holds a $1.70 Bovin, I'm gonna get involved maybe for another, high of day test. Otherwise, I'm just not interested. I'm not gonna try to grasp at straws. But ATAI, I do have a dip trade. I'm waiting at 14, so it makes a new high there. I'm just gonna work in super small share size over here, just so that we can say we're involved in something, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm involved in there. I got in at 20s. I'm still going to DCA into 14s. It just dipped into 15s there, but didn't fill me. So we'll pack our patience. Shout out to Tisha. Fig, just sticking around and watching for the move. Many talking about it, so hopefully it goes. Yeah, Tisha, so do I. Hopefully we execute well on this one. But we got to go back to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Do on Google, GOOGL, apparently, according to a court filing, losing its U.S. appeal, challenging the order to revamp its app store in its Epic Games lawsuit. Looks like it will, I guess, have to revamp this app store. At the very least, it's lost its appeal, which was, I guess, trying to challenge that ruling. So keep an eye on GOOGL. Keep an eye on Robinhood as well. We still have more comments coming from SEC Chair Paul Atkins, saying that he's actually requested that staff collaborate with businesses aiming to distribute tokenized securities. We know one of those businesses is HOOD. This one still in a steady downtrend from its high at 109 today. Back to you.
The issue, Neil, that I'm having is where the hell do I place my stop? I just need to know where the opening price is going to be. That's my concern. So I got to be staring at the screen, right? Like that's it. Oh, no question about it. Yeah. Now, the Katina Man and Neil just give me some advice here, guys. That's why I'm talking to them off camera. It's not a trade I typically take all that much. But anyway, Joey. Yeah, we're involved now in ATAI. We're trying to pick up some over here. I don't mind adding more into 14s. I should have been waiting at 15 because it worked into 15, but we didn't get the fill. So we'll wait over here and we'll see. I'm waiting at the $0.25 for a beak wetter and then we'll wait at 30. So ATAI involved in this one. But I'm keeping my eye on KIDZ, Bovin, because it's still technically, holding that general VWAP area. Not exactly rocketing up or anything, but holding that area. If it catches a bid off that area and shows me a green candle, I'll punch into it. Let's, in fact, throw it over here. KIDZ is the ticker, or Z for my American friends out there. Showing a $1.71 now, Bovin. I don't know why it's not updating on my thing over here. SMGX. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at, Joey. What do you got on your end, my man?
I was going through the earnings here, guys, to see what we got going on. It's an action-packed lineup tonight, Sharif. So you guys got a lot to cover.
Oh, boy.
Apple, Amazon,
Never heard of
Strategy, Coin, Reddit, Cloudflare.
What are all these names you're talking about?
Roku. Whoa, man.
What happened, Joseph?
That is a star-studded lineup, my friend. That is the A-listers right there. So some really good stuff. I thought that was Fisker. I'm like, no, Fisker's, I don't even think that exists anymore. Roku, though, I'm looking forward to that one.
They're still selling these Fisker Oceans on Auto Trader. Joseph,
yeah,
they were buying them brand new was like 70, 80. You know what are they selling for now, Joey?
15.
Come on, bro. Why do you have to be so extreme? They're not selling for 15, bro. I can't even buy a go-kart for 15.
25.
35.
That's
all right,
like,
man. It's bigger than 50%.
I'm just trying to negotiate.
You made me look bad there. I'm trying to negotiate. I already have this.
That's me, man. You know what I mean? I just try to get that price down a little bit.
All the people that actually bought them thinking that, maybe the company comes out of bankruptcy, they all got rinsed on it. They bought it for like 50, 60, 15,000.
I remember seeing a couple of them.
They're still on Auto Trader, man.
Yeah.
We got to go back to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. We do have a White House press briefing with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt that is set to start at 1 p.m. Eastern, so in about 8 minutes from now. Usually it's a little bit late. Either way, I'll give you guys coverage, let you know when she steps onto the podium and when she is done. Back to you.
Yeah, Joey, what do you got? I didn't even hear what she said.
Brand used. Brand used. All right. All right. So, guys, let's do this here now. All right.
You're doing it
because I know everyone here in the room is curious. Joseph, what's the expected move on this? What's the expected move on that?
Uh-oh.
Well, guess what?
The top's back down to 100.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
I'm canceling my order.
No, don't do it,
I'm
bro.
not
You
joking.
did it?
I'm choking. I didn't cancel anything.
All right. I'm watching you, man. I will disconnect your keyboard, brother.
You see this guy, bro? He's threatening me. I love it.
There you go. No, obviously, I'm messing around. I would never do
Obviously,
that
you're good
with him knowing me doing it. But that's a. hey, yeah. All right, guys, let's take a look.
What a guy,
Yeah.
dude.
So we're gonna go through some of these earnings reports right now. Shreve, keep me posted just in case Fig opens up.
Yeah, you keep me posted.
Yeah.
Worried over here.
You're not kidding. Man, what a great time, man. We're out here.
Everybody
Katina
in a
Man's out here,
5-mile
man.
radius is
Come
going to
on,
hear
I
the
got
Katina Man yell
I got the
about
Kevin
this.
Costner Beetlejuice look going on right now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there he goes. He's locked in. He's locked in. I could eat my lunch. Maybe we'll just do a eat the lunch segment or something. I'm hungry. But okay, guys.
What happened, Neil?
Is it Keaton?
Michael Keaton, not Kevin
No,
Costner.
in A
It is
Perfect
very
World.
much Keaton
A
and
Perfect
Neil.
World.
Yo, you're upsetting Neil, man.
No, yeah, come on, hold on, man. We got to pull this up. Time out. Yeah, Perfect World. You guys don't know this movie?
I love you
on.
guys, man.
This
is
yeah, this guy right here. It's my boy right
Show
here.
him.
Yeah, we're gonna show him right here.
That's Kevin Costner.
That's my guy, Costner,
Yeah.
Waterworld. Right there, look at
Waterworld's
it.
a
Yeah.
sick
Oh, see, look
movie.
at Butch. Yeah, that's the look I'm going for, Butch, man. He's got the old cig in the mouth there. I don't smoke cigarettes, but he's got the rolled sleeve too and everything with the white
Get it,
tee.
Joe.
With the white tee under there. And remember this kid for all my
With the
savvy
white
vets who
tee.
remember this. What a great movie this is, A Perfect World. Yeah, it's a really, really good movie. So shout out to this one here. So yeah, that's the look your boy's going for.
Man, I watched Waterworld one time.
Waterworld, I haven't seen
One
that.
time.
I haven't seen that movie in a long
You know that there
long time.
actually are water worlds? Like exoplanets that are just basically
Pure water?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, for sure. Anyways, all right. Sorry, guys. Sorry to kind of get distracted there as we're talking about my guy Costner. So Apple 4% expected move, $217 to the top side, $200 to the downside. All right. So that's the expected move. The at the money is really expensive, 97.3%. Now let's go to Amazon here and see what we got cooking up. We did this morning. That's going to be 4.9%. All right, so that's going to put us at a high of around 246.35 and a low of around 223.27. All right, so keep that in mind. MicroStrategy, other known as Strategy, MSTR, starting to raise some chaos here. I was going to say the other word. 3.7%. Wow, that's not too much. With 69% at the money IV, I think it surpasses that there for all my options, guys. So just keep that in mind. I could be totally wrong. Obviously, I don't know. If I did, I would have significant bundles of cash. And I'm talking about I'd be hanging out with Bezos and Miss Sanchez there. So there we go. Coin, we are looking at a 6.4% expected move with a high of around 408 and a low of around 359.40. Keep an eye out on the options chain for high levels of open interest as well, too. That can tell you quite a bit about what's going on. RDDT, let's go. RDDT, let's see what we got cooking up on this one here, guys. $158 with the low, 11.4% expected move. Wow, that is crazy at the money IV. You're going to be paying out the wazoo for that one. A high of 176.24 and a low of 140.09. That is quite the expected move to beat. I don't know how well that's going to go, but keep an eye out on that one. Sharif, a couple more before I send it back to you, brother. 10.2% expected move here on Cloudflare. That's going to put us a high of around 231.09 and a low of around 188.31. 241% at the money IV. Keep an eye out on that one. You don't want to be buying contracts. You want to wait for that to cool off and then start writing as some individuals like to. And then Riot and Roku is what we'll finish up on, RIT. I know some people were talking about Mara and why it's selling off of a good report. I don't know. These Bitcoin miners aren't the way to go, in my opinion, from an investment standpoint. Just yet, I could be totally wrong. But Riot with a 7.1% expected move, high of 1471, low of 1279, 168 at the money IV. And our final, last but not least, Roku.
Okay.
Roku. Shout out to Roku TV. We got a at the money IV of 208%, an expected move of 10.3%, high of 104, and a low of 85 there, guys.
All right, guys, we're going to start the news while we wait for Figma. So I'm going to keep the screen over here active. Guys, let's talk about Meta. Oh, my God. All right, so we're going to go through some basic numbers, obviously, and then we'll get to the nitty-gritty of how they did in every segment. So their EPS was insane, $7.14. The street was looking for $5.92. So I don't know how the street was, they got it completely wrong on this. Meta just really surpassing expectations in every regard here. Revenue, $47.5 billion. I'll zoom in a little bit. I think that should help a little bit there. $47.5 billion on $44 billion expected. That's a 22% year-over-year increase on that top line. But look at this, Joey.
Yeah.
$47.5 billion is their revenue. Of their advertising revenue, $46.5 billion. I mean, what does this company do? You think they're a social media? They're an advertising company. Obviously, everybody knows that. I just didn't know it was so tilted one way. They're obviously looking at becoming more, right? They want to be AI. They want to be devices, obviously, with Orion and Meta glasses, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that's a very interesting number there. Their net income, the amount of money that they took home after expenses and everything, rose 36% year over year, up to $18.3 billion. But management did warn that Q4 will slow down a little bit, and the comps are going to be skewed because there's such strong comparisons to what they're doing right now. So they don't expect to be able to do as well. So something to look out for there, but the market's already pricing that in. Now, what are they guiding? Their Q3 revenue guide, they're guiding $47.5 billion up to $50.5 billion. The consensus estimate completely off there once again. The street was thinking $46 billion, so even the low end of their guide above expectations. With their 2025 expense outlook, raised slightly here. They're raising the range up from 114 to 118 billion as a result of the compensation packages they've been paying. 9 digits sometimes compensation for some of these people they're hiring, as well as their AI spend. They're spending big on data centers, et cetera. With 2026 expected to grow nicely, expect acceleration due to the headcount and infrastructure. I'm talking about CapEx. The amount of money that they're going to actually spend is going to actually grow in 2026, not lessen. Let's talk about the Reality Labs here, because basically the only bad thing about Meta is Reality Labs, and it's bad from a financial perspective, not from an R&D future perspective, you would have to assume. So their VR and AR unit lost about a little bit more than $4.5 billion, and it brought in, Joey, about $370 million. So obviously very skewed one way. The loss was smaller than expected, than the street was looking for, but so was the revenue. The revenue was actually a lot less than the street thought they would bring in, but their user base, oh baby, it keeps growing and growing up to almost now, Joey, 3.5 billion daily active users, again beating the estimates of 3.43. The actual number was 3.48 billion, but total expenses did rise to acquire those new users, about 12% year over year, now up to about 27 billion. Last but not least, their CapEx and infrastructure strategy. They did raise CapEx guidance from the low end there, from previously guiding $64 billion, are now guiding 66 to 72 billion, exploring also external partners for their data center build-outs to help scale that AI infrastructure. But needless to say, Joey, this is a very aggressive report.
Yeah. I mean, I was not expecting this from a couple of these guys. You come to the lower end of the range and it says, no, we're just gonna decide to go parabolic here and have a massive gap up. So that was fantastic. But yeah, Sharif, from what does Zuck's got going on from a strategic standpoint? An aggressive pursuit of AI infrastructure, including hundreds of billions long term, which is absolutely insane. Also, the video game engagement is up 20% year over year. Wow. I don't know if you touched on that. So that's really looking good. And I mean, Reality Labs is coming in at a loss, but I think eventually that will start to pick up steam, especially if they continue to grow with these glasses. And I forget what their VR thing is called again. But yeah, the metaverse or whatever it may be. Yeah, Oculus. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure I think Katina Man said he had one or something like that. But I've never personally used one. Curious to see how that goes. It's going to take some time. And if we do kind of sway in that direction, you're going to see a lot more adoption. And you're seeing the video game sector continuously grow 20% year over year. I think it'll grow a little bit more, especially if you get more individuals hopping off of Xbox and off of PS5 or whatever system you're at now and hopping into these augmented reality games.
Dara, what do you think about this report?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a pretty solid report. Sorry, my chart still has Figma up. I think,
SSE.
I mean, Reality Labs is always going to be a little issue for them, of course, just because of the spending. But right now, it seems like the street's not too concerned about that. I think also, just from a chart perspective, I guess I will pull up a chart. I'll pull up my heavily marked up meta chart, so I apologize in advance for all the lines. But I think with META, the earnings AVWAP, it's definitely shown some interaction with. That is this big old red line. Ignore everything else I've drawn here. So we already bounced there post-market. We bounced there again right off the open. We bounced there again around 11. So unlike Microsoft, which I don't want to, front run that for lack of a better term, but I think unlike Microsoft with Meta, we have buyers continuing to respect that earnings anchored view up in that price. And I think just, given the strength of that, given the fact that as we've talked about it actually exceeded his expected move, this buying does seem a little bit more sustained and not at all a bad look for META.
Yeah, that's fantastic stuff. And I want to hear from you, Adara, on what you think would kind of slow this momentum down. Would you look at something from maybe companies are just starting to reduce their ad spend? And then also in the likes of these hyperscalers, what if they start reducing CapEx as well too? I'm curious to what you think about that. And until that happens, would you remain bullish on this market?
I mean, I am not a genie. I don't, I have a hard time thinking forward because especially as someone who day trades, I want to wait and see what the market tells me, right? I know that's not a helpful answer, but that is the most honest answer I can give you. I think right now, spending, every time we see a report things are reducing spending, they'll reduce their AI data center spend, that doesn't really seem to come out. I think unless and until we actually get a clear, not a report, not speculation, not in the case of Microsoft at one time, some order for data centers, unless we have the companies say themselves, hey guys, we're not going to do as much spending, unless we see the hyperscales de-escalating, I think until that point, it's not really something I feel like I want to speculate on because it would just be that speculation. I think as of right now, the market is clearly liking these stories, especially Meta, because Microsoft was really not able to sustain the move. So I think until we actually get statements from companies making this very clear, I think speculating is kind of, it's not really something I think is even necessary.
It has to be kind of targeted with a runway to profitability and revenue generating. The CapEx obviously has to have an objective. Right. What is the objective and how do you monetize? Are we going to monetize through advertising like we've been doing? We just talked about everything, all of $1 billion of 47 was ads. Yep. It's great. They're obviously very good at what they do. There's no question about that. Nobody's questioning Meta's ability to be a very targeted ad. But I don't think that that's what Zuck wants to be in the future. He has made it very clear in the past. One second. Let me just finish my point. He's made it very clear in the past that he doesn't like being held down by Apple, by Android. He had ideas he wanted to put in his apps, and they wouldn't let him do it because they controlled the distribution through the App Store and the Google Play Store, whatever it's called now. So I think he has his own view to be the master of his own domain, and he's spending money in that regard. So he's going to be a devices company, Joey, at some point, as well as a software company. Now, can he wrap his mind around 50%, 40% gross margins and not high 80% gross margins, which is what he's getting with ads.
Fair. And the consumer has to like the product as well, too, in order to, right? So I think that's 100%. Really important. Now, from a monetization standpoint, how long do you think it is until we see some of these LLMs start advertising on them? ChatGPT, Perplexity, obviously Llama, and et cetera, right? So if we're going to monetize things, what are you going to? You're going to most definitely start to head in the direction of digital advertising.
I think for certain we monetize. I just want to see how they do it, what the execution looks like. Is it going to be blended in with the answer, or is it going to be an ad in the background? Like what's the deal? Even if you ask chat itself, it tells you I will be monetized. It just doesn't know when.
it doesn't know,
right?
Like, I would most definitely lead to you type in a prompt. Well, guess what? Now you have to, like YouTube, right? But remember with YouTube, you would watch a video. Well, guess what? With every 10, 15-minute interval, you have to watch a video. Now, maybe with each individual prompt, you type in on ChatGPT, whatever it may be, Gemini, you have to listen and watch this ad, which I think would definitely, because I mean, the GPT is still growing. It's the fastest growing app of all time. I think it's only a matter of time until they start doing things.
All right, guys, I'm just going to pause for a second to tell you that AAPL, I know, Bovin, I'm sorry, I had to wait until this cleared the pre-market high. AAPL, where does this trade? On the MX? Yeah, on the MX exchange. This is flying. 595, it's up 100%. The reason I wasn't involved, and I was telling Bovin in the chat, I'm like, no, I'm not going to get involved until it takes out the pre-market high, and it did, and then some, and it's still going right now up into about 590 or 5 high 80s from what I can see. Let me just take off some of these other ones here, put in PAPL, get a better look. 595 high day. Be on the lookout here. It held 5 quite well. It did pop up above 5, came back down, and generally held this area where we top wicked. So I see Tisha's involved in it as well. Here we go into the high of the day. We're showing 90s again. We were momentarily. So be on the lookout for PAPL. It is doing things, and those things are quite good. Let's go. We're going to go to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Keep an eye here in VSAT. Viasat. Apparently, Financial Times reporting that a hedge fund called Carvana estimates that a possible spinoff of Viasat could generate up to $11 billion in value. So this is a very speculative report. But either way, Financial Times estimating that a possible spinoff of Viasat or Viasat could generate up to $11 billion in value. This report sending VSAT to the upside. We're also waiting on Press Secretary Caroline Levitt to take the podium here. So I'll keep you guys posted when she takes the stage. Back to you.
Thank you. EPS, let's talk about Softy now. Let's go on to Softy as we wait for FIG to open. Neil's letting me know that the tap now is $97, guys. So the theoretical auction price on Figma dropping now from 105 down to 100 and it is now 97. So be on the lookout there. Figma, we're still waiting for that to open up. All right, let's talk a little Softy here. Great strength on AI, momentum, as well as cloud. Here's how they did on their earnings. 365 earnings per share, 337 expected by the street. Strong bottom line beat there on revenue of $76.44 billion. Easily beating the 73.81, almost a $3 billion beat there, about 2.5, and an 18% increase year over year on that top line number. Their fastest growth rate in over 3 years. Great look for Softy, who also took $27.25 billion home as profit, up nicely from the previous year on the quarter where they took home about $22 billion. Nothing bad to say about that. And it was driven, I don't want to say largely, but in large part by cloud, where they almost printed $30 billion in revenue, just shy, 29.88, up 26% year over year, and well above $1 billion, almost above that consensus estimate of 28.92. Azure, this is Joey's. Joey was taking a victory lap on this one yesterday. Azure growth, Joey, 39% increase in revenue year over year, trouncing the 34 to 35% expected by the street, with full year Azure cloud services now topping about $75 billion, which is a 34% bump year over year. The first time actually Microsoft disclosed the specific Azure figures. You don't disclose it unless there's something to be proud about there. Especially if you haven't in the past, so they were very proud of that. Now let's talk about their business and productivity processes revenue. That also brought in a very healthy $33.11 billion, again ahead of estimates of $32.12. Microsoft Copilot, Joseph's favorite, adoption was drove higher revenue per user across Office and their suites. And Copilot tools in Office and Windows have now 100 million, Joseph, monthly active users. You're involved in that number, baby.
Oh yeah, exactly. Most definitely, man. I mean, I like the simplicity of it, right? You just open up Edge, it's right there. You just hit that little button right there, and then sure enough, you have it.
Very convenient.
Exactly.
We're not done yet.
It's very convenient. Oh, okay.
We got more.
Continue there.
All right, let's go on to the more personal computing unit. That's like Windows and stuff like that. That brought in about 13.45 billion, and 9% year-over-year increase, and again ahead of estimates. Their Windows license sales also tracked about 3% increase, which jives with the recovery of the PC market that we've been reading about. Now, AI spending explosion, and that's not an overstatement. CapEx just in Q4. So obviously we're not Q4 year-wise, but fiscally Microsoft is in Q4. They spent $24.2 billion in capital expenditures in that quarter. That's 27% increase year over year, driven what they've spent last year. It was driven largely in part by AI infrastructure as well as chip investments. So both those taking up a lot of their money. And their full year, 2026 now, CapEx, they're guiding here $120 billion. They're going to spend in CapEx next year, all of next year, which will be a 36% increase versus 2025, the current year. And the CFO, Amy Hood, basically forecasts about $30 billion in CapEx for Q1, which is next quarter, the one we're in right now, right? Last one here, Joseph, bullish forward guidance. So they guided well as well. With Q1 of 2026, they're guiding about $74.7 to $75.8 billion in revenue. Again, ahead of the estimates there of 74.09, and Azure growth. Not going to grow as quickly though, Joseph. Last time it grew at 39%. Now they're guiding 37%. Again, ahead of that 33.7 expected by the street, and their operating margin up to about 46.5%, again, above consensus estimate.
Yeah, Shreve, you know, I've been monitoring since that previous report. I've been keeping an eye on Azure growth for sure, and I think that was going to be a big moment obviously in the earnings report. And sure enough, look what's happened when you have that monster beat. And I was referring to it as well earlier in the day. There's analysts talking about there's about 5 to 7% of commercial revenue in Azure that wasn't accounted for, and then sure enough, you have the analyst estimates around 34%, and then it comes in at 39%. So that's fantastic stuff. I love seeing that, Shreve. And then also the intelligent, I don't know if you touched on this, the intelligent cloud. Did you touch on intelligent cloud? Yeah, I see. You got
right there.
Yeah. So that's another big time number as well too. So I like what we're seeing across this. And again, as long as this CapEx stays elevated, as long as there's cloud growth, I'm bullish these hyperscalers, Shreve. There's no questioning that, brother.
Adara, these are prohibitive numbers.
Yeah, those are some great numbers here. I actually want to talk more about Microsoft going forward, and that is going to be its relationship with OpenAI. These two men here on my screen, this is an infographic I put out a while ago. This is just basically Microsoft's stock price alongside its evolving relationship with OpenAI. The man to the right is Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI. Then we've got Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, on the left-hand side. So I think what's really interesting, too, is if you go back to Q4 2024, that's I guess a year ago now in Microsoft years, but they actually said that their OpenAI investment was going to be cutting into their profits. So this investment has been really lucrative, I think, and important for both companies, but it hasn't always been great when it comes to, I guess, Microsoft's numbers. Again, not something we really need to worry about right now, but given that there's been a lot of speculation that the relationship between this company is on the fritz, I think what matters next is how do these negotiations go down? Because lately we're hearing Microsoft is trying to get that AGI access from OpenAI. We have Sam Altman repeatedly saying he wants OpenAI to be the one to discover AGI. Our boy Zuck also wants that. You know, he's got.
There's actually more to that story, though, Adara. So there's actually a provision between the two companies that once Altman declares AGI, then Microsoft is entitled to more than what they're actually getting right now from OpenAI. So there's this incentive almost for Altman not to declare AGI so as not to give Microsoft more power, even though a lot of people are saying, we're already there. I know you already know about these tests, these standardized tests that were made to test these LLMs to see whether or not they achieved AGI, and they're beating them. They're passing most humans in those tests. So their relationship, to me, seems still adversarial because, I mean, if you've got power, you don't want to readily give it up, do you?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to use a weird analogy, but as you describe it like that, the first thing that comes to my mind is Kanye and Jay-Z. You have someone who needs help. They're newer to the industry. In this case, obviously, Microsoft is Jay-Z, OpenAI is Kanye. And I'm also not talking modern Kanye. And he takes them under the wing. You know, I think Kanye described it best in his song Big Brother. But then what happens when you start going from wanting to mentor someone, have someone do your protege, as you start being competitive with one another because you're very successful in the same field.
Well said.
And I think that's really, I apologize for the very weird analogy. I honestly think that's what's happening here with OpenAI and Microsoft. Will they have a watch the throne, or will they have an epic blowout? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Thanks for chiming in. All right, let's talk a little Apple and Amazon. Make sure to catch that, obviously, tonight with the Katina Man and Adara on the Market Recap Show. We're going to be covering that. Apple's a little late. It'll be around 4:30. Let's start with Apple. Expected to post a 4.2% revenue increase for its April to June quarter, up to about a little bit less than 90 billion in revenue, 89.34. But all eyes will be on how it manages the rising U.S., China, India tariff tensions. Now we know your boy Donald yesterday. Get it, Donald? Where are you? He's now imposing 25% tariffs on Indian imports, while Apple, for their part, have tried to shift a lot of these U.S.-bound iPhones to production in India to skirt those 54% Chinese tariffs. That's helped lessen some of the tariff costs, apparently to the tune here of around $900 million. We'll have to see whether or not that strategy continues to work, because Donald doesn't want them building it in India or anywhere other than the United States. iPhone sales, Joseph, expected to grow 2.2% year over year, really driven by Chinese demand, which has picked up lately, but not for free. They've been heavily discounting the phones and offering promotions to Chinese clients in order to spur Chinese demand, which until that time had been dropping off. Service remains their fastest growing segment. I know you always focus on that, Joey. Up 11.6% year over year, even though their hardware segment continues to slow down. Concerns persist over Apple's AI slow-ass rollout. Let's just call it that. But we will be looking for their ChatGPT integration, which they've been talking about for a long time. So I'm going to pause so we can talk about Apple, and then we'll do Amazon on the next one. Go.
Absolutely. I like how they're tapping into India.
Go.
Right? I love that India. And it's been a while, right? You can see that they started selling iPhones there. I love that it's starting to grow over there. I think that's a big-time market that they can tap into as well. What do you want to keep an eye out for? Obviously, what's going on between Google and Apple. I'm really curious to see how that's going to run down. And service revenue, I think that's the thing that you most definitely want to keep an eye out on with Apple there. Let's pull this thing up.
Pull it up.
From a technical standpoint.
Hot garbage.
And this is, yeah, super, super hot garbage, man. And I'm going to be honest. Obviously, I'm joking. I'm being sarcastic. But my Apple experience isn't what I remembered it to be honest with you. And guys, yeah, I can get it. It's really, no. It may be a personal thing, but Sharif, if I'm feeling that, other people are feeling it across the board as well, too. And that's exactly why we see, I don't know if it's exactly why, but it can be a part of why the iPhone sales are continuously decreasing. Yeah, you're starting to recover a bit in China, but it's like, hey, we got other opportunities. If you're not going to give me the best of the best, then I'm going to go find something else in the likes of Huawei.
I respect that, man.
Right?
I respect that. Adara, what are you thinking about this?
In terms of Apple earnings, I think the AI is really just the thorn in their side. And I think China numbers are really going to matter. That's one of the biggest things lately. I mean, much like Starbucks, you want to see what they do with China. Now, I wonder, actually, with that in mind, if they do something similar to Starbucks. So in case you guys missed it, Starbucks had pretty weak comparative sales across the board, except for China. That China number seemed to be one of the few things actually pushing Starbucks up. They gapped up and then sold off. Let's see. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what Apple does in terms of earnings. Expected move on this last time I checked was, I think, around the 3 to 4% range. So, I mean, I'll post an infographic with up-to-date expected move a lot closer to the report. But yeah, I think AAPL, sure, if we call this one the dead one for a reason, it's not the most exciting intraday trade, though yesterday it actually looks like it would have been a pretty dope short. But either way, I think with Apple, numbers don't lie. Let's see how they perform. I think China's going to be huge. They usually don't miss in terms of like actual EPS and revenue numbers.
That's correct.
But they were down last time on earnings. I just checked. So we'll find out. I think if they do gap down, it's going to be less about the numbers and more about some small aspect of their report.
Yeah.
One more thing. Let me add
go
there.
for
Okay,
it.
so
Go for it.
aside the fact that we're down 20%, we know Apple's free cash flow.
Yeah.
Insane. And they really haven't put that to work. They haven't spent what the other hyperscalers have spent.
Not at all.
If they decide to do that, they can get this stuff right relatively quick. And that might change the narrative for Apple, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, again, I agree that AI has been the blunder of the years for them, but I don't feel that's the reason we've sold off on the stock. I really do feel this is a China-India story. They can't decouple from China, even if they move somewhere else. The input products are going to continue to come from China, whether they're assembled in Malaysia, Zimbabwe, or in my backyard. it doesn't make a difference. They're still going to be originating from China, and that will displease Donald and the administration, and they will adjust to make Apple pay. So I don't mean Apple Pay like that, but you know what I'm saying. So that's just my opinion. Obviously, make of that what you will. All right, let's go on here. Let's talk a little Amazon, that is. They also report after the bell today on the market recap. Streets expecting them to post EPS of $1.33, up from the $1.26 they posted last year on the quarter on revenue. Joseph, this is a triple-digit number. $162 billion in revenue, which would be a 10% bump year over year. Now, thankfully, not thankfully, but notably here, their margins are a lot lower, so they're not taking home most of that 162. Yeah. AWS does remain the star, Joey, expected to grow 17% year over year in Q2 and lead the profit generation despite, being less than 20% of their revenue. AWS operating margins remain a key watch point. Meta and Alphabet also were important points for them as well. And their AI tailwind, we're talking about, these not TPUs, what do they call them? Trainiums. They got these specialized let's call them AI processors that are being made by AVGO, by Broadcom. And so they're putting those in their data centers. They're planning $100 billion in CapEx by the end of this year to meet that AI cloud demand. And their core, their retail, like what everybody uses them for. I mean, most people, online, physical, third party, that's expected to hit $103 billion in revenue, which would be a 7% bump year over year, highlighting that brand resilience. Their ad revenue, not something they're known too much for, though, Joseph, but now they're in the ad game as well. Yep. Forecasted to bring in $27 billion in Q2, up 14% year over year. And look at this. So $27 billion is what they're bringing in revenue. Yep. Meta's bringing 46. So Meta's the king of ads. But you got to say that Amazon is working its way up there. $27 billion ain't no joke.
Hey, man,
right?
that is no joke. You got Prime, and you have the actual retail business.
There you go. And what's it called? The app. Has bare ads.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The e-commerce.
My bad,
right? Yeah.
The tariffs, though, are the wild card, Joey. So the average U.S. tariff rose about 2.4% in Q1 to 10% in June, and Q3 impact on margins could actually finally materialize. We'll have to wait to the report. The guidance here will be critical. The top line growth, that revenue number, may not be enough if the gross margins outlook especially sour under the rising tariff costs. So that is definitely something I'm going to be looking out for there. Very interesting here for Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a beat on cloud. AWS is going to get that beat, and I think you're going to see the beat on advertising revenue as well too. Why? Because you have Prime. Obviously, you're getting the football games. They've been doing that for a while, but they're diving more into sports. Okay, you're grabbing another user base. You're looking at some more clientele. You're broadening that perspective. I think that's going to increase as well. And then obviously AWS with all this AI spending, et cetera. I think that we're going to see some beats across the board on those two specific divisions there, brother.
Futures are at days low. Katina Man says, so you're seeing the ES now down a fifth of green, 1/5%, and the NQ's barely in Greensville. Adara, any comments about the Amazon earnings coming out tonight? I think it's like 4:05 usually that they drop earnings. What do you think about this one, Adara?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest here. I think one of the biggest potentially interesting aspects came up again yesterday. It has to do with Amazon's tariff impacts here on their prices. We know yesterday a senator, Democratic senator, I believe her name was Maggie Hassan, sent a letter to the company, as reported by Axios, being like, hey, your tariff prices are impacting groceries. And that wasn't the first time we heard of that either. I'm going to see if I can quickly scroll and find this infographic, but we know, yes, here it is. Back on April 29th, 2025, Caroline Levitt, who, by the way, guys, just started speaking, press conference live. Caroline Levitt kind of set the stock on a downturn. There were some reports that Amazon was going to show the cost of Trump's tariffs on each product. The Trump administration said, no, don't do that. Caroline showed this cute little photo of Jeff Bezos. The stock dropped, and then we kind of had some intraday volatility as we continue to digest whether or not Amazon was actually going to do this. Now it looks like they're not showing the tariff impacts, but it sounds like the tariffs are still impacting prices. I think if that gets addressed, it could be interesting. I don't know if it's going to be the biggest thing in terms of like the actual report, but from an investor in stock, I think company sentiment perspective is pretty fascinating.
Yeah, we can address that tariff impact. I got the data right here, Darius. So the tariff rate actually rose from 2.4% in Q1 to 10% in June. So to build on your point, that is a huge hit on margins, which are already tight for these physical products. Think about it, right? You're not making the same type as you are on AWS. You're not making the same amount as you are on ads. So to build your point, very accurate. Thank you for guiding in there. Let's go on to the next story over here. Figma, oh baby. That's the one everybody's waiting for. I kind of went through this, but I'm going through it again. Figma is what you see here in the background. That's what I'm waiting for overall. It's not in the background, sorry. But that's what we're all waiting for. The Katina man, Neil, myself, Joey, we're all waiting for Figma to go. And where's the tap at right now, Katina man? Show 90, back down to $90. Joey, I'm canceling my loot. I'm canceling it. No, seriously though. So the IPO priced at $33 a share. That was already up from the previous 30 to 32 range. So it was already oversubscribed before it even made its way onto the market. Check. The stock ticker is going to be FIG. It's going to be on the NYSE if you need to select your exchange there, if it doesn't do it automatically. And with this IPO, they've raised about $1.2 billion, and most of that money is going to weasel on over to the existing shareholders. Now, with that $33 a share, I'm not saying that's what it's going to open up, but at $33 a share, they're valued at about $19.3 billion. We'll have to see what the market cap is by day's end. And you'll recall, Figma was in discussion here to be in the public markets a few years ago when Adobe proposed to acquire them for about $20 billion. But they kind of let that go after regulatory pushback with Lena Khan and crew. Figma did receive, though, from Adobe for breaking up about $1 billion there. So they came out a little bit better as a result. And now, look, they're going to find their way onto the public markets. Let's talk about the financial performance of the company. Their June quarter is expected to bring in about $247 to $250 million. That would be a 40% bump year over year if you compare that to the June quarter from 24. Their operating results as well is expected to be, sort of between about $500,000 to $2.5 million, which is a sharp recovery from the almost $900 million in operating losses that they had back in 23, mostly stock-based compensation though, so they had to pay their people. The March quarter grew 46% year over year, up to $228 million, and net income tripled to about $45 million. Give you an idea about what this company is. Founded, as I mentioned earlier, back in 2012 by the current CEO, Dylan Field, and another guy named Evan Wallace. It's headquartered in San Fran, but they have offices everywhere, Joey. France, Germany, Japan, Singapore, the UK. They are now among the most watched design SaaS, which stands for software as a service, particularly after the failed takeover by Adobe. And Dylan Fields, he's still the largest shareholder, Joey. He's got about 56.5 million shares and voting control over an additional 26.7 million shares. But there are obviously institutional investors right there on your screen. All major shareholders, though, are selling a portion of their holdings into the IPO. Did you guys hear this? All major shareholders in Figma currently are selling a portion of their holdings in the IPO. So, pardon me? Yeah, I know, Neil, but that could mean some downward selling pressure. That's just all I'm thinking about there. I mean, so Farm Trader, I told you. Well, brother, I mean, I didn't even see your message. I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's an interesting one there, Joey. I mean, I didn't even highlight that. I should have been highlighting that. That requires a green highlight there, Joey. But no, seriously, any thoughts here on what we just spoke about?
No, honestly, to be honest with you, I don't know too much about Fig. I'm waiting for this thing to open up from a technical standpoint to see what's going on. We'll dig a little bit more into that without any questions as soon as it opens up. And if it works out in our favor, then we will want to know a little bit more about what's going on with Fig.
All right, Darryl, what do you think about this? You taking this one, or what's your situation up there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be trading this. I do not have a moo or a loo ready to go. I mean, you guys know what I'm like. If I see anything, I'm not afraid to short something like this. So if this does end up looking a little wavy, I have no problem shorting it. Circle was something that you could have shorted as an IPO. I know Obi, shout out to Obi. He actually shorted, I think, at one point the Circle IPO. So, I mean, honestly, with Figma, I'm going to wait and kind of see what it does. I did look into Dylan Field, the founder, a little bit. I did not a whole deep dive, a lukewarm hardcore medium dive. And so what's interesting is he actually was a recipient of the Teal Fellowship. Now, the Teal Fellowship, for people who don't know, is often viewed kind of cynically as a bribe to not go to college, though that is also legally what it is. Peter Thiel says, hey, I'll pay you a whole bunch of money if you don't go to college and you work on something. And there have been a lot of people who were really successful who were Teal Fellows. I know Lucy Guo, who was the co-founder with Alexander Wang, but she's no longer with the company, at Scale AI. She was involved with this. Obviously, Dylan Field was involved with this. So yeah, I think definitely interesting pedigree. He's pretty young as well. He's only 33 years old. So great success for the company. I want to look at Adobe, one of my spready ticker friends over here. Adobe's just down here with the rest of the market. But yeah, ADB has gotten really beat up lately. I'm not, not to say that the Figma deal would have significantly improved or, been better or worse for ADBE, but it is interesting to look at this chart. As we have this Adobe weakness, Figma set, even with this IPO price kind of waffling, to open well above its range. So tale of two stories on those ones, I guess.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I agree with you, Adara. That's an interesting look there, especially with Adobe dropping off. All right, let's talk a little Robinhood. Oh my goodness, I don't know where it's at right now, but I don't really care where it's at because this is one hell of a report. They're down about 2 3/4, 2 4/5. Let's talk about this because there's a lot of very insane numbers here. So let's start with the basics, Joey. EPS came in at 42 pennies, easily beating the 31 expected by the street on revenue of a little bit less than $1 billion, about $989 million in revenue. But that was a surge, guys. 45% increase year over year on the quarter in revenue and easily topping estimates by almost $1 billion, $100 million. 989 is what they printed. The street was looking for 908. Their net income more than doubled. 105% increase in their net income, up to $386 million. Do the math, guys. 989, and basically their take-home money was 386. You know what their margins are. Super simple. With adjusted EBITDA rising 82% to $549 million. Again, easily beating the street by $101 million because consensus was 448. We just got to pause and go to Adara for a second.
Lilly taking a bit of a hit here. Caroline Levitt calling out this company by name when talking about these pharma tariffs, saying, I'm calling on Eli Lilly and all other pharma companies. So odd that this one gets called out by name. But either way, LLY dropping here. Basically, Caroline Levitt saying that the Trump administration is requesting that a whole bunch of these pharma companies, again, including Lilly, take a host of actions within the next 60 days, including implementing the most favored nations pricing policy. Basically, we know that one of Trump's issues that he's been really vocal about is trying to have pricing across the board here for drugs so that they're more competitive with regards to lower pricing in the EU and abroad. So interesting look here. LLY on the move. I'll send you back to the Bash Brothers.
All right. Thank you for that, Adara. Let's go on to their we're talking Robinhood earnings here, guys. It was a fantastic report with Neil and I yesterday on the Market Recap Show. Let's talk more about this, Joey. The funded customers rose by 2.3 million new customers, not 2.3%, Joey. 2.3 million new customers now up to, they got 26.5 million above the 26.1 estimate by the street. Good look there. Investment accounts also grew 10% year over year. They got about 27.4 million of those bad boys, and their assets on the platform surged 99% year over year, Joseph, to about $280 billion, really driven by deposits, acquisitions, market gains. Take your frickin' pick. And their gold subscribers, as you were talking about earlier, my man, hit 3.5 million now, 76% bump year over dang year.
Let me do the honors for the next bit. You mind?
Okay. Yes,
you mind
of
if I do
course.
the honors? All right, you ready for this, guys?
I'm ready, Joey.
Transaction-based revenue, $539 million, 65% year over year. Options trading revenue, $265 million, 46% year over year. Cryptocurrency revenue, $160 million, 98% year over year. And then equities revenue, $66 million, 65% year over year. That's exactly those types of numbers that got me involved with this name when I dumped Tesla at the lows and I rotated into Robinhood and bought some of that name at the lows as well, too.
Dance on him, boy.
Dance on him, man. Come
there
on,
you go,
man. All the
baby.
heat
Let's
I
go.
caught for selling Tesla. Well, your boy rotates into Robinhood there.
All right, let him know something.
Yeah,
here,
we
Joey.
got to sign up for this one.
All right.
Was I
can do it. All right.
right,
So
you got
here
it?
we go.
I'm
I
good.
got you.
All right, we're
Cecino,
good.
always, brother. E-Signal, baby. New traders, listen the hell up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving all the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, all by upgrading to that elite experience where you'll analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize using their platform. It's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their backtesting tool, guys. You get reliable, real-time data, global markets literally at the tips of your fingers, and all in one platform. So do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the good folks there at e-signal. I could go on here, Joseph, but I want to look at this betting markets and cultural finance thing because it's a burgeoning area, especially with the Kalshi and Poly market. Their prediction betting markets are trading hit $1 billion in revenue last quarter and $2 billion since launch. Obviously, it's nascent, so we'll see probably more increasing there. The stronger user engagement, though, not surprised there, Joey, sports betting. And they're also looking at expanding into news and pop culture. So you'll be able to bet on anything.
Yeah, what kind of contracts are they called again? There's something. I forget. What was the term for them?
I know IB does them as well.
Yeah, event contracts.
Event contracts.
Event contracts.
Yeah, so I know you went over this. Is Adair at the big desk or no?
So from now on, when I decide to place like a UFC bet, an event contract.
There you go.
It's an event contract.
She there or no? Okay, so let's go to Adair. Let's see what she has to think about Hood.
With a lot of these, I know I'm kind of looking forward, but I don't want to talk over anything that's been said. I think one thing for Robinhood that is huge is going to be the tokenized stock situation. By that, I mean, we know they're trying to get these tokenized stocks in the EU. OpenAI came out and said, hey guys, that's not allowed. That's not approved. They weirdly did this 2 days after the announcement was made, but nonetheless, OpenAI said they're not a fan of it. I know, really it looks like they're going to find some kind of way to do it, I think, for Robinhood. But what's interesting too is we even just got some commentary an hour or so ago. I reported on it when we got it. We did have the SEC, new chair Paul Atkins, saying that they're going to actually be working directly with companies that want to tokenize stocks. It's unclear to what degree they're going to be doing this, but I think this is maybe either a potential huge tailwind or a notable headwind for Robinhood going forward, depending on the implementation. With that in mind, I always have these infographics here at X at TTV Research. I showed this one yesterday for earnings. It's up to date as of like the last quarter. But I think one thing, if you look at these, they had a lot of pretty massive headwinds going back. SEC allegations back in Q4 2020, they had to pay $65 million. There was all that controversy with regards to the GameStop short squeeze. They had all these layoffs. The stock really plummeted initially after their IPO. I think now Vlad Tenev has a more professional look. I think the company has a more professional sheen to it. And I think right now, honestly, looks like a lot of these bigger headwinds for Robinhood are very much behind it. Let's see how the tokenized stocks end up forming. I think it's a solid report. No one can argue with those numbers. Maybe traders today didn't like it as much. It was pretty waffly in terms of how it traded, but the market does not always respond to fundamentals the way we expect it to. So solid report. Congrats to Vlad and co.
Building on your point there, Derek, we got the crypto report from the White House yesterday. And part of that report was the initiative to tokenize equities, stocks, bonds, funds, real estate. So you get that push from the administration. So you love how Robinhood was kind of new to that. They kind of were one of the leaders, SoFi as well. And now they're getting that regulatory tailwind pushing them ahead. So good view for them, and you love to see this because it kind of removes a lot of the BS. For example, Joseph and I yesterday were talking real estate. You come to buy a house. What do you got to do? You got to go to a lawyer. Why? Because they're the only ones with the card to the Land Titles Act in order to be able to transfer property from one person to another. You put that on the blockchain, I can transfer it, right? So you love to see the repatriating of, a lot of this ownership and
giving it back to the people too.
There you go.
Right? I think that's huge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more on that.
Yeah, I think you got to look at it from kind of a fundamental standpoint. Well, not fundamental, but kind of where is this going to lead? Ethereum, obviously, you got to put all this tokenization on a blockchain.
Well said.
And that's what led me to getting some more involved in Ethereum. We used to call this name dead, but now with all this tokenization, it has to go on some form of blockchain, and Ethereum is going to be the leading one.
I love it. So. Let's talk a little ARM, Joey. ARM, where is it at? Is it still tanking over here? Where is it at? Show yourself, ARM. It's down 13%. Okay, so we know this one, obviously, only about 10% of the float is actually tradable. In public markets, 90%, I think, or some odd is held by SoftBank, so it is quite volatile when it pops and drops. Let's talk about how they did, though. EPS of 35 pennies on revenue of 1.05 billion. Both matched Wall Street consensus, nor above nor below, just matched. Despite the inline quarter, though, the stock dropped as much as 5.8% after hours. That was yesterday, baby, because it's down 12.8% right now, reflecting, obviously, investor disappointment. We'll go on with some of the more details, but we got to stop for Adair for a second.
Yeah, guys, I don't know how else to put this. Donald Trump just faxed a whole bunch of letters and posted them on Truth Social. What were these letters, you may ask? Well, I just mentioned earlier that Caroline Levitt mentioned that they're going to be, I guess, going after these pharma companies. Trump has actually sent letters to the CEOs of Eli Lilly, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, AbbVie, Novo Nordisk, Bristol Myers Squibb, Amgen, GSK, amongst others. Basically, they're all the same letter, just with a different CEO and company name. But either way here, Donald Trump making it very clear to these pharma companies they want most favored nation pricing and returning increased revenues to, weirdly, increased revenues from abroad to Americans. So the revenues they're making abroad, they want to be sent to America. Either way, yeah, lots of letters here. Keep an eye on these pharma tickers because Donald Trump and this administration are making it very clear they want these pharma companies to respond to their demands. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Let's go on and talk about the guide here for our friend ARM. They are guiding revenue of between 1.01, so basically the same thing that they printed this quarter, up to, though, 1.11, roughly, again, in line with the estimates, with the midpoint being around that 106 expected by the street. Earnings guidance was also in line with really no meaningful upside surprise to excite traders. And, you know, the analysts, they're okay here. So KeyBank's John Vin reiterated his overweight rating on ARM and the 175 price target, not dropping it, not increasing it. Some of the positives he says here, upside from iPhone build cycles. What is he talking about? Negative weakness here, apparently from Android demand, weakness in Android demand in China, acting as a bit of a headwind on ARM, who's obviously involved in mobile chips. The business model is quite interesting here. We know ARM licenses chip designs to firms like Apple, like Qualcomm. Its latest chip design, the ARM V9, has higher royalty rates and as well as growing adoption. So ARM is also gaining traction in the cloud, in the server business. They have a high-end cloud server chip targeting major clients like your Microsofts and your NVIDIAs. So it's nice to see them kind of open up a new avenue for revenue. Their shares were, Joey, up about yesterday, 30% year to date, which easily outperforms the iShares Semiconductor ETF. But, you know, we're going to take about 13% off that bad boy because they're down today.
Yeah, we're down big time today. And now we're 24% off of those previous all-time highs. But as Sharif mentioned, if you want to go from the trough here all the way to this peak, you're up 100%. So that's a double from those April lows. So that's a pretty good look, but you are experiencing somewhat of a gap down now. But just keep in mind, if this does decide to close at as a hammer or anything along those lines, I believe this gap will be filled, right? We can see that it's a repeat offender. I know you can see this small gap right here filled at some point. Another gap, that was wick, but another gap filled here, right? So I think that at some point we'll be able to take advantage of this as a potential trade and fill this complete gap. But first, what you want to wait for is this indecision type PA. So we'll go across the board and you can see these hammers printed as the stocks are turning around. So you want to wait, be patient for that to come into play. So there's one, here's another one right here. Here's another one right here. Here's multiple across the board. So that's the specific signal I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, just in case ARM does want to fill that gap to the top side.
What do you think about this new avenue that they're opening up, Adara, with some of these hyperscalers, not just Apple and mobile chips and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think it's certainly going to be an interesting look. I think with these hyperscalers, I think the reports tonight are going to certainly be pretty fruitful as well. Yeah, I don't have too much to add on this. I'm just kind of waiting here for this Figma IPO. But yes, I think in terms of what we're talking about with this ARM report, the ARM I find has a tendency to guide a little bit weak, and then they'll come out and provide decent numbers.
That's fair.
Right?
Okay.
So I think with ARM, it's a story of I don't want to say a story of more woe to use that quote, but I think it's same old, same old. And again, I have an eidetic memory. I do tend to notice tendencies in how these companies report. ARM tends to do this. I think right now, though, from a stock perspective, it looks like this thing wants to continue to be sold off. It's a short until it's not. And I think like this was a recent IPO that, or from last year, that did really well, had a really good IPO, continued strongly after that. Lately has been on a little bit of a struggle bus. I think, you know, the ARM Qualcomm, not to go ahead.
We're getting to that one next.
Woes are, I think, on watch too as well. So let's see what happens. Right now, looks a bit of a sell.
All right. Speaking of Qualcomm, good segue. Let's get to that one next because that one also reported very similar business mode to ARM, not the same, but very similar. Let's talk about how they did. They printed about $2.77 in earnings per share, beating the $2.71 consensus expected by the street on revenue of $10.4 billion. Again, ahead of the consensus estimate of $10.3. So despite the beat, we're down. Where are we down here, Joey? Let's have a look. Qualcomm down 7.5. Is it SSR? The answer to that is no. ARM, the only one SSR. You know, reflecting kind of muted market enthusiasm. Let's talk about the guide as well. So Q3 guidance here between 10.3 to 11.1, bracketing sort of that 10.6 average estimate. The guidance was viewed, though, as unexciting despite being above the lower bound of expectations. You got to guide a lot higher now. NVIDIA setting a standard here, baby. Is it deeply discounted? Is it a value play now? Well, analyst Stacy Raskin from Bernstein reaffirmed their outperform rating and $185 price target. Qualcomm does trade, though, at a 40% discount to some of its chip peers and a 50% discount. We're talking about EPS here. The PE, excuse me, to the S&P. So it trades at a 40% discount to some chip peers and about a 50% discount to the S&P. The market sentiment was dragged down by tariffs. Sentiment remains cautious due to obviously weak demand for smartphones. We've seen that with Apple. We've seen it with certain Android phones as well. The tariff headwinds from China are certainly not helping things get better, and the general investor sort of apathy towards the hardware names, Joey, because they are lower margin, more liking, you know, these software margins, 80, 89% gross margins. That's where all the love is going these days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as from a margin standpoint, I was just reading up on it here. It did beat, I believe, Sharif. It came up a little bit higher than expected. So operating margins improved to 34%, up 1% from the previous point last year.
34?
Yeah, right? Compared
34.
to the 80s, as you mentioned before, right? So just keep that in mind. But the automotive segment revenue surged 59% year over year to $959 million, which is very interesting as well. So.
Yeah, just okay.
Yeah, Qualcomm. Oh,
yeah, we can send it to Adira. I mean, Adira, any view on Qualcomm? I don't mean to catch you off guard there.
I'm just listening to Caroline Levitt still, but I do have a view on Qualcomm, and my view on Qualcomm is I find this one tends to be very sensitive. Like I remember there was one quarter they beat on everything. They think we're down year over year on one smaller segment. It might have been automotive, but either way, the stock dropped. I think right now, this gap down is probably the last thing Qualcomm's daily chart needed. Higher highs, higher lows, beautiful uptrend, $164 flat top break. Oh wait, except not, because it gapped down and now it's down like $20 from that level. So QCOM, this is not an impressive chart. It is a chart that makes one a little sad. It's not a great look at, and unfortunately, I think, you know, to get that, finish that bounce off the schneid there, off that Liberation Day low, we really needed, I guess, the better response to this report. Like we always say, as Neil says, it's not a good or a bad report. It's how the market reacts. The market's reacting poorly, and it's actually knocking this thing off of its uptrend and off of its feet. So I think that the automotive revenue, good sign, but the market just does not seem to care about what this name does either way ever.
No, they're not pumped. No. Guys, I want to remind you, vote every day. Make sure you're voting. Figma, obviously, leading the pack right now. Boys up with 83 votes. Second is APLD, and third is Hood. Let's get those numbers up there. You know, it's kind of a bad day when the leader doesn't have triple digits. It's super easy to vote, man. You get into that chat, you throw in the $sign, followed by a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Dealer's choice. You guys get to choose what you want, but throw in that $sign. Otherwise, it won't register, and the Chilean Nightmare will have wasted his energy. Shout out to Fabian. Great program there. Let's go on, Joey, to NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Lines.
Yes.
Where are they at right now? Let's have a look quickly. NCLH, they were up, I think, in the pre. Yeah, they're still up about 9.5%. Not a bad look. Let's talk about
18% at the peak. There.
18, eh?
18 at the peak, yeah.
You've been back a little bit there, but yeah, still 9%. It's not a joke, 9.5%. Q2 2025 total revenue came in at about $2.5 billion, which is a 6% bump year over year. That sets, though, guys, a new quarterly record for the company. So right offhand, you know that that's good. The GAAP net income, though, did fall to about $30 million. That was down from $133.5 million the prior year. EPS as well, obviously taking a hit down to 7 pennies, due in large part to what they're calling unfavorable currency impact. Now, the US dollar was elevated before it started selling off, and therefore, if you're taking money in from cheaper currencies and having to convert it back into US dollars, you are losing. That's what we call a Forex headwind, okay? And that's what the next topic is here. The foreign exchange losses totaled about a little bit less than $160 million on the quarter, including what they're calling a $122 million non-cash mark-to-market loss from the euro-denominated debt. These FX headwinds were really the primary driver behind that year-over-year net income decline. So a stronger US dollar doesn't really help them, but it's been dropping lately, so we'll have to see how their next quarter does rebound. As well, their guide, we're now talking about their adjusted Q3 EBITDA. They're projecting $1.01 billion on adjusted net income of $571. So they're looking to be a lot more profitable next quarter. We'll have to see if that FX headwind affects them again. And they're forecasting, Joey, Q3 adjusted EPS of $1.14, suggesting strong sequential improvement. And if you're looking for that full year 2025 guide, there it is right there. Adjusted EBITDA of $2.75, adjusted net income of about more than $1 billion, and EPS on 2.5. Never been on a cruise in my life.
Me neither.
But doesn't mean that we can't talk about these numbers.
No, exactly, right? So, I mean, they're obviously seeing some increase in demand as well, too. So that's something positive that we're seeing in NCLH. But you get a massive gap up off of these lows, Sharif. And then, I mean, we'll talk about CCL momentarily, but a couple of these cruise lines, have just been on a monster run. So 75% off of Liberation Day lows to where we're currently trading at. So that's a nice look. But see, again, I just think this market was slightly toppy. So you're getting these massive gap ups, and you're seeing it across the board. I'm not trying to compare apples to oranges here, but you see it in the likes of Microsoft and Meta as well too. Big time gap ups, and now you're starting to give a little bit back. But take a look at CCL. Okay. CCL has been on a monster tear as of late, Sharif, establishing new all-time highs there. So that is something really, really big, especially kind of in this industry, in this sector. So CCL up 98% to where we're currently trading at, over 104% from the trough to the peak there. So yeah, I like some of these cruise line looks, and I traded at NCLH this morning as well too. Didn't work out, but
that's okay.
It is what it is.
Adara, you ever been on a cruise?
I was on a cruise once as a child, and I won a ring. They had like a fun little thing where you had to have a draw, whatever. It was a vibe. It made me a cruise celebrity. This NLCH, I mean, I know you and I used to talk about these kinds of patterns.
CLH.
Was this like an island gap or something?
Yep.
I don't know. It's an uggo. This candle, I'm sorry to use the language, it is not the most promising. Not only is it a lower high, Sharif, Joe, and co., but it also is like a gap, a lower high. This is something I'd be looking at as a short tomorrow, and it's not even spready. I do not love this time I am. I dislike how this sets up. I think this is kind of on for a rocky ride. I mean, like, clearly it gapped up. The numbers are good, but this, if you just like this intraday chart too, it's just ugly. Ew. It was a short off the top. I don't have much to say here, except again, does not matter how good your report was. Doesn't matter how much you were initially liked. People came in the morning and they said, I want off this cruise ship, and they sold. You could also argue maybe it's profit taking because of how much it was up. Carvana maybe a bit similar. Initial strong move off the open and then just. So could always argue profit taking, but either way on the daily chart, it is not a pretty picture.
All right, let's go to NVIDIA. This is a really interesting story here, Joey. I think you're going to like this one if you don't know about it already. NVIDIA, we know, set to resume exports of the H20 back to China. All right, after. Get it, Neil?
China.
Jeez.
That was Neil?
That was Neil.
Wow.
Wow, okay. That was intense, Neil.
All right, Neil.
After receiving assurances from the Trump administration that they were good to go, they were going to get the export license, check. However, Beijing's Cyberspace Administration, CAC for short, raised national security concerns, guys, requesting NVIDIA submit documents addressing what they're calling potential vulnerabilities and backdoors into the chips. So what are we talking about? Let's get more detailed. They're claiming NVIDIA's chips have serious vulnerabilities, including tracking, positioning, as well as remote shutdown, Joseph.
Yeah.
U.S. lawmakers have also expressed concern, advocating that there has to be mandatory tracking on these features, especially these exported chips to China. I'll give you your second. Just let me finish. In May, Congress did introduce the Chip Security Act, and they require, in that act, hasn't been signed yet, they require all built-in location verification and security mechanisms for these advanced AI chips. Experts say much of the necessary tech is already embedded into these NVIDIA chips, adding weight to the regulatory pressure on both sides. But the geopolitical tensions, they're not subsiding. They're mounting, baby. Beijing's increased oversight could delay or restrict the NVIDIA's comeback in China. We know that prior to the export ban, China was about 20% of NVIDIA's revenue. That's no longer the case. Lawmakers in the U.S. certainly have pushed back on relaxing these export rules under the current administration, fearing it's going to boost China's AI capability. So, Joseph, this is not something new. I did a video about this whole thing on TikTok where I said very specifically that they want to put in these tracking mechanisms. They want to be able to shut that bee down from wherever. And China's not going to have that.
That's exactly what I was just going to say, dude. Do you think China's going to be buying these things if essentially the Americans have control over them? There's no way.
They're not going to want them.
They're not going to.
They're not going to want them.
They're absolutely not going to want them. We got a lot going on back here.
Shout out to Rush. Shout out to Randy. We got the boys working back there.
Yeah.
So this is really interesting.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. I mean, we were all happy and giddy when the H20 was back on the table, but now you have these kind of parameters around it. I don't know. China might take a step back and decide, hey, I don't want to get involved in this if you're going to decide to put these tracking devices, have the ability to shut them down.
Hold on. We got to track here.
I don't think we are. Are we? Oh, let's go 89, baby. There we are. Ha ha.
I took a monster dub. We took a 10 banger.
I told you.
Spin the freaking money, man. Where's that? No. We're spinning the money. We just took a 10 banger on this mother. You know what, bro?
I told you to take the shares. Let's go.
It is halted to the upside. Get it, Katina man. Get it, Katina man. Katina man printed up multiple storms on that son of a what?
Wow, these boys printed up storms.
Oh my God. I got literally out at the bottom, in at the bottom, out at the freaking high,
Did you just
bro.
hit the flatten?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes.
I told you to
baby.
do it, man. Monster.
Good day. That was a bad day. That ended up being a really good day there. Okay.
Monster. Let's
go. All right. Go, Figma. Go, baby.
Go.
My goodness.
That felt
good.
Man.
That felt good.
That's $10 right there. That's $10 right there. He's
feel good?
Going to the gym.
He feels fantastic. You still got what?
Yeah.
The Katina man's still holding. The Katina man's still holding the piece, guys. All right, I'm donezo. The Katina man's holding the piece. What a banger that was, Joey Options.
Hopefully Obi didn't short that.
No, he's not going to short it right away, bro. I mean, Obi looks for reversion trades, right? Boom.
That was exciting. Nice work, brother.
All right.
Let's go.
That's a monster winner.
I'm still in this.
You're still?
Yeah.
You animal.
Yeah,
You're an animal, bro. I took good shares there. Not that big, but we took good shares.
We
took good shares. All right. I'm really happy about this one. I'm really happy about this.
Never mind the news. We got Fig out here. Come on.
Get it, Joey.
Close it up. Close it.
Joey, I want you to know, my man.
Yeah.
You are Sorry. You are a lot in the money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm looking at it. I'm still sitting in this trade. So yeah, we're still holding on to the majority of it.
Oh, that was a monster. I gotta go to the bathroom. Take me out.
Let's go. Bang. See you later. It's 2:00, and we're not going to them just yet. I gotta wait for this thing to open. Attaboy, Katina. Man, love seeing that, brother. Way to crush that, man. Way to crush it. Hopefully the top. What is the top at right now? 93.50. Yeah. So we got a couple more minutes here. We'll chill it. I'm pretty hungry, to be honest with you. So we'll just talk about food, maybe. I don't know. Nah, never mind that. We're talking about Fig. Katina Man took shares. Sharif took shares. I'm still sitting in this uphold. Let's go. This is a big time IPO. Is this giving you circle vibes? I think so. And way for the team. to crush it. That was absolutely phenomenal and a monster move off the top, up 183% already. Now we're halted. We're sitting about 4 minutes left in this halt. As soon as that tap hits higher, I'm looking to close out that position. So big time move from the boys. I'm glad to see that one for sure. Yeah, all right, so it's just me here chilling. It's your boy Joe. Waiting for this thing to open again. Maybe I should pull up my screen. That'd be a good idea, eh? You guys want to see what we got going on? Hey, Passport Chaos. Passport Chaos. Where are you? Where are you, my friend? There you are. There you go, Passport Chaos. Way to crush that, dude. If you actually took 10K shares on that, that is insane. Yeah, don't worry about it, Katina, man. We know someone who took 10,000 shares. Let me pull up Fig there. We'll see what we got going on with this one. 93.5, so you can see I did take some out. Boom, limit on open. You get filled at that 85, and then it just decides to rip, and now we're stuck in this uphold. I don't even have the candle on this one. We'll pull up this here. Much better description. Attaboy, Sharif.
No,
you killed it.
I got to give credit to the boys too, bro, because the boys were the ones that kind of talked me into this. And they're like, look, man, what are you here for? $96 now, the theoretical auction price. Oh, baby.
Kevin Costner. A perfect world. We're living in it right now. I love that movie. Go and watch it.
Oh, man.
Man.
Can you get the whole shot?
What is this?
The whole shot
You got to watch it, Neil. You got to watch it. A Perfect World, a fantastic movie.
Oh, Ram. I'm going to be
top.
nice to Ram today. This is how much of a good mood I'm in right now. Yeah. Well, I had a good time at the bank earlier.
There you go. So now you can send some of that my way.
Oh,
no, what you did.
God.
There you are, man. Bang. That's what it's done.
Yeah, we're feeling good right now, man. All right, guys. Halted, $93.50, up 183.33%. That is, we're talking about.
As soon as that opens, it's F4.
It's F4, yeah.
Flatten. Is yours F4
yes.
Too? Yeah.
Why is your flatten F4? That's crazy.
It's been that way, man.
That's crazy, bro.
It's always been that way.
Yeah, no, but nobody has their flatten as F4. Like, I've never heard about it. Yeah, clearly. All right. I'm feeling good about that. All right, shout out to Joey Options.
Yeah.
All right, man. Obviously, we're overtime over here.
Should have took 10,000 shares of that, man.
Yeah. Well, I probably wouldn't have. Oh, we're open. Here we go. We're popping back up. It's a $98 high.
Let's go.
Get it, Joey Options. Good trade, Joey Options. All right. So here we go again. 98, 99. We're gonna clear 100, boys. Let's go. Yes, here it comes. 99.50. Reserve seller. There's a huge seller at 100. There's a huge seller at 100. All right. Here we go. We got to keep an eye on the tape. There's the 100. You're going to get blown out, Mr. 100 guy. You're getting decimated, Mr. 100 guy.
Wow, Katina,
there it goes. Keep it going, Katina, man. Great trade, brother.
That's insane.
There goes Figma, baby, up into that 105. Wow. We're talking deep earnings today. Look at this thing go. Boom. Neil's freaking out. The Katina man's punching. All right. We are having the time here. There it is, baby. Drop that. Spin the damn money, man. There he goes.
I'm out, Joseph Birch. I'm all out of that at 96.
Get it, Katina man. Katina man's cursing. He's pounding tables. We're going to halt here. 108. No, false halt, Joey. 108 and change. We clear that.
Wow.
It's now 110-zer. Let's go. It's a 110 high, Katina man, and we're gonna take out that 110 seller. There's a seller here at 110, guys, about 300, 400 lots, a bit more into that 110. It's still a 110 high right now, guys. Can't clear that seller. Let's see if we can get a little closer to it. Let's go, says the Katina man. We're all getting amped up. Watch out, guys. Trade this carefully. You want to be around to be able to trade tomorrow, guys. All right, 205.
Wow.
I know the boys. We're 25 deep into the.
I thought you were gonna say 25 beers deep. I'm not that deep, man.
We're 25 deep. Obviously, the boys gave us a lot of time. Let me know when it's good to send back, because I know you're still in the trade. Do your thing there, brother. So don't worry too much. Just give us the go ahead when you are ready. All right, guys. I mean, he's not ready. The Katina man is still involved in the trade.
He's not ready.
He gave us 25 minutes. We can give him something. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly.
I'm hungry. You know what? I should go get my lunch, and then we could do a quick food review.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well,
You're
no,
gonna
I
get
think
your lunch,
I think
eh?
Katina Man's out of it now.
Yeah, I think the
He's-
Katina Man is
he's
out of it.
hot right now.
Guys, I want to remind you guys, I mean, if you're not voting over here, then what the hell are you doing, right? Get into the chat right now. Get into the chat. Throw in that $sign. Vote for your favorite ticker. Obviously, Figma's leading the way.
go.
It's got 114 votes so far, 115. Every time I look, 16. $sign. Then followed by 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. This has been a fantastic freaking day on these markets. Make it better by giving us,
I gotta go see Obi, man.
Why?
Because I want to see how much he took.
Oh, well, yeah. Well,
Yeah, I
probably
gotta text
took a
him
bit.
right now.
Well, if he's waiting for that mean reversion, then he may be involved in it now. I mean, it is kind of mean reverting back down a little bit here, Joey.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good about this open though over here. Look at that bottom wick.
Yeah.
You had that. You had that bottom wick too.
We had that. Luke, pull up the screen, man. We got
Pull
the
it. Pull up.
Pull up the screen. Yeah, we got that as well.
That's a great
too.
entry,
So
dude.
that's the limit on open right there. Pop.
Yes,
Papa
sir.
Powell, and you take that one.
Papa Powell.
Yeah, so man.
Get it, Katina, man. It's
104,
popping back,
baby.
guys. It's popping back 107 high in the current 5-minute candle right now, guys. A 107 high, but here comes that 100 again. It's zigging. It's zagging.
Obi's way too locked in to even text me.
Oh, well, he's
back,
not going to
so
text me. Let
there's
the man
zero
focus,
chance.
bro.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
ask him after,
zero
man.
chance.
15 1/3 million shares, guys. So the shareage coming in fast and furious right now. There's ample liquidity, but the spread is prohibitive. It is 30, 40, $1
Yeah.
at times. So be careful with that. That's the cost of doing business with these ones. The spread is going to be a little bit tight there. So, or wide, excuse me, not tight. So that's what we're keeping an eye on there, Joey.
Yeah.
Very happy with today. Very happy that we punched into this one. Oversubscribed.
Let's go.
Joey, give him a reason why we kind of got into this. Like you and I were talking about this.
Fig?
Yeah, we saw that $33 IPO price
yeah.
for the institutional buyers.
Yep.
And then we load up the tap,
load
and
the
it's showing
tap.
us 105. What does that mean to you, Joseph?
There's demand for it. There's a lot of demand for this name. So, I mean, it did cool off a little bit. You got into the 96 or 98.50 or whatever it was. But that tap, we're seeing the exact same thing in Circle. That's a big time trade. I'm glad to have gathered this type of IPO sample set. Now we got the likes of Circle, Webull, and Fig. When you see something like this, best believe, Sharif, I'm going to be going significantly heavier on the
And
next
there
IPO.
it is, Joseph.
Boom.
We're taking out the
Boom.
highs.
Halted.
Here comes the halt, 112.77.
Wow. False
Be
halt?
careful. Let's see. It's got to do this for about
Wow.
10 seconds. 112.77.
Crazy.
Possible halt parameter. Let's just wait till this
Wow.
halts. If it halts, it is halted.
Wow, what a monster storm.
112.77. It's a huge play today. I hope everybody made absolutely a killing on it. It's been one of the best ones on the floor here. I think the boys are ready to go. We're sending it to them. The big boys are coming back on. I'll see everybody at the green screen shortly.
Hey.
I was really hoping to be able to finish my lunch before. You guys were in control. Get it, Neil. No, let's be real.
You're muted though, I think.
Oh, I muted myself because I was eating. My bad. I thought I'd get to finish my lunch because you guys were doing a great, fantastic job. Never in my life have I left $20 on the table and still been happy about it.
That was a little rough.
That was
I'm feeling good.
No, that's okay.
all jokes aside. I don't know why they had to wait till 2 o'clock to do that. But at the same time,
I mean, if that happens every time,
at the same time,
they can wait longer.
If they're gonna be better because you have to wait, and like I said, I don't think I could have executed worse, and it was still ridiculous. I decided to use the trick. They ran the stop. They ran my stop. Anyway, I was telling you, I used the trailing stop and not.
But what would you stop? Not 100 there, or what was it there?
No, I was right underneath like the whole
price.
Right under the whole price. And then right before it opened up, they adjusted the open like lower. Anyways, it doesn't really matter.
No.
The deal is the open trade, and the open trade is undefeated on this stock. I paid for locates, and at some point this afternoon I'll probably short it, but I'm also not still in it, by the way.
Right, Neil's not in it. Well, we
position
can
board
maybe
is-
once you get in and out.
Here,
I'm still in it. Come over to see my chart
Here,
here.
I'll do-
This is
it'll
how I
probably update if I
executed
take
on
a
it.
position.
I mean,
No, it's not.
when the order first popped in there, I got out of 15% there at 89. We got out of another 15% there at 93 when it first halted. Oh no, right there, sorry, 93.50. So we were already out of like maybe 25% by that time. Then it opened up again, 97.80. Well, we got out of another, that was about 30%. And then we just kind of like let it ride, and now we're all the way up here, 112.77. This is like basically 3 or 4x my month right there on this play. I mean, it was a big one. I wasn't sure what to do as Figma kept on showing, you know, higher, 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 and eventually we got up to 105, and I had my order out at 111, and I was willing to pay as much as it cost there for Figma, and there it goes. It's, you know, I always say to Neil, I said, he does a better job of this than me, but I always think, like, why didn't I have more shares? And my wife knows this because I always talk to her about it. But, you know, we have the ability to put our own risk out there, and I'm happy to put up the number that I did. And sometimes you get hit on these things, and sometimes you don't. And today,
well, we were discussing one.
We did not.
We were discussing one where
it's big.
The way that we do it, the way that we execute the trade, there was one maybe it was like a year ago or 2 years ago, where you go to throw your stop order, and based on where it opened, it was like they adjusted the open at the last second, so you threw a stop order out and then were instantly punched out. Because it went from, imagine here, it was saying it was opening at 85, so you have your stop at 84.99 just ready to hit enter, and then instead of opening at 85, they open at like, say, 80, so you throw your stop order, it instantly punches you out. That happened one time. And ended up getting, like, not rinsed, because you don't lose anything.
Right.
But then you miss the move up because you're out of the long. But at the end of the day, the thing about this trade is it's kind of gimmicky, ultimately. And, like, to me, like I kind of know that regardless, like I said, I couldn't have possibly executed on the reopen worse, yet it's still going to be a huge day. That said, you have to understand the other side of the trade. Right? When we were talking about this before, the reason that makes it, well, I have a napkin in my hand. The reason that makes it so good.
Look.
I don't know why I was holding a napkin just now.
Well, because we were just eating. I mean, that's actually a habit of mine. I actually, like, as I'm eating, I always try to have a napkin in my hand.
Oh.
I mean, it depends if I have fork, knife, this and that, but like.
If I'm eating like a messy sandwich, I do that.
Yeah, similar. Yeah, like a salad in my hand, I'll do that. Just wipe up.
And what I was getting at
I try to get my kids to do that.
That's stop order protection. Like I can, like Sean and I were.
Let me check the heart rate.
I know exactly what his order was. It opened, stop goes in at 84.99. That means your risk is the slippage between 85 and where you get filled. So if it's let's call it $1. So imagine your risk is $1 on this trade. That's why you take it every single time here. And ultimately, Figma did like a circle kind of thing. It should open up in about now. It should open up. It's 5 minutes. No, it's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes and 10 seconds. There it goes. Now it's open. There's no law saying.
I got out at 112 there a little bit.
I was going to. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I paid for low case, but you don't have to use the perfect setup.
It's moving around 5 or 6. Come over to my screen because I have the whole level 2. You want to see a level 2 here that you've never seen anything like this before? So there it is, getting out on 113 on that open, and here it comes right back in again to potentially the downside. So I'm going to punch out a little bit right there again at 108. Like this is just dancing around. I have no idea where I'm going to get out. So I'm going to put another offer upside, maybe like 109, 10. Let's go to 108, see if that spikes again. So just to let you guys know, man, I'm only have 2.5% left of my trade. I cashed out of this. We just got a decent out right there. I mean, look, here it comes right back up. There's I thought I had a 108 offer there. Oh, it must have ran me over. So right there, now back up to 112. Like, this is just bonkers, this stock. I'm going to offer 112. There it is. Right now, okay, all right. So if we still had the amount of shares that we had at the open here, like this is right now a $24 winner. And it's been made now, this stock's only been open maybe its whole life, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Like it's just, it opened up, halted, opened up again, halted, just ripping around right now. It's Figma, man. It's their world and we're all living in it. But the other thing too is look at this trade. Look at this short on the TQQs, man. I was here with Kevin O'Leary, and I go, Kevin, I think this short's pretty good. I mean, we got it on right now, you know what I'm saying here? And then boom, right there to the downside. So, I mean, we are just today on one right now. And this market just continues to do wonders for us. Downside push on the Qs. And there's Figma, man. for me, we won't tell you the amount that we made or anything like that, but this is the most I've ever made off of an IPO. So, and I've been doing many IPOs, and I called Circle the best IPO ever. Well, Figma is now laughing at that, although I still think that the order flow is similar. I mean, Circle opened up, I think it was 60, 70, it went to 90 or 100 and did a dance, so I feel good. I just got another piece out right there. Actually, now I'm down to literally 1% left and still happy with how much we're trading here. So this is just real big, man, and yeah, just happy to have showed it to everybody, and it's too bad. It's not too bad that we weren't on the air. I mean, Sharif, that's, I could say it. I think that's Sharif's biggest trade of all time, too. Yeah, so there it goes. You know, and it's just, for me, I'm more proud of Joe and Sharif than anything else. I mean, no, I'm happy for myself and Neil, but just the fact that Sharif had mentioned he was sitting there panicking a little bit for good reason.
Trying to set up the order.
But it was just like, last time it happened, I went over to Joe and I went over to Sharif and I said, these are the opportunities you need to take, you know? And so if we're gonna be mentors and all that kind of stuff, like that's the kind of stuff that I wanna provide value for. And that is like, these are the opportunities that hit, and you have to be there. And if you're not there, then even for 10 shares, whatever amount of shares, we talk about getting the reps in. Like, I don't know if it's leg day or not today, but you got to get the reps in on IPOs if it's something that you want to trade. And there's many ways to trade it. You know, you could have waited for that first halt. My ear just went. You could be waiting for that first halt. You could be waiting for anything. But still, at the end of the day, that was a big trade. I think my earpiece ran out of batteries, is what I'm going to say.
I have the physical thing. I wasn't
because I had this in all day trying to hear for news. But man, the futures trade is also...
The news was useless, by the way. That guy was not updating Jack.
No, it was hard to. I mean, I've never seen an IPO.
Oh, this is the record.
Go 2 p.m.
This is the record
You
for
know,
sure.
so
No, 100%. This is the latest one ever. I don't remember. I'm old enough to not remember if this was better than Facebook for me, but certainly. Facebook was so long ago, at least in the last decade. But this is the Pareto principle at work. It's the 80-20 rule at work. An opportunity like this is going to be, you know, the vast majority of profits get made on like those prime opportunities. So like those are the times when you just sort of lock in, and really at the end of the day, yeah, someone says like that's gambling, and the term I like to use is it's a gimmick. It's a gimmick trade, because there are very few situations where essentially a trader can go all in on something with a risk to reward like that, effectively knowing that you're just flat out going to risk way more than you ever would in that normal situation. Like I'd never traded any $4 stock that way. You just put this the one day you do it. I am eyeballing this one. I have a 1 minute chart up I don't usually use it, but I'm eyeballing a short. I had paid for locates. I don't really see anything obvious yet. I want to make sure I'm trying to take this on the back end because it's a little bit intense. And then the other thing that we should be keeping in mind, I know we're going to do the rundown. What's interesting is you just had, maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. The market's headed to the downside. Circle just had the most egregious volume candle of it's like a huge volume candle at the low on the day. And it's about the biggest one since the open. And of course, you know, that's the most recent IPO. I didn't see anything like that on CoreWeave because that's not really doing anything. But maybe worth keeping an eye on some of these other ones. If this were to fall apart, let's just say, there could be some sympathy flush-age, I guess would be one way to put it. Only other thing I'm in, I still have Intel from earlier today because I told you that's probably an all-day hold. And
I'm just sad I didn't get to call my mother during the midday show. I didn't get to call my wife.
At least
we were just sitting here.
You crushed the lunch, though. I don't even know how you did that.
Yeah, we crushed a few things today. But yeah, we hit that lunch pretty good there. All right, yeah, the future is still going to the downside also, like still bleeding. I was yelling to Sharif and Joel, not yelling, they were doing their job and watching the news and watching the markets, but this market continues to bleed down, man. Now the NASDAQ goes red. Wow, what a great, it's too bad. Of course, the day, like I have the different watch ons. We can't get the heart rate. Everyone asking about that.
Oh yeah, hold on a second.
All right, yeah, great opportunity. Yeah, I think it'd be fine. I don't really, so when I get, Sharif's, we got to go because Sharif's over there, but I was going to say, I only get nervous in anticipation. You know, once the trade hits the blotter, I basically am chill because I know, and this is part of trading, that once you build your position and you have your trade idea, this is going to sound silly, but it's just in God's hands. I mean, this stock could have easily went down. You know, and at which case, like Neil said, his stop got triggered when that happened. I just had a different stop, and that stop could have been genius.
I didn't get any higher than
Right.
my big. Oh, what did it do? I have to be sideways. Oh, you can't see anymore. This thing's annoying sometimes.
Yeah.
The Android thing. So my spike, I had my first coffee in the morning. I spiked the same as when I had my first coffee in the morning, which is kind of jokes. I react to coffee. Like my highest heart rate of the day, if I don't do a workout, is generally speaking
coffee time?
in the 15 to 20 minutes after my first coffee. That's why
I mean, that
drink
makes sense,
coffee
right?
in the afternoon. Well, I don't. Does it?
I think that's what caffeine does.
But isn't that
spikes your?
I kind of feel like that's a bit much, so I try to not.
Well, I don't. I mean,
especially in the afternoon.
I'm just a doctor of something else here, not the doctor of actual medicine or figuring that stuff out. Okay, it's Sharif. He's at the big screen, and it's 2:20.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are as live as I've seen them in a long time. They're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to get into that chat and vote every day. Super easy. Throw in that $ followed by the ticker. Automatically registers. Here's a look at all four major averages. All four major averages in red territory. Didn't start out that way. You got the NQ down here about 1/3%, a little bit more, with the Russell 4/5 in the negative today, and the ES, the best of the bunch, down barely, but 0.15. The Dow down a little bit less than 0.5%. So all four major averages in Redsville. Yes, that is the #1 ticker. No surprise there. Figma, FIG, IPOing. The boys all over it. It was actually supposed to open up at $33 per share. The opening price ends up being $85. Not sure what the day's high is. The boys will tell you that in a second. Keep your eye out on this one. Still going.
We were just trying to figure out what
116.38.
The
high of the day. So yeah, what sector it is? I mean, it's software as a service, I guess. I guess it's
it's like that. It's the same.
I don't know what sector Adobe's in. Consumer staples.
Isn't it a soft? But it is
discretionary.
SaaS.
Anyways, SaaS, yeah. Look, I'm still on the TQs because we don't have very many shares left. I don't really know what to say about Figma today. We've already sort of discussed it. You know, this is called the market. This is called the imbalance locator, and it was here all morning until it wasn't, and we were waiting and waiting and waiting. I've never seen anything open up this late in the day. It started at $33, and at that valuation, it was basically $20 billion, and that was what Adobe initially paid them for. They received $1 billion as that got broken up, and now Figma shareholders and or executive, whomever is selling this, is now getting a valuation northbound of 100?
60.
Yeah, well, 60.
Actually, no, sorry,
much more than that. That was
at
at
the open,
33. Yeah, so 33, it's 20. So we're going to add 3 times. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just say 70 or 80 billion, right? And so, well for them doing it. They did it in the right time. You want to IPO during bull markets. They did that. Circle did that. You know, Chime, Voyager, some of those weren't as well received. But I think the difference here was oversubscription. We kept on showing you that imbalance locator. At one point, it had 70 million or something on it. I don't know what it was. But the volume right now is only 25 million shares. Maybe it was only 7 million on there. But, you know, it just got bought up. And, I mean, the trade is, I don't know if this doesn't work all the time. It didn't work on Chime or Voyager, but you buy the opening print and you just cross your fingers. And honestly, if it goes down, the best part about this trade is we have winners up here that are $10, $15, $20 winners. You know, if this breaks lower, it doesn't, like, it wouldn't halt down $10, but instead it would halt up $10.
Yeah.
All right, it would give you some opportunities. Now we've lost money on IPOs as well. Glad to have been doing this right here. And yeah, we got filled at $84, at 85. That's you can see it in the chat right there. That's the price I'm in at. That's the opening price. I put, just so you guys know, I put $111 was the limit on open because the highest we got was 106. Or 105. So I was just like, I'm going to keep it there just in case something happens. I wanted the opening price. We got it. Before I could even blink, we were paying off cars.
It was 89 before you. If you hit offer, I can confirm this. If you hit offer enter on the first initial spike, you got 89.
So that's exactly what we both did.
85
Look,
entry.
There it is right there. I got 89. Yeah, I got 89, 88.94. Actually, what am I doing? I'll just check my. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Activity log.
But before you could blink, it
doesn't matter.
It was in the money, $4. So great trading.
89.10. 89.10. That was the price on the first. No, it's you almost like you fall right into it. But if we're gonna let's start.
The thing is, I didn't get to go to the gym, and Kevin O'Leary said going to hell if I don't. So I can't. Unfortunately,
but you took the watch off, so maybe not.
Yeah. Well, now I'm just gonna put them both.
You're not wearing it anymore.
Putting them both on. Forget it.
Here's what's crazy. So Circle had a move like this on the first day, $60 to $100. Maybe not. That's about that kind of thing.
60 to 100. Is that what it was? Yeah.
It's not the same. It was 40. What's that?
It's better on Circle.
Circle was a little bit better in terms of the move, but remember, Circle went up the day after that, and then consolidated, and then kept on going. So don't at me, because whatever. I don't know that Figma has this in it, because Circle had a little bit of the the crypto stablecoin mania going along with it here. I don't know that Figma gets that kind of juice where it could have this kind of a move. It doesn't. I don't think it will at all. But
I'm not here tomorrow, but I think it's going to be a sell.
Well, I paid for locates, and I'm going to pay for locates tomorrow.
Might be a short right now,
it's up here. 100. That's the thing that I think maybe.
My stop is at $100. Just to let everybody know.
At least for this afternoon. Like I think I've probably missed the back end. I actually have a stop that I canceled at 115, but I didn't take it here, so it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna wait for the halt price.
Maybe Obi got the back end. We talked. Dara talked about that before.
He paid for. Everybody got shorts. And you don't have to use them. You get the short just in case something egregious happens, and you're like, oh no, this is an obvious short. And then if you don't have it, you're trying to scramble to go pay for it, and the stock is going gangbusters. Right now, there's a bit of size on the bid at $100.
It's gonna snap it.
It'll break 100. It'll break that size, no problem. But here's all I mean about that.
Wow.
And it's at 105.
All right, I'm gonna take an opportunity.
See that?
Yeah, of course.
You couldn't even see the 100 size.
I took it out 105.
And then you're 105.
All right, there it is. Let's go. Right there. Yeah, we just took it out right there. 105 on that spike. I was debating pushing out. So now I only have one small piece left. It just ripped up. It was almost. I was like, it's gonna break 100 as Neil was talking there, and it didn't. So on that spike up, somebody, thank you, Kathy Wood, and whoever else is in there buying right now. It's not gonna be this guy. I'll tell you that right now. I don't know. It could be her. She always likes to get into some of these new names, but there it goes, Figma. We'll take advantage of that nice little spike up. So now we just have a very, very small piece left. Thank you so much, Figma and Adobe, for not getting that deal done 2 years ago, because then we wouldn't have had this opportunity. All right, it's APLD, whatever any of these other stocks are. Let's just go over them. Yeah.
All right, Applied Digital, guys, reported earnings better than expected EPS. Good look for them, but selling off aggressively. Both Needham and H.C. Wainwright raising their price targets on the stock, guys. But much like the overall market, we're selling off.
Yeah, yuckity yuck yuck. Something happened specifically on APLD right at 149. So that's a pretty big volume spike. I can't think of what we were focused on at that time of the day, but I'm sure you guys can think of something. I don't even see a story, because look at that. That's pretty significant, no? Was that a market? It might have been, maybe it was a market thing. Either way, just eyeball that price for reference on APLD, because exactly where it did a volume break was on support. So that would be one heck of a technical sell on this bad boy. And it could easily be that you were holding support. I got to put a 3-minute up. This is bugging me. That's so much better. I'm just so used to it. The only time I use a 1-minute chart is when there's an IPO. I just never otherwise. Yeah, that's a huge volume candle. At the end of the day, up 28%. This is not your regular smaller capper that looks pretty bad. This is on target. Even with that pullback and it being at the low of the day, you're still absolutely chilling out in front of the prior high, and it was uptrending going into the print. So you give it the old wait a couple of days, wait for it to settle down. But as long as it holds the 12 area, then you've got trend intact on APLD. Obviously didn't trade it today. The 118 million, maybe there is something this afternoon on it, because that's fantastic volume, even for a $12 stock. But yeah, it needs to break this downward trend. But as long as it's over 12, the story's intact on the daily chart.
All right, I'm just talking to Joe. We're talking about the trade there. So he had it as well. Sharif, all of us had Figma. So I like figs, you know, the date square, the Fig Newtons.
I haven't had a Fig Newton in a very long time, but I do love figs.
I do like them. Okay, let's go talk about Tesla. Maybe I'll have something to say about that.
Interesting look here for Tesla, obviously negative on the day with the overall market, but you like to see this, the robo-taxi now live, guys, in the San Francisco Bay Area. In fact, it's actually serving a larger area than Waymo relative in the location. So good look here for the headline, but not so much for the price action.
I told Marissa, I was like, we just had a good trade there on Figma. She goes, boom, okay, leave. Just get up, unmic, and leave. Right now, when your wife tells you that, you only have one choice. You know, I'm just joking. I'll stay here. We got the market recap show.
Somebody's reporting after market
tonight. Wants me
tonight.
to get the heck out of here. There's someone reporting after market. I have no idea who. But we will get to that. Join Adara, myself, and Sharif on the After Hour show, where we get a whole bunch of reports coming through, but not Tesla. You know. We talked about it earlier today, Neil, when you said about Robinhood bouncing off 3 bills off of $100 off of earnings. Well, and we were like, yeah, I remember when Tesla was down there at earnings and it was down near $300. Well, it was at 306 today, and it was at 306 10 minutes ago. So now you're bouncing off of that. You know, we sort of called, and we actually have video proof of this, the NASDAQ getting into the red. I was talking about it with Kevin O'Leary and all of us when we were even on the air. Obviously, shorting Tesla, to have known that this is like an equal trade to Figma. You just had to have the trade, and it just took a little bit longer than 5 minutes. But, you know, it had a huge move down. I think now we're understanding that without this China deal and with sort of politics maybe in the rear view now, hopefully, I mean, knock on wood, right now we're not throwing around, you know, hatred for Trump versus Elon and all that kind of stuff. Whether or not, Figma's still at 106, by the way, and still trying to go, man. It's $21 in the money. But yeah, Tesla right now, just hoping to get back to sort of the breaking point of 350. Like this is what we asked. What's going to cause the rates to cut or increase? I kind of want to know the same thing for Tesla. Now that we're through their earnings play, I just think you wait for the story of robo-taxis finally being released, getting more acceptance nationwide. Maybe Trump will announce some sort of a federal backing of this, plus a China deal. Maybe that's something that helps Tesla get going. But I think the true colors of this stock right here, right now, and how the market feels about it is down. And you know, you had a nice little relief rally, but you still just went up to 330, and now looks like underneath the 200, underneath the 50-period moving average. It's going to be a tough go, I feel like, for Tesla now. I mean, the next stop, I think, is that break of 300. Hopefully it happens for you guys tomorrow. I know Obi probably likes that too. Neil will be on that. And then down into 280, that's where these wicks, you know, on dramatic days, and some of these wicks that don't exist, but
the one on the 10th.
Right, yeah, this big one there. But on many of these wicks are real. So, you know, back into here, into 280, that seems reasonable. And then you get the garbage out of here from tariffs, and then you can, you know, resume upside. This is just a stock not for the faint of heart. That's all.
Yeah.
And if you're a shareholder, you know that already. So
it's just not. I don't want to put it in the penalty box, but you know, we've been talking about names that have had some sells on them after great earnings, like the name that we're talking next, right? Like Robinhood, or how we're disappointed at what the market did with Google's earnings. But when you talk about a company that actually missed and has declining growth in sales, it speaks for itself. You know, you want something to actually turn it around. I just think it's in the penalty box. I'm not saying I'm waiting for 222 again, but at least the 280 area. And yeah, that 300 break on a Friday, come on. That's one of those things that you take it and hope that it works right away, kind of like Figma. Like you take the break, and if it works, great, it'll probably go $5 for you. And if it doesn't work, you just hope to get out, because when Tesla bulls come in, sometimes it's pretty nasty. I usually get out of those pretty quick within the first dollar. There was one, yeah, the Robinhood we'll talk about next. Sometimes you just miss it. And I think, I'm sure some people caught that bottom on Robinhood, because a lot of people felt that it shouldn't have been down where it was after that report.
All right, guys, Robinhood, fantastic report yesterday, but much like the overall market, we're selling off aggressively. Their earnings per share, coming in at 42 pennies ahead of the 29 pennies expected by the street on revenue of 989 million, guys. The street was actually looking for 898 million, so almost $100 million beat there on the top line.
Look, you're not going to complain about the numbers. But at the same time, like we said, it's not always about how good the report is or what you think of it fundamentally. The stock has gone from, it was a 350% move from the lows or something ridiculous going into the earnings print. So you're bound to have some profit taking, and you're bound to have some people skeptical of the valuation and all that good stuff. And the thing is, and you heard Kevin talk about this, how there's a major shift, and it's going toward crypto. You had Coinbase with a deal with JPM, which makes a lot of sense. You have 24/5 trading coming next year. You are going to, at some point, and we don't know when, so don't stop thinking it's going to happen like really soon. The PDT rule is going to get. I mean, it'd still be around. That's the idea, but they're going to put the minimum from 25,000 to like 2,000. So all of these changes do what for Robinhood? Drive more business for them.
Yeah.
So like as far as I'm concerned, I like SoFi, I like Webull because of this, I like Coinbase because of this. Hood's the only one I don't own. And you might as well have them all. And the other thing we were talking about too is this is one of the reasons I didn't like the XLF as much. Because like the darn 15% of it is in the credit cards. And like where is Hood in the, like I want an ETF, maybe there's something out there, that has a more reasonable representation. I want an ETF that has JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, but also has Coinbase and Robinhood. So that I can, instead of just owning pieces of all of them, then being mad that I never got into Hood, I could just have one ETF where it's like, okay, well, kind of like Broadcom. Like I don't own Broadcom, but I can own a bunch of the Qs and I know I'm going to be fine. That's what needs to happen. XLF, I get it. It's not technically, these guys aren't technically the same thing, but we got to get with the times. I don't think anybody, well, whatever. I certainly don't want 15% of a financial ETF holding credit cards and nothing in Robinhood and Coinbase. That's my little beef. So for now, I'm just managing it myself that way, and maybe there is something out there that I just don't know. I'm sure there's like,
there's lots of stuff we don't know.
I'm sure there's got to be a product out there, but the question is it reasonable and like and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations again. I mean, even though, maybe it's not giving the big return that you're wanting on Robinhood, it's had such a great run that all you're really hoping for is not a dramatic pullback. Like a 2% day in Robinhood is kind of just like a day that ends in Y. And sometimes when you have these huge moves up, like Robinhood's had right there, you are in fear of something going wrong. Like it's priced to perfection when this is happening, like just consistently running. That's why we have the 50-period moving average here to try to find trend changes and whatnot. Well, it hasn't even thought about testing this since it broke it right there. And then that's back on April 23rd. So, you just hope that there wasn't something in there about those gold cards not working out or these tokenized securities not working out. There wasn't really anything like that. So I just say, great job for those of you that are still long Robinhood and that have caught most of this move on the way up. If you're nervous about it, then just get out if it breaks a hunch. I mean, it's not that bad. You can get out of 50%. Like I did the same thing with Big Bear AI. It hit certain levels. We were able to get out of it. And then you still hold a little bit for that huge move up, right? Similar to what we're doing on Figma, similar to what we've been doing on all these things, similar to the Qs. I think every trade, if you sort of have a plan of action and follow it, then you'll be fine. So for Robinhood, we can go over the numbers like we just did. So did Sharif, and they were great. So I say just congratulations and just be thankful that it's not down a little more, and tomorrow you can make back 2% overnight on a stock like this. Easy. SoFi, similar story, opened up great, faded back out, and now make SoFi great again. And it looks like it's doing that, up 4%. Let's go talk to Sharif.
They reported not that long ago, Sean, it was a good report, but we know that they actually raised after that report, after the stock went up, and that's what you see there on that way down. Doesn't matter to Mizuho, though, who basically maintains their outperform rating on SoFi, but boosting the price target, boys, up from 20 to 26.
Yeah, look, I love SoFi. Like I said, I'm in this one. I'm not the only person. I think a few of us are in SoFi in the long-term account, and it's done great. But the old sell it on the earnings thing happened, and I was speculating that you had a small story this morning, and then you had Robinhood's numbers maybe contributing to a gap up. So we did like this one as a long today. Robinhood at 100 would have been better, but the way I look at it, the second I've missed something, I want to have a backup plan as to what I'm going to do next. So on my note, I did have SoFi for a long, but when we started breaking out, I didn't have the breakout. So if I'm looking for something long and I don't get the dip or I don't get the open, I always have the exact same response. Wait for it to give me a shot at VWAP. And you have a decent chance, especially on an opening rush, to get that one little pullback. And that was it. So I went to SoFi, got the one little dip there. And once it failed in front of 24, I don't think this is rocket science. Here's a 15-minute chart. There's resistance at 24. So I was expecting a reversion in front of 24. And here's the other thing. Oftentimes, I'll see this like, oh, you got the top or whatever. Here's the way you have to look at things like this. I am the kind of trader who is going to trail out here, and then sometimes you look like a hero, and sometimes when you have a trail that runs, you look like a zero. And that's just the way that I structure my trades. It's usually how I roll. When I roll that last piece, in this case, I could have put my stop for half on Fig because I was still holding a third of the position, right? Usually in that position, if I'm putting the trail on, I'm down to like 10%, so I can put the trailing stop on. In this case, I was still holding 30% of the trade, so I could have done it a little bit differently. But for every single time, you got to know sometimes you'll be right, and that's when it topped out. Other times it's going to continue going. You just have to be comfortable with the way that you structure your trades, and then that's all that really matters, right? Like, winners. It's just when you go back and forth, if you just start changing your strategy, then sometimes, like I'll hold on to SoFi and it comes back, and I won't get out of Fig and it goes all the way down, and then you lose on both. I'd rather just sort of consistently take profit the same way and work to slowly get better at holding the others. As far as SoFi goes in the longer term, I was just saying, I'm not in love with the fact that we're back down at the lows. I think, to me, it's pretty crucial that we hold on to the $22 area, and I'm very likely going to slap a trailing stop. I took out 10% of this before earnings. Like, I think I took about 10% of my holdings in here, and then I haven't done anything with it since. And I'm really considering just another 10% putting a trail on at 22. Like, I consider it a long-term holding, but you're getting a little bit frothy up here. You throw in the fact that, the market's down today, and in part, a good chunk of it has to do with, some tariff fears, and then what the Fed was talking about yesterday, or Jerome Powell was talking about yesterday, where we're just not going to get the rate cuts, and how it's more increasingly likely that we're not going to get the cuts that we want, and some of these higher flying stocks could see some dips. So I think you want to protect yourself, whatever you're comfortable with. To me, I'm only taking off about 10%, so that at least I've gotten close to a quarter out of this move will make some sense to me. And I wasn't long this from like back here. I've been long this stock for a long enough time that I have like $7 in it, because it did nothing for me for a very, very long time. And you would have heard me complain about this stock for a very, very long time. As we watched Robinhood go, and SoFi wasn't doing much, it finally made its move. And sometimes that's just how it is. You have to show a little patience if you like the stock. But yeah, for now, I don't know if I want to trade this one this afternoone. Underneath the volume weighted average price, maybe there's a little fade action off the VWAP. That could make a little bit of sense. So let us know what you guys are watching here. Save Man Woman says we're going to see 8% rates in your opinion. You're obviously talking about mortgage rates, right? Maybe you'd see 8% there. That's possible. AMD, hell yeah. Someone said AMD stunk today for me. And the only reason I say it stunk, like first bounce, not bad, and then the second and third bounces were terrible to make me red on AMD. And right after I got out, hey, what was happening at that time? I was getting SoFi. I usually like that pivot where I just stop going long the thing that isn't working and then go over to, if I'm gonna buy something, let's just buy something that's gonna work, because I tried the same thing. SMCI was at some higher lows, and then I eventually settled on, hey, let's be real. What's something that's in an upward trend? That's where you should be loading into. And then I was gonna try another AMD or whatever, and I ended up just buying more into SoFi because AMD, like, it just wasn't working. And then at the moment I decided, instead of going into AMD again, I'm just gonna add to the SoFi position. That's literally when AMD bottomed and gave you your one up move. It's a nice trend back up, holding 175 here. And I think when I look at this on a 15, you'll see where this ended up holding. While we're watching Figma, if you happen to be looking at AMD, Well, 175 is kind of that obvious spot where it should have held. What you should be concerned about, well, at least what I'd be concerned about, is on AMD, you're still holding downtrend from the open until you get to 178. So I'd be more inclined to think short at 178 on AMD. Or, yeah, the thing is, you could give it into VWAP, or at least give it into 178.5, the morning range bottom. So I might, you know what, actually, I think I'm going to look short, looking at that all-day trend line. As it goes in, trend trade up, break that trend in and around 178 is going to be the play for me on AMD. Semis are starting to recover, market's starting to recover. I haven't been trailed out of Intel yet, which is a bit weird. Where's my trailing stop? Well, I know where my trailing stop is. I have it all the way at like 19.9 because I want to add to this one. I knew why. Because I want to add to this one. Similar to AMD, I want to add to this one back in. A lot of times I like that. Like if you're going to give it to an all-day trend line, you might as well, you shouldn't say you can do whatever you want to do. I like to add to it here if my stop's already going to be like 1991 or 1992. I just give some more shares at like 88 or 89, which I'm just reminding myself I should get the order out.
What is Intel's price? Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was below 20.
That's the 19 is the buy zone on Intel.
I know, that's where I'm long. I'm long like
that's
1960 or something. Good year, I guess.
1960.
I don't know.
I think
that's
1960.
I don't know. I always thought the 1960s were a good rip-roaring time there.
Well, it was but the 60s had a bunch of stuff, like the moon landing.
1960, I don't know.
I know what 1960 specifically had.
I put some, it was oat milk. I was like, this tastes a little bit different.
Ooh. I think I want a tea. I still haven't finished.
I was
the
gonna
salad.
go get a tea myself.
And now I don't even.
I've got baseball till 10 o'clock tonight. Like it's something else. I wonder if it was gonna rain. So we were just talking about some of the chip names. I mean, we were short Intel earlier, right there. Like, okay. And there's where the discipline again. Like we talk about this to make. Figma's a different story. It's just like yesterday when we lost on Starbucks. The reason why you control your losses is because trading is always about tomorrow, not today. And I even think that even now, even after having this kind of a day rate here, it's like, all right, so that money now, and now is my job to protect that and to obviously we're going to get paid out on it. It's the end of the month, actually.
Today is it's the last day of the month.
That's a nice. So right there. So now we'll lock in. I gotta check. We'll lock in the month. That's great. I can't even really lose this now. But the idea there is that we tried to go short that AMD there and it was working, and then we got stopped out once it broke through our level there. We all traded this either together or we're looking at many of these names right off the open. And I didn't give this one too much room. It was 81.50 out, or sorry, 81.40s out, 81.30s. And the trade that we were bad on today is actually NVIDIA, and it was something very similar where we went long, thinking like, okay, well, NVIDIA's back to 180. We want to get that long. We got it, it worked, and we got punched out once it broke. So we were kind of flat at that point. But then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we decided to go short against the same level that was the top, and then that broke. So we were getting thrown around there. But again, like if I stay long, then it works. And if I stay short, it works. But instead, we had a pretty bad both-way trade. So it backfires sometimes. Sometimes having patience it's always is a good thing, but also having risk management allows you to sort of breathe again and regroup and have another idea, because not all the time is the one trade that you have going to be the banger that you're hoping for. You got to trade the price action, and on NVIDIA we got up and down on that. So let's go find out about Beta Pro.
Beta Pro is all about savvy Canadian traders that are looking to boost their exposure. Because if you are, then you can tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify the short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And remember, when we talk about it being for trading, there is the factor of decay, right? So these are for trades, not for long-term investments. But great opportunities over there. And shout out.
No, we just got a super chat. It was only $2 from Bob Dad Dog, but then 5 memberships. We thank you for that. I mean, the memberships are what's important. We're trying to get people part of it. And here's fan funding. And good job there, Bob Dad Dog, right there. Oh, Canadian. Okay. Good. So shout out to our Canadian viewers and friends of the show, of course. You made $8,000 on Figma thanks to Trader TV and the community. So we say shout out to the community. Shout out to Sharif, shout out to Joe, Fabian, everybody there that was part of that move and was part of bringing you guys the feed, talking about it. We were yelling at Sharif every time that updated. You were yelling at me saying, okay, now it's 85 bucks, now it's whatever, blah, blah, blah. And we just kept on watching it, talking about it. I actually lowered my shares from what I initially had when we started to see that price going crazy. So there's always decisions that need to be made. And
the only good news was
there it is right here. It's trying to hold. It's actually holding VWAP. Like if this was a normal stock right now, we just have a little small piece left. But I wish I would have.
Too? I think it might have for a bit. I think it might have in the afternoon, but I don't remember exactly. But sometimes that happens. But the only thing was, I think CoreWeave was a good example. Oh, sorry, no, not CoreWeave. Circle. Circle was the one that, because I know on Circle, I dropped my default 4 times on Circle. And so today I only dropped it once because like, I remember thinking back and I was like, it was stupid to have dropped it 4 times. And so I only dropped it 1 time today. That being said, can we get Discord next, please? That would be nice. We always talk about what's the next. I would love for us to be able to get Discord before the end of the year. Because that would be, like Discord, like you just want IPOs, and I get it. There's these random ones that we've never heard of that also do these gigantic moves. And if there was an IPO today that ran a really small one, put it in the chat, because I want to be able to pull one up and tell you why we would never take it. Because it really boils down to, you just can't leverage, like, yeah, you get that crazy percentage move, you just can't leverage it that way. Because I know that if we get out and we get stopped at 85, we're out within the first buck. So I know that risk to reward, if it does that $10, I know that risk to reward is legit. But on those other ones, you don't know if you're out in that first dollar. So we don't trade them. Liquidity is the limiting factor to almost all trades when you're scaling them. Can you actually get out where you expect to get out? Like if my stop on Intel is at 1991, I might get out at 1991.5. 92 at worst. And if 93 happens, it's an abject disaster because it's a really liquid stock. And on some of these other random IPOs, that's not always going to be the case. Check out RBNE today. Is that an IPO? I'm kind of hoping there was another one. No, that's not. Oh, well, it's a good idea. It's a good show of what liquidity can look like. Look when this breaks $3. This is some random small capper that's 3 million in volume today, despite the fact that we've traded all day long. When it broke $3, this candle was all the way down at 260. And really, it probably was very, very fast. Let's check a 1 minute on something like this. Load, PC load letter. Yeah, like it was instantly down about like 15 pennies. If I'm trading a $3 stock, going long here on some kind of break, I want to be out at 98 if I'm long at 303. That's why I would trade, I mean, Neil's not $3 anymore, but that's why you trade those types of things. But so, yeah, I don't know about this one. SI was the other IPO. Oh, that's just a bad omen. Because that's Silvergate's ticker.
SI, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
See, here's the thing. If I was doing an IPO, no, this isn't an IPO. Is it? Oh, yeah. It's in our system, you still have Silvergate. It's hilarious. That's great. So you still have Silvergate's chart. That's awesome, because I didn't think we could pull that up. No, it's just because you can see how ridiculous things got for them to eventually go bankrupt. I remember when this stock hit the 150s, and I had gotten out under $100. And sometimes you feel like an idiot. I didn't feel like an idiot, because I put that money into Coinbase, and that's doing okay. But this IPO, yeah, it halts this SI.
Oh, SI.
Like it does halt up as well. And you could have had a monster, like, okay, 1560. It halts up at 16 bucks. I mean, it looks like the high was like 1780. Like that's a big win. Presuming that when it opens up at 1560, I don't know, your stop could be 1550, 15.25. What is that? I'm hearing like an alarm in my ear. But are you actually going to get out in the first few cents if it does break that low? It's done 1.4 million shares. Figma's done 34 million shares and is 7 times the price. So it's done more than 20 times the shares, despite the fact that it's 7x. So it's doing way more notional volume. So you know the liquidity is going to be there when you try to get out. On this SI, I don't know if the risk to reward's good. If it flushes at the open and everyone just tries to dump it. So that's why we don't touch those things. But hey, you could have done pretty well with that. Something, I keep trying to remember what's happening at the close tonight, Sean, because for some reason we're going with the dream team tonight, and I don't remember what it is. We got you and Adara, and of course, Sharif, the professor, but I don't remember the reason why we're stacking the deck. Can you think of something?
Because I'm off tomorrow. I'm
Is
not
that
sure.
why?
I don't
Oh,
know,
do you think
maybe
that
no?
one?
We have some big time. But you know, if we're going to talk about what some of the plays were from today, I mean, Meta, you know, surged over 12%. It's up at 12% right now. It was actually up a little bit higher than that at its peak right there. You know, beating expectations, 22% year-over-year revenue gain. Strong AI and ad demand continues, and they didn't even, in my opinion, address sort of the monkey in the room, and that's WhatsApp. Unless they did they? I don't know. Monetizing WhatsApp, I think, is one of the things that they can get going as well. So more possible moves coming for Meta, and we did see its friend Reddit also get bumped up today on, again, positive flow through. Like if ad-supported tiers are working out for Meta on Instagram, on Facebook, dare I say Threads, does that even exist anymore? But yeah, Reddit definitely helping and catching those as well. Reddit is tonight. So there's another one going later on tonight. That's Reddit. So we're going to watch out for that. And then, of course, we had the other big one, part of the Mag 7. I don't know if we still use that terminology or not, but we're up 4%. They were up at 7 or so percent. They're the ones that got hit a little bit here to the downside again, but they reported 18% revenue growth, surprising in strength, both Azure, obviously, which is the cloud, lifting its market cap to $4 trillion. But that's the problem. Now it's probably not $4 trillion, and that may be why it got hit down. Isn't that ridiculous that sometimes when stocks get to 3 trillion, 4 trillion, they hit that mark and then they just get sold because it's at that number? Absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, that's what happened to Microsoft today, now back into 535. And again, considering the fact how well Microsoft's been doing, it doesn't look like a softy chart, that's for sure. This is how Microsoft generally trades. It can go up, slow down, you know, have a little pause, then break, you know, blah, 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 back and forth. It's how we can go on these daily charts forever, forever, forever. What doesn't look the same is this. So there it goes. Microsoft, huge move into the open, faded out most of the day. So that is boo-hoo for Microsoft, but still a great trade today for MSFT as that continues to go to the upside. We talked about this with Kevin O'Leary, and Neil and I mentioned it as well. We got a better than expected GDP reading or expectation there, looking for that 3%, beating that 1.75 or whatever analysts had predicted at one point. And then we get a PCE read that comes in pretty much as expected, but that does not stop the NASDAQ from going red as that gets all the way down. So right now the Dow, NASDAQ, and the ES marginally lower considering the kind of days that we've had. But again, there was still that statistic, and I think it's still true, where the NASDAQ, or I guess it was the ES, hadn't finished more than 1% up or down in I don't know how many trading days now. Did we have one day in there? I don't know. But dollar strength continues to shine as well. And we'll talk about the DXY. The Dixie's been a good one there. And here it is again here today. If we want to look at this real quick, this is what it looks like. This is just a 1 minute chart. Let's go a little bit bigger just to get an idea. So there it goes, man. The dollar continues to shine. Nicely traded to the upside again here. Looking at 100. Again, this is just a dollar index, but the DXY continues to outpace. And especially once the NASDAQ was going for a little bit of a dip there, we do see that continue to get upside, pressuring exporters, right? The PCE inflation number, fine, but didn't help the dollar go to the downside at all for now. U.S. has confirmed South Korea. So at least we get that going. I think that was 15% or so of a trade, of a tariff there on South Korea. Right there, auto trade deal with South Korea. So cars, I don't know which ones, is Hyundai, is that South Korean? And then also extended trade talks from 90 days from now from Mexico.
Yeah, that was the big news today, I guess.
Yeah, here in Canada, we go tick, 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 boom. We're more waiting for the MLB trade deadline. Yeah, I could care less really about this tariff idea. Let's just see who the Blue Jays can get, and if Yankees or anybody adds to there.
We got Bieber.
We got Bieber.
Unless we got some.
Unless it was Justin Bieber, it's not that important. But
we already have Bieber
right now. Yeah, we already have.
Oh, the Yankees are getting another closer.
There you go. You see what I'm saying, Neil? This is what I'm talking about. But substantial tariffs remain there on copper and on aluminum and all these different exports that we here in Canada thrive on, as does the United States. And I think that's the problem. We also heard something. Power hour already. That's right, because we didn't start till a little bit later. We went late, and then these guys paid us back immediately.
I love that.
Thanks, Sharif. Right there. I'm glad Sharif's on one as well today. I mean, we both, all three of us, Joe included, four of us all had fantastic days, and that's always a great feeling.
Joe just didn't have the right color shirt on. That's the only problem.
Yeah, he apparently looked like Kevin Costner or something, a movie that nobody's watched. I don't know.
Which is crazy to me because I thought I'd seen every Kevin Costner.
I know. You were like, I never heard of that movie.
Like,
I'm like, well, if Neil's never heard of it, it probably doesn't exist.
I don't even remember.
But okay, so
you know what I am a little bit concerned. We were just talking about Canada. Just to go right back to the deadline that we're getting tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're at the point where there's two things that matter tomorrow, and it's India and it's Canada. And if you're for the autos, if there's no extension comes in, I'd be a little bit worried about some of the automakers overnight. I don't know how many people like them or are into them.
I'm nervous
There's
about
a little bit of concern. And look, India is going to matter too, but let's remember, we have another big deadline coming up, which is the 12th, because that's China. And now you have some people saying they don't want, some in the U.S. Government that are very concerned about NVIDIA selling their chips, even though they're not giving the good, selling their chips to China. I'm like, okay. So you've got some concerns. Get out of here. What do you want to happen? Do you want a situation where they have no access and are forced to innovate? A country with, we all know, you know how many engineers they have in China? And so you want that country to have no other choice but to innovate, to stay abreast, or to catch up. That's just going to light a fire under their behinds. I think we can all understand that you'd rather be having NVIDIA in control than somebody else in China. Let's be real. So I think that gets figured out. But while that was NVIDIA to me is down because of some of this nonsense.
The other thing
about let them sell. You got to let them sell to China, in my opinion. But whatever.
The other thing about Canada also is, and whatever you think about politically or not. But Trump, and I believe it was Sharif or Joe, or maybe it was Adair, reported this, that the United States and Donald Trump aren't happy for Canada's support of Palestine, right? And so, I don't know, so now all of a sudden we have to change our, Canada's known as peacekeeping nation. Yep. So it's not that we're supporting one side or the other. We send our troops there to help the people, regardless of what happens. So
just how Canada rolls.
Yeah, that's always been our role in that. So I guess, and I don't know if that's going to change. That's a fundamental thing. So I just wanted to say that, although Kevin O'Leary had some not kind words to talk about our past Prime Minister. We didn't actually ask him about Carney either, but the fact that they're both coming from the Liberal Party may have influenced some of Kevin's opinions there. But like he said, everything he was talking about was somewhat factual. Some of it's opinionated, of course, as well, but the Canadian economy has hit the skids a little bit, and part of that has been due to some of our policies.
That being said, for those that don't know Canadian politics, the current Prime Minister might be from the same political party. Like Carney is a Liberal from the Liberal Party, and so was Trudeau. But they're quite different in terms of their sort of policy.
That's why I think maybe I missed a spot there. We should have asked him.
Well, Carney is far more central than Trudeau ever was.
Bank of England,
especially economically. They're not remotely alike. You guys get the same thing in each of your parties. Like AOC is like nothing like a lot of Biden. Let's just say. And then
what's that really old guy? Bernie Sanders.
Bernie. There's differences.
Still Democrat.
So imagine it's the two ends of the spectrum within the party. That's the shift. So that's why I'm a little bit
still going.
That's why I'm surprised that we don't have a deal, because I would have thought that we'd get a deal done by now. It's a little surprising to me that we're not, and I'm a little concerned about it, to be honest, because our economy, we got a bad print today.
Also, I think another important thing to talk about is the way the stock market's been moving lately. Retail seems to be taking a little bit of a step back. Obviously we get this Figma deal right now, and it's blasting, and Figma's been great. Needless to say, it's going to go a little bit higher. But what this has happened is maybe it's in, we've seen Open Door's volume really downside, and now down over 8% for Open Door, as, again, we want to make sure that everybody watching and trading this understands that some of these things are just sort of flashes in the pan, and there's a downside play now for Opendoor. We'll wait. I mean, I think at some point it's going to get going again. So I like the ideas of the housing market picking back up. But again, with rates staying where they are, probably all year, not much going on there. I'm going to call up also the Fed's CME Fed Rate Watch tool very, very soon. Stocks like Big Bear AI, LIDR, you know, in its heyday, this was 250 to 300 million just a couple, basically a week and a half ago, was doing that. LIDR wanted to go as well on news with NVIDIA, and all of a sudden it's like, you know, you get these great stories and you get these huge pops, right? Rigetti, QBTS, some of the quantum names, that's more of a potential secular trend when you have a change of business models and just something new that's come to the market. Some of these other names, SoundHound is another example. When they're left, they're kind of just left alone and you let them sort of bake. Right now is funny I say bake, my daughter went and got her skates baked today.
What does that mean? I should know that.
Yeah, so when you play higher levels there, the skates come in like a boot, and it's like a one-piece boot.
Okay.
So you can actually take them to Sport Check or Hockey Life or any place like that, and they actually have an oven. It's like a Bauer or a CCM oven, and you put your skates in there, they heat up, then they mold to your feet.
Oh, that's legit.
That's what I'm saying. So, so that's why, yeah, you think I'm just baking was make some.
No, I thought it was like a figure of speech for.
No, it's actually baking the skates.
Literally bake the skates.
Marissa last night was looking it up. You could bake them in your own oven. But the
I
problem
probably
is,
suggest getting a professional to do.
Well, that's what I was like. I was like, you could do that if you want, but the risk of that is that part of the leather, as you're taking them out, hits different parts of your oven, and then the next thing you know. But anyways, yeah, and then they mold to your foot.
That's cool.
And you're supposed to bake them every 3 or 4 months, but depending on that. So, and after today, maybe having some gold blades at some point.
We looked those up. They were pretty
they're about double. Well, she's gonna get black ones anyways.
Those are like $250.
Yeah, that's still expensive. Neil, skates come with blades. You don't actually need to upgrade your blades.
Don't you though?
But okay, so here we go. Let's look for September. We just talked about the rate cycle, and you know, no dot plot or anything like that. But it's now 61% of no change. So we're going to have to go through now 2 months, right, of data. September 17th is our next interest rate announcement, and it's right now looking 61%. We're going to get non-farm payroll. I thought that was tomorrow. Is that tomorrow, Adair? Did I screw that up and it's next week? It is tomorrow. Okay, so that's gonna change. So I'm not gonna be here tomorrow. Obi will be. It's gonna be great. Neil, Obi, all the rest are here, but that could change. And then if you go down here to December, now it's actually 17% that there's no change until December now. That's gotten bigger. It was basically non-existent. And now 42% of the crowd believes only one rate cut by the time the end of the year happens. And 1/3 of you believe that we have 2 rate cuts.
And I care more about non-farm than the non-farm payroll and some of the other numbers.
Yeah, I don't think PCE that much is mattering, or PCI anymore.
PCE.
Inflation seems to be where it is right now.
And then
I don't know, how much are egg prices come back down? I just look at
egg prices came way down in the U.S.
Okay, yeah.
Way down.
So I don't know, like where is the inflation now? Gas prices seem to be hovering pretty consistently in this part of the country anyways right now. Yeah. Housing, I know Baxter right now is back to Waterloo, so he's rent was fine, seems to be similar for him as well, as he was renting places in Toronto, now renting a place in Waterloo.
I had this, man.
Bought property back in the day? I thought it.
Remember there's some of the, especially on the street that Zane was on?
All those streets, man.
And there was a bunch of, and there was houses
King
that were up, and it's like, there's 2 universities in the same city that we went to. And there's like a street, which is all students, like houses that are converted to student housing.
And now
like you buy that and you're just laughing. And we got a super chat I want to get to quickly. And good look here. How? Love the bottom tail candle you got there. GSJR Chubbs. Thank you. Shout out to Chubbs. Took Tesla long at 306 WIC, 500 shares. Love you guys. I've learned so much and it's changed my life. Much love. We'll hit that one. 306 is the literal bottom on Tesla. And wow, that's literally perfect. 306.10 is the low. It broke the trend at that level. The only concern you might be looking at is you kind of curled on the future underneath the morning low. So like there's 23.5, there's 23.5, you're curling underneath that. So when you look at that opening range in the afternoon, you know, the opening range bottom, that gets respected on Tesla, and it's curling underneath it again. That's always the first thing I look at. But who knows, maybe it's going all the way to VWAP. I just reloaded a short in a similar play, thinking that that theme can continue. Like you short the reload in front of the morning low kind of idea, but it can go both ways. There's a great look on Tesla. And a lot of times, if you hear us talking negatively about Tesla, in the general sense, when we're talking going through the rundown on the daily chart, it doesn't always mean it might not bounce today. Like I just don't think I'm going to be bullish on Tesla in a longer term time frame for call it like a swing trade, let's just say, based on what we've seen the last couple of days. But you can still find these bounces. You know, 300 bounced really well the other day, or as painfully as it was that morning, it was 301, not 300. That's exactly what Robinhood did to us. Should have learned that lesson. On the 24th, we wanted Tesla long in front of 300. It bounced at 399 cents, didn't get the long, was bidding 350 cents. And then when Robinhood did exactly the same thing today at $100, still didn't learn that lesson. That's the other beauty of the Figma trade. Because when you're doing, even if you know that Hood is gold at 100 and you're right about it, you might not get that price. But with Figma, you just get the opening print. It's so different. Because you know you're going to get the fill. Whereas with like the dip buy in Robinhood, it's like, I don't know. Like I'm sitting here bidding here in the morning, like, look at it fall, look at it fall. I'll go to a 3. Look at it fall. You're going to get filled. It feels, everything is telling you you're going to get filled because the market's dropping like that. And then once you miss, it's already gone $1. So that's, again, why we like those IPO. People can call it gimmicky, but it's almost like you get a chance at a trade like this without having to get the price right. That's the best way of thinking about it. Usually you have to somehow pick the perfect price. This time like with Figma or a circle, you just get the price and you get a chance at that kind of a move. So we hunt for it every single morning buying the dip, and that's hard to do, don't get me wrong. But next time, I'll be willing to go the $1 above. It's just so silly.
Yeah. And then there'll be a next time, like you said. Pretty excited there for
tomorrow.
Discord. Oh yeah. Well, not Discord, but yeah, they'll announce it, and hopefully it will come through. Look, just quickly here, I just covered a little bit here on the TQs, right into their $89, 50-period moving average. So we just fell back into it. We're just taking some out here. $3 in the money on this one, and like I said, when we were talking with Kevin, we were talking about the market turning around. I just wanted to say to you, Neil, I don't know. I had to look this up, so I don't expect you to know this, but what percent of Amazon's operating profit do you think AWS is?
Operating profit or revenue?
Profit.
Oh, God.
Not revenue. Revenue, I mean, their retail revenue.
Profit?
What do you think, Sharif? You're standing right here. AWS.
38.
38. Remember, Microsoft Azure number was huge.
The difference, because it's
because Amazon's reporting tonight.
It's hard to do profit from, like, revenue and profit is so very different.
It's 50, so 38 is pretty good. I mean, that's pretty bang on right there.
That's way better.
And I just saw that right now, and it's expected up 17% year over year. So when we look at tonight's earnings report, it's going to be Amazon coming through. If that AWS number is big, like it's expected, and even bigger than expected, Amazon's going to have a similar move, right? I mean, you're already up 1.6% today. Apparently, Prime Day wasn't that great, so we'll hold off on expecting a nice profit or a nice number from the retail side. But still, man, if 50% of their operating income is generally has been generated from AWS, then yeah, that seems to be going well. All we hear about is these build-outs, CapEx, everything still making moves. So I think that that's going to be a big one there. You know, 100 billion plus CapEx plan even for Amazon alone, and the rest of them keeps NVIDIA going higher, keeps AMD going higher. This is really good. Also looking for 17% growth in their advertising business as well. So it should be good. They have Prime. They had that pretty good. I still didn't watch this yet, and we won't have a chance this weekend either, but I want to see that Idris Elba, John Cena.
I still haven't seen it.
Something in. Did you saw it?
No, I still haven't.
Yeah, whatever it was, something of the state there, or whatever.
Heads of State.
Heads of State, so it's supposed to be, it's comedy. I really like John Cena. I think he's great, and Idris Elba is fantastic as
hilarious.
well. So, wasn't he supposed to be isn't he the new Black James Bond?
No, it's.
Oh, that was a
I
rumor,
think
or they didn't get it done?
He was rumored to do
Maybe
it
it's
for
too
so
expensive,
long, but the
maybe?
problem is at the end of the day, what's his name?
Still not going to be better than Pierce Brosnan. I mean, ask Joe. There's nobody ever can beat Pierce Brosnan. But remember, Joe's seen 2 James Bond movies in his life. So.
Idris Elba would have been fantastic, but Daniel Craig did such a great job that, Daniel Craig did a great job.
Oh, we brought him back.
Multiple movies, and he came back a bunch of times.
Yeah, I mean, the franchise.
If Craig had left after 2 movies, then Idris Elba was like the front runner. Him and Clive Owen were the front runners. It's just the time they just timed out. I'm telling you, the next Bond, 100%, in my opinion, should be the guy from The Gentleman.
Yes.
I have no idea the actor's
That was a great. I know the guy you're talking about.
He crushed it in that, and
that
he'd
was a
be
great show.
perfect for a young James Bond. But anyways, that's just my 2 cents.
There's all 25 analysts that are on Amazon. All 25 of them have it rated as a buy.
You're goddamn right.
All 25 analysts tracked are at a buy rating on Amazon, as Amazon's at all-time highs.
Even my dad at dinner yesterday.
Your dad is on a buy rating?
No, he was saying, and I mean, we were talking about just generally in the markets and whatnot, which we do from time to time. My mom was really bored with it. But, and he was even saying, look how long people complained about Amazon losing money and it's doing nothing, and now look at them. That's sort of, so anytime somebody tells you a stock or a company that you like is losing money or has a bad valuation, remember Tesla. I mean, I'm talking about the ones that have done it. Remember Tesla, remember Uber. Uber lost more money than any IPO in history. From the time they IPO'd, no company lost physical dollars.
Oh, by the time they did.
Physical dollars.
I was just saying,
the IPO to the time they were profitable. Well,
I mean, I think I might have taken it at some point.
Oh, that's you know what?
Maybe ask your dad.
I don't know.
I don't know. We have to do that. You're right. Uber was a disaster.
Pretty bad.
Uber was a disaster.
They were a disaster for a long time.
Shout
a lot
out
of
to
people didn't like
SoftBank.
them, and now you can't live without Uber.
Oh, not only that, we're going to go to Adara right now, but Morgan Stanley, their top pick of the year is Amazon. So $300 price target. Year end
high.
by
Well, the
Morgan
highs are
Stanley.
within.
I think we're already at all-time highs, aren't we? Oh, it's
$9.
Oh, okay. I thought Amazon was there already today, but not. Okay. Adara, what you got?
Yeah, I actually have a couple different stories now with some more coming through here. Meta, META on Watch the Information, reporting that the company is exploring AI video deals. So more acquisitions on Watch. In fact, apparently the company already held talks with a startup called Pika, which included the possibility of acquiring Pika. So keep an eye on META. Also, another name that reported earnings earlier this week, BA on Watch. Apparently this company has submitted a contract offer to the St. Louis Machinists Union. So good look here for BA, apparently trying to get an offer, though the stock is at day's lows and a little bit of a flat bottom here. Back to you.
Thank you
very much, Adara.
Not sure. What was the WeWork guy's name?
Yeah, what was his name again?
I have this earpiece in because neither one ran out of battery. Now when Neil talks to me, I can't hear anything.
Usually, Adara has such a ridiculously good memory that I always try to. Do you remember who's the CEO of WeWork?
Oh, Adam something.
Adam Newman, right?
Newman.
Yeah, there we go, Adam Newman. Also, quickly, I want to say as well, with regards to who would be a good bond, I have seen Aaron Taylor Johnson floated around a lot to the point where I think it's semi a thing, and that would actually be very good.
Taylor Johnson.
I'm not sure who that is.
Oh, that guy. It's Quicksilver?
Oh, okay, I see. I don't know if...
Quicksilver is a little... this dude. He's in... I don't know. What else do I know him from? He's in Quicksilver. That's what I know him from.
Is he doing okay in that picture?
It's an interesting choice. But
okay.
Well, we're gonna go with the younger Bond. I can see that. I still like the guy from The Gentleman, man. He's got more of like the suave. Like he feels like a young Connery is what. Like he would be the young Connery, which everyone's has been shooting for. But you know what's happening? The market's sliding back in. Figma is still going absolutely ham.
I was debating getting out at 110.
Oh, you know what we forgot about? So remember Coinbase?
No.
I knew something happened. Coinbase broke that 86. Remember the 85 seller, 385 on Coinbase? So it finally broke. I went long at 86. It went to 87 and then came right back out, and that was the high of the day. So whomever is selling at 385 is still winning on Coinbase. Release the Kraken, please, so that this can go back up and hit some all-time highs. But this is now almost every day that we've gone to 385, something important has happened. A consolidation, a rejection, a series of rejections, a fall at the open, and then now several tops at this 385 level. I'm going to sound like a broken record. I'll probably take this breakout tomorrow at 386, which just means you might gap out above it. So ultimately, Coinbase is doing fine, But when we look at it, and let's go to the proper time frame here. If you pull up a monthly chart of Coinbase, you begin to see why there might be a little bit of resistance here and some sellers at the 385. But to me, when you break out from this level, I think we get a retest 420, and my goodness, that's a gorgeous looking chart. When Robinhood did this same thing, look at the explosion. It's a very similar chart, and look at the explosion. So you've got
what was this other stock that looks like that?
Coinbase and SoFi. So Coinbase has this look, like it's trying to do the break now. This is a monthly chart, keep in mind though.
Are you worried about that break might have already happened there at like 170?
And it could be a false break.
No, at 170, all the way down there. You see how it loops low. Yeah,
I know, but I'm thinking you're talking
right
about
there,
like here.
that. See how it loops up, breaks, comebacks, and tests?
But I think compared to the Robinhood, it's the all-time high.
Oh, the all-time
break.
high. Okay.
And I think that's what SoFi's also got going for it. Like just from a technical standpoint, like SoFi's got a similar thing going. It's not the exact same look. There was way more resistance on SoFi at this level when it first got there. Like it tried for like a full year to get back to 25, failing underneath 25. So you have a ton of resistance, but these all in the same, similar stories, similar spaces, and they're all trying to break out at the same time. So it makes some sense that you have all this swath of selling going in there, especially when you consider the fact that, hey, we're not getting our rate cuts, the market's at all-time highs effectively, but all those charts look very similar if we can make that next move, past these big levels. And Coinbase, yeah, it's got a lot going for it, specifically this morning with JPM. And you heard even Kevin was saying this, that the bank's going to have to start making some deals. Well, the biggest one made a deal with the biggest one. So it's a combination that makes a heck of a lot of sense. I just thought maybe you'd see a little bit more juice today in Coinbase because of this. So I'd call it a little bit disappointing. But then you factor in, well, in front of earnings, somebody's risk off at 385. And hindsight being 2020, maybe I wouldn't have wanted the break until after earnings anyways. Right. But this is the issue. If it's a big breakout, you're not going to get this trade unless you want to take it at 4 o'clock or whenever they report, 4:05, 4:10. I want an intraday break of 386. If we're good, we're gapping above it and we're at $400 when we sit down tomorrow if Coinbase blows it out tonight.
Okay, I just wanted to, I do have an offer now near 110 for Figma. I mean, we broke it and came right back down in. I don't really want to use the 50-period moving average, but we don't have that many. We basically have no shares left, so just waiting to see if we can get that 110 there. I was going to break it down through 100 and get out if that was going to print, but that didn't print. So we were lucky enough, and as soon as that happened, we immediately got out up here at 104. We're like, oh, we'll take it, and then now let's not stare too much of a gift horse in the mouth. We've already done pretty good on that one. So the other name that's reporting tonight that I think a lot of you traders are going to be interested in there, that especially if you own indexes or the stock itself. I recently bought a little bit more of Apple. You guys know that. We talked about that. I bought it at 212, which seems to be a mistake there. We just sat there, bid that level right into there, and then got, I don't know, for some reason, 212 must have been right into there. Okay, so not a great level there for Apple, but their story still remains the same, as it's a lack of AI and being viewed as behind the ball. The thing is that they haven't put any money in from CapEx into CapEx yet, or from CapEx into some of these chips and to build that platform out. So all of the money that they haven't put into it, maybe there's going to be a note that they are looking to do a deal with somebody, either a Google for Gemini to get into the platform, or what their idea is. I think it'll be very disappointing, their earnings tonight, if we don't get a clear direction on that. And by that, of course, I just mean clear direction on their AI rollout. Trading down 16%. Can you believe that? 16% year to date for Apple. That's like not great. So, back in January, as many of these other names, this is part of the reason why I bought Apple. Here's Jan 1 right here. Apple was 250. And actually neared and just made all-time highs. So kind of cherry picking. It had such a great December quarter there, as did many stocks, of course, got really going into the new year as Trump and as the new year had promised rate cuts and all this kind of stuff. But then Apple all of a sudden, just with tariff warnings and just some negativity there about AI and the rollout, and then Apple, and again, remember, they drop their phones every August. So the 16 Pro, I think it was Joe got a 16 there, and I think it was well received. I don't don't think the handsets are that much of a problem. It's just seen as being passed by many competitors. So, and then you have also, and they've anticipated near $1 billion in tariff headwinds. So until we get China, then you mentioned another thing that's not done, Neil, India. Yep. Vietnam helps, and that was okay. But again, they've tried to skirt a lot of the tariffs and a lot of the issues in China with India. So we need to get that done and figure out how that all goes. And remember, Donald Trump was also touting Apple for making the biggest investment in the United States in the history of any corporation. So, and then they smack Apple to the downside as well. So new trade policies, definitely a mix. As Apple, they got rid of, they lost somebody, Apple Vision, hasn't really been hot at all. So yeah, still above the 50-period moving average, but Apple definitely in worry there. We hope that the iPad can actually be pretty good as kids getting ready for back to school. I mean, that's not going to be in this quarter, but let's hear what they say moving forward. Would just like to see Apple do something. Their biggest acquisition, I still think, is Beats.
They don't do acquisitions.
No, and that was like
their style.
$2 or $3 billion back in the day. So you know, it's not their style. They worry about security, controlling everything in-house, and so we'll see a shift in that. I would like to see it. Apple also with a small dividend. We'll see if there's any call there. And then also we're waiting for the bigger buyback announcement from Apple. Every quarter they seem to have a decent buyback behind them. So we'll see if that's the case this time for Apple as well.
But I shouldn't have drip on Apple. I don't know if I love it enough anymore.
What? I do.
I never.
The thing about DRIP is, and again, that's dividend reinvestment program. There's no fees.
You know where I turn. You know where I turn. The situations under which I turn it off. It was when, like, you take something like an Intel, where like the second time Intel failed pushing off at 25, and I was like, oh goodness.
But the dividend's not big enough for.
No, it's not.
Either one of those.
It's a principle thing. If it gets to the point where like I'm just kind of in it, but I don't really like this stock anymore. And I'm like, you know, bump that. Because I do have things that, like, I have a bunch of dividend stuff that I am getting cash back in. Like, there's a dividend ETF in Canada that I get cash in. But I like getting, so I always have some kind of cash, and then it builds up, and then at the end of like a year, I have a little bit of extra cash. And I always have some cash to deploy somewhere and take some shots with.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyways, that's neither here nor there. We have 3 minutes until the early look imbalances come in. And remember, it's the month end.
But what?
So you might actually see some window dressing at the end of the month.
Someone in the chat there also saying like maybe Apple doesn't need its own AI. Maybe you're right about that. I don't know. Like you can. I have on my iPhone there Gemini. I downloaded the app. We have the ChatGPT app is the largest, fastest growing app of all time, and they play well with that. So. I don't necessarily think it needs.
Well, but it's a margin thing because, like, at the end of the day, there's still.
It's about improving Siri.
Well, they do need to. Like, services is great, but you're still making hardware, which is never going to have the same margins as software. Just look at the companies that are going ham right now. Their margins are just going to be better than a hardware company. There's a reason why Microsoft dominates. You know, and like this is my dad.
Services are still huge for Apple.
No, absolutely they are. And my dad worked at Nortel back in the day, and he used to say like when they compare themselves to Microsoft, they were just like, well, Nortel being a telecommunications company, and at the time they were humongous, but it's just they could never compete on margins. They would never have the same kind of growth. And when you're investing, I want to invest in I would prefer to be in companies with better growth and better margins if I have to choose. And right now you can choose Amazon, and you can choose Microsoft, and you can choose Meta. We love Meta. Let's go to Adair.
Keep an eye here on these earnings after the close. We have our official TTV research infographic with these expected moves and these expected release times for all of these names. Actually, we get a lot at 4 p.m., more than we usually would get right at 4. 4:05 will get Reddit and Roku. Reddit here with the largest expected move of 13.4%. Cloudflare at 12%, almost expected move here at 4:15. Basically, all of these names here have really large expected moves. And one thing I want to mention as well, usually what I'll do is I'll start collecting the expected moves in the morning, then around 1 or 2 p.m. I'll go back and see how they've changed. Usually there's a little bit smaller expected move. In this case, almost all of these names had larger expected moves. So lots of involvement here. This should be a really exciting post-market day, and you can check that out with Sean, myself, and Sharif after the bell. Earnings party. Let's go back to the guys.
NASDAQ.
They cancel.
So SoFi, I just looked because it's the end of the month here, but tomorrow SoFi is a Russell 1000 share increase. 1.4 million shares expected, and it's an S&P completion increase of 2.8 million. That's not a lot of shares for SoFi because it's done 101 million, but you never know. Maybe it'll move. We'll keep some eyeballs on that. Exactly. Like I said, you never really know what the imbalances are going to do for us at the end of the day. And there's nothing on the early look. Unfortunately, it's a NASDAQ stock, so if it's going to come out as some kind of a solid buy and bounce, we won't know until exactly 350. Unfortunately. And Ray, 28.85.
What's up, Ray?
Ouch, UNH.
Oh, no.
I haven't looked, but I'm going to guess it's even worse. Yep. It's even worse. I mean, we got a lot of questions about UNH when you were on vacation, Sean.
Oh, yeah?
And it all resulted in the same, look at the trend, look at the trend. I get it. You wanted it to bounce off the lows. I did too. And you can hold on. Just because it doesn't go against you doesn't mean it's good to be in for the little swing the day after the Huadunk. Because once it lost $300, it made sense to get out. And even if you only made 3%, 5%, if you bought it at 280, it's better than still holding it when it's at 250. This is the 52-week low. I'm trying to eyeball it. Maybe at 48 something. I'm going to ask Perplexity. It looks like it's under 250 is going to be the 52-week low on UNH. And everything about this is just looking ugly. Go out to a really high time frame, like a monthly chart, to try to figure out where the bottom might be here. And this is now post-earnings, so it's not just about a dead cat bounce. Fundamentally, it's getting nasty. It's that 215 to 220 area that looks like it's going to be next. 200 period on the monthly chart you're on a collision course with on UNH. Yikes. And who's to say it even stops there? Because you're going to we're literally closing the month candle back at the lows after it tried to bounce. That is a bearish-looking chart, everybody. It's just, yeah, not one that you want to get involved in. I did have Lulu up. Someone was just saying, also look at Lulu. I literally, you saw this. My e-signal was on Lulu on the monthly chart before. And Lulu is not the same, but it's getting similar. This is one I'm eyeballing. So I don't know, like, Nike's made a pretty solid rebound. I feel like there's going to be a moment for Lulu. It's not yet. Not with it closing with a fresh low.
There it goes.
But I think if it gets back up, would it break the high again?
Yeah, Figma. Figma's going again right now, guys. So see ya later for FIG. I canceled so I switched it up. So now I have a stop in here. Let's just do it together. I'm going to go 108.99 right now. If it breaks through there, let's just get out. I mean, we're letting this thing try to go back up to the upside right now. I was going to get out at 110, but it's not a significant enough of a piece to be like, $1, $2 is really going to make that big of a difference. So let's see if we have another run up here at the high of the day. Now there goes 1167, 1170, 12, 112 right now. Huge move there for Figma. So, all right, now I still have it breaking through 109. So if we get down there, we'll give up a little bit there. But, I was better than getting out at 108 as we let it go to the upside. We have a few outs right now north of where we are right here. So this is pretty much the high of the day for me now on Figma and on the stocks that we've been trading here. 332. Now the TQs, I can just focus on there. I was just watching Figma this whole time pretty much. Didn't even discuss this. There's VWAP right now for XOM. So as I was sitting here, XOM reports tomorrow morning. We had Randy on the show as well. We were talking to him all about this. Not all about it, but there goes 112. Figma's trying to break through 112 right now. But yeah, took it on VWAP there, pretty much held. We got right away 12s, so we're long at 85. Is it 85? Yeah, 1185 there. We got 12s within 10 minutes or so. I was like, oh, take a piece out. Actually took out half. Let it go all the way up, basically falls back in. I was going to try to risk this kind of same amount of money. It did bounce off of that level again. Now you're right back into these levels. So I think 25 or 26 on XOM, something to look at. Wow, yeah, Figma just took out 112 there, no problems asked, as it looks to get a little bit higher. But I'm going to put an out there. What about just 112.25 or so on XOM? It's right there right now, a couple more pennies higher. We'll get out of that. Let's change our Figma stop now. What about it's still there. Okay, let's see. If it breaks, if it comes, like our stop is going to be right in here. It doesn't look that bad on the chart. That's what winds up happening. We could put it right there to 110.50. That might be fine, but I'll sacrifice another buck and see if it wants to go. So that's what I'm doing right now. That's going to be Figma. Oh, the TQs, we just have one piece left now, another move down into the lows of the day. This is going to be a good stock for us. My worst stock of the day, and we haven't traded that many today. We traded AMD flat, NVIDIA down, Figma up, TQs up, and then XOM up. So, but not that much. The big loser today for me is NVIDIA. We hit it and quit it, but we went the wrong way twice. So never a good sign there. Pretty disappointed actually in the way that that panned out for me there on NVIDIA. If we just had a little more discipline. Remember, we were feeling short today once we saw the market open up. And yeah, we should have just been able to hold that. And if anything, waited for VWAP. We could have waited for VWAP there or VWAP there. And both times we didn't do that. So yeah, a little bit of a disappointment there for us on that one. But again, join us tonight, and all of these, I've just posted them up as well. Go find Adara. She is obviously on Trader TV Research, a great page as well. They're all there, yeah, so thanks Adara for all of that. But here's what it looks like. Apple, Amazon, First Solar, Reddit, Roku, Coinbase. Neil, I know you did some work on that just now. MSTR, Riot, NetApp. So,
oh, Riot.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch going there today with the implied moves. Right now, the biggest move would be Reddit at 13.4%.
Reddit had that move this morning. Because in the but of course the speculation would be that it's advertising good for Meta, good for Reddit as well.
I'm going to get up to TTV research.
So that could be a big one. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There's so much to look at tomorrow morning, everybody. And I was just someone was asking me about MSTR, MicroStrategy. Well, it's not MicroStrategy, strategy. We're supposed to be calling it. What's weird about this stock is it's not the kind of stock I expect to just really respect the 50-period moving average, but for something like this, you want to look at it on a higher time frame. When I will look at something on a higher time frame, when I pull up my monthlies, you know the guys that I use eSignal. And we use it not just because they're giving a month away free, but we use it because it's reliable. We use it because it's entitlement-based so that you can add what you want, how you want, in an intuitive way. We use it because you can back test, forward test, use API. We use it because you can use level 2 access if you want. We don't have to execute through it, but anybody out there, you can execute through multiple brokers using eSignal. And as I said, the first month is free. So you can scan the QR code, you can try it out for 1 month for absolutely free. And if you like it, you like it. And no harm, no foul, because you tried something out which is pretty cool. Yep. Heck, you could, and I don't use these, but you could put up a 5-second chart while you're trading Figma. And maybe that would have been useful. I have no idea because I've never tried it before. And I'm kind of curious. I think Obi does. One of these days, one of these guys that uses the 5-second chart, Sharif does it as well. And I want to get them to, I want to be able to just go back and maybe look at, see what it could have told you. Because, old dog sometimes doesn't like to learn new tricks, but that could be something you do with eSignal, everybody. And you can, of course, like I said, you can set up watch lists, screeners, all that kind of stuff, the traditional. So try it out, 1 month free, scan the QR code. Big shout out to eSignal. And as far as MSTR goes, I'm personally just like, why wouldn't you invest in Bitcoin? I don't get the treasury thing. It's not my deal. That said, it's got a whole swath of support at the 50 period. But I don't like the fact, like, I'd rather be in Bitcoin. I'd rather be in Coinbase. I'd rather be in Robinhood. And the list could go on. And it's something against MicroStrategy. It's just that it doesn't make that much sense to me. And then you have all these hedgies doing this long Bitcoin short MSTR nonsense. So you're always waiting for a bit of a squeeze play as well. There's just too many shenanigans involved, and I'd rather just stay away. And if I believe in Bitcoin, buy some Bitcoin.
I love this right here. What's up to Maximus? Look at this. All these Trader TV live little icons in right there. So shout out to Maximus, 1138. Get it, Maximus.
Maximus
right there. And, time to see who's making all of the
money,
here. Not at Trader TV Live, I almost said that. This is at Real Trading, of course, the prop firm that we're on. And yesterday doesn't look like a very big day, to be honest with you. We haven't seen the leaderboard this low in a while. Trust me, it won't be this low tomorrow, I'll tell you that much, as we'll be reviewing the numbers today. But it's Amex, NASDAQ in New York, the top leader yesterday. You have Hong Kong market. Wow. So Hong Kong was pretty hot. I don't know what was going on yesterday, and whether or not there was earnings. I think there was some luck in coffee trades, maybe. But Hong Kong right there, 6,700.
Is that where it's listed?
Should be.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not sure.
I don't even tell.
But also there, Hong Kong again, someone threw down 4,800. So we call it Real Trading. because we have all the markets there, and you can trade not CFDs. These are real shares. So if there's a stock that IPOs like today, Figma, you're not waiting around to trade that name. You can get right involved immediately and hop right in. You don't have to wait for the CFD. There's Chicago CME as well, NASDAQ, and then shout out to everybody there. Maybe those tariffs got finally figured out. Europe, Copenhagen, Milan, Paris, Switzerland, Xetra, the German exchange, right there, 3,200, 3,100, 3,200, close enough, made on that exchange yesterday. Amex followed by New York. But like I said, man, today, we know that tomorrow these numbers will be greater than that. So, yeah, as we go. And there it is right now. I mean, Sharif, this is now 114. So you're now right back here. I'm going to put my stop now, breaking through 112, and that would be that, man. We're right now in the money, $28 on Figma. I mean, I just wish that we would have held it all, but, that's ifs and buts. I mean, there's always an opportunity to kick the door open to, not for me, I'm not here tomorrow, but make similar plays. We've had $20 winners on Tesla, but as Neil said, this is a little different story because you just go long and close your eyes. And if I had done that right now, the amount of money that we'd all be up if we sort of just went dark and logged back in and saw these accounts. I mean, you're at the high of the day now, up $30. We never want that. Of course, you want to be in full control of your trade, but yeah, it's blasting, and yeah, giddy up, man. Right now at its all-time high, Figma, I mean, it's showing 116.40s. We have it written down here, 116.38, but that wasn't really there. It was there. So yeah, I mean, if it prints it, prints it.
But you probably couldn't have executed.
Numbers don't lie. No,
you couldn't have executed up there.
There goes 115.
Like now you can execute 115, but when it got there when it got there after the halt, nobody's that, unless you had resting orders sitting there and got swept up there, you'd have to be super, super fast. And it's so different on the way up.
Bye-bye 115. No.
As opposed to the way down.
115 just held. Okay. I'm going to just keep on switching my stop because we're getting near the end of the day. And honestly, the difference between 115 and... Here it goes. Jesus. All right, 113.99. This is just...
Right back down.
Oh, no.
Spread's $1.
I punched out. Oh, one just went down. That's why. Okay.
No, it did break.
It broke lower. Okay, so I was going to say, what just happened to me right there? We punched out of it at 114. So good job. Ends the trade right there now. For me, probably, besides like imbalanced trades off the close or something, dramatic, like a big Palantir addition, or you mentioned SoFi had some addition.
Oh, no. So there was, the week you were gone, there was just a ridiculous, SoFi has an addition tonight and tomorrow, but it's not that big. No, but there was a ridiculous imbalance randomly on some buyout that was closing. And because of the structure,
you mentioned that.
The structure of the deal was cash and stock, which makes it a little bit more volatile. And without getting too much, without getting into the nitty gritty of it, maybe sometime we could, but I don't have a really good example to show you the mechanics of it because I don't have the charts up or the terms of the deal. Suffice to say, there's extra volatility and risk when it closes because if there's a big sell in one, you could buy the other stock. So oftentimes one will be a buy imbalance, the other a sell imbalance. Both the acquirer and the company being bought ended up both being sells, and it was absolutely gigantic.
Right.
And like traders, there was one trader who used to be on this floor who had his best day literally ever. And he's taken close trades before. Like it was ridiculous, and some of the numbers were through the roof. But that was a special situation. What I can also say is in the similar spot, we had traders, I don't know, 5 years ago, and you'll remember this story. We're a similar situation, same kind of risk, where that did happen, and it was a huge trade. People made like 5 figures, and I remember sitting down and said, look, I know what you made, but do you realize that at the moment that you were shorting this stock, based on the price of the company buying them for shares, the fair value was here when you shorted. And yes, you made 5 figures, but if an ARB had come in, you would have lost 3 to 5x of what you made. And I remember the look on his face when I said, I was fine, you made money on the trade. I just want you to be aware of what the risk was. This stock is ridiculous, man.
Yeah, no, to your point, that is...
It's just know what you're getting into. Because it's fine. If you take the risk, you're like, yeah, I knew I'm risking that. But he didn't realize it. And that was the thing that I was getting at. I'm like, it's fine if you knew what you were getting into. because it ended up winning big. But you better know what you got yourself into.
Like you and I talked about it, we were consistently trying to, tell Sharif what the mock was, what the not the mock, what the tap was, well, where we thought it was going to open, and it was telling us, we're like, Sharif, it's 105, it's 98, it's 95, and so just adjusting our orders and our expectations as the price got going. But I mean, everybody thought, oh my God, this opened up at $85. Like this is probably going to be a short when it was insiders in at 33. Right there or lower. So yeah, it was one of those things right now that just congratulations.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a big trade for sure.
Imagine if he had 33. Oh, but you can't get out though.
Yeah, I wish I was long $33.
180. I mean, you have 180 days.
It's not 119. That's too bad where we wind up getting out there. But
wait till the lockup is expiring on some of these flyers.
Oof.
Because I mean, we still have a ways to go.
This could be another runner tomorrow, man. I mean, this is
Circle went another at one point 30% on the second day.
Yeah.
At one point, Circle was up at least 28%. The only reason I know that is because I didn't have the day up, but I had like the tweet of like the chart. So I know for a fact. I think I have it here because I know here. I had this because I took it short, Circle on day 2. I know this is day 2. So at some point, Circle on day 2 was down 10% from the high and still up 28%. And Circle had a bigger move, I think percentage-wise, maybe by a little bit.
You looked it up, yeah.
It was close, 60 to 100, whatever. It was certainly close. So it's not crazy to believe that we might not get another push tomorrow. Let's go to Adara for breaking news.
Yeah, we have a MP here flying as well as USA Rare Earth. I guess Reuters is reporting that apparently the Trump administration is going to expand its price support for U.S. rare earths projects. The support specifically for MP Materials. That deal apparently was not a one-off, and there will be other companies getting deals. So USAR sharply to the upside, MP sharply to the upside again. Reuters reporting that apparently the Trump administration is going to be boosting price support for other rare earths companies not in the U.S., not just MP. MP and specifically USAR very strong, guys. Back to you.
Is that what it is on MP?
So MP doesn't have a PE, and it's a 133 forward PE. And I want to be in this stock, and I can't bring myself to buy it up here. It's so frustrating. And it's like every time it looks like it's rolling over, it feels like there's good news on it. Because here's the problem with them is if a China deal happens, it could drop 50%. Well, maybe not 50, but it could drop heavily on a China deal. And because the deadline's coming up in like 12 days, it's kind of a risky buy up here. Like I would have wanted to have been long way before this. 3 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. I'm gonna probably have, just in case, I mean, I might have SoFi up just to see if there's a buy and balance on it because it's actually falling still. There's SoFi at the lows right now. Man, SoFi was so strong this morning. Just goes to show.
What about?
It doesn't matter how strong some individual stocks are. If the market just keeps on falling, eventually you're gonna get these things rolling over.
Is 120 going to be a key level for Figma? Like I was actually debating going short.
Or short. I've been thinking about shorting it all afternoon and not trying to do it and haven't done it.
Yeah. I was going to say, even if you went 100 shares or something, the spread right now is reasonable. I mean, the spread is,
you might get 50 pennies.
Yeah, so I was going to say, well, I mean, there you go. So if you shorted that 119.40 or something like that, you're almost $1. You probably, if you put a 118.40, you might get hit there, $1 in the money. There, but I think we'll probably just leave it alone. But that would be a decent opportunity. I got to get over to the desk to make sure the layout is loading
make sure you're
properly there, because again, coming tonight is going to be big. We're going to have Amazon. I think that's going to be the one to watch there. I'm most excited for Apple just to see what it does, because I already know, even no matter what Amazon does, like I'm not selling any, and I'm probably not buying any more. We're pretty full position.
Amazon's going to be all right.
On Amazon, it's going to be all right. Interested, I'm not into Reddit yet. I think if this can somehow move down, maybe buy something on Reddit. And again, just been extended out a little bit too far here. Maybe price for perfection again, trying to take out those levels of 170. So we'll wait to see if Reddit pulls back. 137 is where the 50-period, the 200 and the 50-period moving average are resting right down there on Reddit. So that should be a good one. Roku always tends to be a flyer, so its expected move is 11.4% on Roku, and you're looking at that stock and thinking very similar ways. Again, like maybe this one is priced to do something. Wow, good thing we didn't short that.
It's unbelievable.
What am I even doing with my life here right now? That is just absolute beast right now happening in Figma. I thought I was doing pretty good getting out of that 114 break there.
It's almost 50%.
This is why I wanted to hold it, to be honest with you, and
ridiculous.
didn't do it. So.
And it held VWAP. That's the hilarious thing about it. It actually held the volume weighted average
Hilarious,
price.
not.
No, it's not. It's not
hilarious
hilarious. I think I don't know. I tend to have that. Look, I left a lot on the table, getting trailed out of it.
I better go check that.
And I should have just. I was always going to trail it after the halt, but it was a sloppy trail that I used. Someone asked me about Netflix. I get it. Netflix is. The market didn't break the low, and Netflix broke the low and is continuing to fall. So you're getting a lot of weakness in Netflix. And I just think they're a little bit in the penalty box right now, unfortunately. So like this trend down in Netflix is unabated, and we could see a flat bottom break tomorrow. So while we're at the low today. It hasn't broken this recent local bottom here. This could be breaking tomorrow on Netflix. Adara is probably going to be all over stock like this. 1162 on Netflix. I like Netflix. I own a bunch of Netflix. I'm not necessarily concerned long term, but not looking terribly good for them. Imbalances just dropped. Nvidia 3.8 million to the buy side. That's probably a good enough reason to punch out of Intel. BBD, Voice to Man. ABC, BBD. 3.3 million BTBT, 2 million to the buy side. Oklo, 1.8 million to sell on Oklo. That's kind of a decent number. There, I don't see SoFi over a million, so that's disappointing. The market is 2.9 billion to the buy side. The Mag 7, 600 million to buy. So a decent buy imbalance, mostly because of Nvidia just looking over. SoFi is a buy, but a million shares, that might not cut it on SoFi. It's done 100 million shares on the day. So that million imbalance barely even registers anything on SoFi, unfortunately. So yeah, the big one is going to be Nvidia at the close. But my goodness, here, I'll show you Nvidia. It had an imbalance, so we can show it to you. It barely even moved there. 3.8 million imbalance on Nvidia. The candle wick was 40 cents, and it's right back lower. So that just shows you how heavy the market is, but never fear. Figma is at it almost hit 125. 124.50 or so. That's crazy. Yeah, no one cares about Nvidia's
You imagine still
imbalance.
holding that thing?
Yeah. I can imagine a lot, as Han Solo would say. I love that line.
Yeah.
Han Solo's a gangster. One of the greatest characters in sci-fi history.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you would know that. So.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, liking Star Wars. I was with the.
And you know what? And George Lucas is a genius, but you have to give Harrison Ford a ton of credit because a lot of the iconic Harrison Solo stuff, he went away from what Lucas wrote in the script. Like his famous, like when Leia's like, "I love you," and he says, "I know." That wasn't. He was supposed to say, "I love you too." And he's like, "Get out of here." Han Solo's a badass. He would never say what you expect him to say.
Right.
He's gonna say something like, "No, I know." Because that's how he rolls. And it was perfect because that was the character. Then they, you know what, I'm not even going to get into how he died in the other trilogy because then I'll just get pissed off on a good day. So let's talk about something else because that really always bothers me having to think about how they did that character. Notorious Dinkelberg, obviously I think Disney ruined Star Wars based upon my reaction right now. But that Oklo, wow, that sell on Oklo, 1.8 million shares. That's a lot for Oklo, and it's not really moving that much. Like, that's 10% of the day's volume was the sell imbalance, and it barely even moved. So maybe that's going to pair off here on Oklo. I can already see. No, it's still not much is paired off. Like the paired value is like 10% of the imbalance right now on OKLO. So watch out for 355 here on Oklo. That's certainly one that could be big. My guess is it's going to pair off. It's behaving like it might want to. You're starting to get a bit of a drop in there. The other thing to keep in mind with Oklo, this is at the highs. So the fact that it's getting a sell imbalance here, that's at the absolute top at the end of the month. So yeah, it makes a little bit of sense that you'd have some profit taking, everybody. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We'll see what happens about a minute and a half, but I'd be careful with that. Nvidia's starting to pair off. I would suspect that's going to pair in about a minute or so on Oklo. Oh, Fig finally went to the downside.
Oh, did it? We're
120.
Oh, 120. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's $5 down.
Not bad. Yeah, so we're going to get out here as the TQs do make that move down now, $4 now in the money on the NASDAQ. And again, this is just TQs right now, down 2%. This is a triple levered ETF. So if you are trading anything like that, and you're wondering what TQs are potentially are, it's just a NASDAQ triple levered. Maybe it's not going any lower, but we're going to get out of that if it does come back into the 80s again. We have a couple minutes left, but for right now, we do want to make sure that you guys do scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen, because it is Trade the Pool. And with Trade the Pool's swing trade program, you can access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not just CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente there, for example. This dude is one of Trade the Pool's legends, apparently. He took down 23 grand in profits. His top performer was MMAX. He shorted it, and he held. This is the thing you can do, hold overnight. From April 20th to May 30th, so just over a month, and took down 7 grand. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan that QR code, grab your percentage off immediately with Trade the Pool and Trader TV Live, 10% off if you do scan that QR code, which I would think any kind of a discount is a nice one.
Makes sense to me.
Scan it right there, and there it is. We do get our TQQ trade as it is now. I just put that bid at basically the low of the day. We got it good, and now we are out of that and now flat, as you can see, both of us now, no positions on board. So I'll see everybody. We're heading over to Ottawa tomorrow, so we'll be in the capital.
The nation's
nation's capital. I'm going to see if I can speak to Carney about all of this kind of stuff. It'll be interesting to be in Ottawa on August 1st. That should be fun.
Deadline day.
Deadline day, yeah.
No
So
pressure.
that should be good there. But yeah, there's Figma. It does make that move. We were thinking that there was going to be a top tick at some point.
Was it.
But to guess where that was is almost nearly impossible. But that was 125. Nice pullback down right there. Congratulations again, anybody on that Figma trade today. It was a big one here, so nothing's going to obviously change that. So nice move right there. Nice trade up for Figma as we continue to get huge trades off of new issues, right? IPOs.
Irrational exuberance.
And I think there's more IPOs coming through soon. So.
Bring us Discord, please.
Yeah.
Because Discord is the kind of thing that has the potential to have that kind of a move. That's all you're just looking for, that initial push. And maybe you get a circle, or maybe you get a core weave where it continues to go at some point in the next few days.
Yeah.
We'll hope for that. We'll hope for that tomorrow, but you never know. Like, I'm not going to like I said, on day 2, I only made money short on day 2 of Circle, even though it was up like 30%. So you just never know. Tomorrow, I'm willing to go either direction. And at the end of the day, we paid really cheap for locates here. There were 6 cents per share. And a lot of people have said in the chat, oh, but my broker won't let me short. Here at Real Trading, we can trade everything. We have access to every single gateway. It's an advantage that we don't take for granted. We appreciate it. And even if something is hard to borrow, we have the opportunity to be able to pay for the shares to be able to go short. So we paid for that and then didn't use them, which is very important. Just because, and this is big for traders, if you trade at Real Trading, don't think because you paid for the locate and it's a sunk cost that you just have to go force a short. That mentality gets you in a world of hurt. Once you paid, that's it. Just make the best decision. That's all you can ever think about. Sunk costs can crush people. Apple, ahead of their earnings, down a point, and continuing to head to the downside with the rest of the market. Faring better, Amazon actually holding higher lows the entirety of the afternoon, most of the day, and above the volume-weighted price. So basically, they're just acting like they have been relatively on the daily chart this whole way. And oh goodness, Tesla 3% to the downside. They were the nasty one. If you're just looking Mag 7, something that never got off the schneid and is outpacing the market to the downside, certainly it's them. Although you would make the argument that Microsoft, from a percentage basis from the highs, clearly did worse. Microsoft's still up 4%. But remember, they were double digits this morning. And that is quite possibly one of the more gorgeous fades you would see. You had to be looking short, though, on Microsoft. Like, you're not really getting this move very easily unless you're thinking short, so you're waiting for that double top. Maybe you're putting a stop order through one of these types of lows. And if you weren't thinking short, you can pretty much forget about it. But this is the kind of thing that can happen when you're going parabolic through all-time highs. Like this stock was really just on one and finally letting off some steam. There is Softy. We're kind of hoping we get the same kind of push up with Amazon, although I'd be a lot happier if it didn't give up such a large percentage of the gains like Microsoft did, please. If you end up in the Meta realm, that would be much, much better. Why? Because Meta's still up double digits. Man, we love Meta. Microsoft pulls back from 10 to 3%. Meta says, who cares? We're going to hold this 11 because that's what we do. Meta, absolutely gorgeous, but the real story today is still Figma. Oh, what an IPO. Even with the pullback, look at this sucker. So it pulls back off 125, and it just bounces off clean off the prior high. Like, why not? Why not just hold VWAP when the stock is moving nonsensically? Why not just hold the prior high on the way back in and bounce a little bit? I still think it's selling off going into the close. Less than 1 minute to go to the close. 30 seconds to go, everybody. It's been a wild one, but remember, the dream team has got you covered for the market recap. You've got Amazon, you've got Apple, you've got Coinbase, you've got MSTR, you've got Riot, and a whole lot of other earnings that you probably ain't never heard of. All going to be after the bell, and a recap of a ridiculous day of trading. I'm putting the countdown on even though I don't have to, and brought to you by Beta Pro. Shout out to them. It's been a wild one. Adara, ring it. With the brand new mallet, by the way, as well. So an unbelievable day. We closed at about 116.80 on Figma, which is absolutely ridiculous. Shout out to the entire team. But I'm telling you, everybody, if you thought it was super hot fire yesterday when we were talking about Meta and Microsoft, and if you thought it was super hot fire today with Figma and the IPO, the market recap is going to be even more lit. Why? Because we've got the rest of these Mag 7 bad boys coming through, including Coinbase, including MicroStrategy. It's wild. Reddit's going to be reporting after the bell, and it all starts right now with the dream team. Sean, Sharif, Adara, market recap now. Ish.
Yeah, here we go. We are now live right now. We've got Sharif in the building. We've got myself. We've got Adara ready to go. How's it going?
Yes, sir, good, man.
Good.
Pumped for you, pumped for myself. What a day.
Thank you very much.
Watch you hold that bad boy
as well. Figma was a good one.
Yeah.
All right, look, Figma, we'll talk about that, obviously going out. I'm not even sure where it went out at, but now earnings are starting to drop all over the place right now. We're looking for Amazon. We're looking for Apple. We're looking for them all. I have a 30-second chart. There's Amazon right now. It looks like it's probably out right now. I'm going to have to load this up. The 30-second chart's not necessarily working. Let's go to a 1-minute chart here on Amazon. 234 and change. Just hit 242. Now all the way back down to 230. Do we have anything yet?
No.
238, 236. Amazon dancing around right now. So they are out. Amazon looking to the high side. 240 and change. Starting to go. It's AMZN. Reddit as well, possibly. Right now, not out. But it's Amazon that comes out. We were looking for a strong AWS number, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We talked about looking for 17% growth rate there, as AWS, a big part of the Amazon story. There's that level right there on the daily. It's 52-week high, 242.50, as we talked about. So you're just a couple dollars away from that. But we just hit 242. Now it's starting to come back in. Here it is right here. The EPS 168 beating 130. So that's a banger right there. We also see sales of 167 versus 161. So far so good there for Amazon. But it is making a little bit of a pullback in right now. MindMed also coming out to report. But right now it's Amazon. Better number on the EPS, better number on sales. Looks like it wants to go higher, but there it is now hitting down to 231, 232. Amazon is now going lower. We'll find out. Possibly a guide. I see Q3 sales 174 to 179. That's also higher than expected. So I don't know if you're seeing anything on Amazon there.
I'm seeing. Here we go, Katina, man. As you mentioned, quarterly earnings $1.68 per share, beating the consensus estimate of $1.30 by 29.13%. That's a 33% increase year over year on that $1.26 that they printed last year on revenue, guys, of $167.7 billion, easily beating the 161.87 expected by the street by 3.6%. That's a 13.33% increase from the 148-ish they printed last year on the quarter, guys. So we'll keep an eye out on that. The street, as I mentioned, was expecting, I see it here, $1.33 on revenue of 162. Either way, it's a beat. Let's have a look to see if anything else is coming out here. So here's the sale. Here's the guide. Q3 sales expected to be in the region of 174 to 179.5 billion versus the 172.75 estimate. So an easy beat on the top line guide. Let's see if what else came in. Anything else with EPS? Q2 EPS is $1.68. We already knew about that. Just having a look over here to see whether or not it's coming out. Nothing yet. On this one, the international segment apparently printed $36.8 billion. Keeping a look here to see whether this is coming out. Yeah, here we go. Now we're talking about profit for the third quarter, Sean. They see that between $15.5 to $20.5 billion, but a $5 billion range area. Again, Sean, that's the guide. So we're guiding now. Remember, they're guiding 174 to 179.5 with respect to revenue for the next guy. Kind of flat here, Sean. Kind of zigging and zagging down to 228, but also up to 242. Now it's in the middle here at $233. Still up 1.33% on the day, Sean.
Right there. All right, FSLR, another name that just came out. Again, a good report there for First Solar. It looks like right now they're starting to get back up to the upside here, 183. You could see here on our daily chart. We'll see if First Solar can get through, but that's 184 and change is what we're looking at right there for FSLR. We'll see if we can get through on that. So nice little move there, a beat for FSLR.
MicroStrategy
right now. There's a MicroStrategy is also out.
Yep.
So the Bitcoin monster MSTR
Yes, sir.
right now. Strategy, of course, not doing much, Sharif. I mean, we're down to 404 right here. The implied move that I had written down
what you got
for MSTR was just 4%. So its last move was 3.5%, possibly a 4% move right now. You could see here, I have this marker right here, and you can see the extended hours change right now, only 0.82% right now for MSTR. So not really moving around at all. What do the numbers look like?
I got them, Sean. $14 billion in operating income for Q2, $10 billion in take-home money. That's their net income for Q2. $32.60 diluted earnings per share for Q2. That's ridiculous. $32.60 of diluted earnings. Well, Bitcoin's at all-time highs. Here's what they're holding, Katina, man.
Yep.
628,791 Bitcoins with a total cost, I don't know when they pegged this, $46.07 billion, Katina, man. Do you want to know what their average price is? $73,277 per Bitcoin. Their yield, their BTC yield, they yielded 25% for full year 2025 so far, $13.2 billion in BTC gains achieved year to date.
Yep.
Their operating income, Katina, man, $34 billion on net income of $24 billion. It's a good look, but the market, kind of muted, 3%.
They're selling down Bitcoin right now pretty good. Bitcoin down to 116.6 right now. So nice little move down if you come into the screen here for Bitcoin. The last 5 minutes, downside pressure right now for Bitcoin, 116.6. So we'll see if they can continue to hold that as MSTR right now, up 1% here in the after hours. I don't know if we got Coinbase or not, but Coinbase right now tanking down 6%. There goes Coinbase. See you later. From 378, you can see the intraday, that move is right there. I don't know if you guys can see that good enough, but there it is, down 6%. Of course, this market recap show brought to you by Beta Pro. Go check them out, Global X. We want to thank them, but there goes Coinbase also to the downside. When we get those numbers, we'll get them out to you immediately. Reddit apparently also another name, and we don't want to jump around from stock to stock, but some of these names are big. There's Reddit. Reddit today, wow. Reddit today was up 7% today. Add another 11% right now. That gives you that 18%. Similar to what Meta was feeling like. Not as high though. Reddit higher than Meta. Here's the pullback now again. Now only up 6%. So the Reddit numbers are out. They guide higher. They see Q3 sales 535 to 545 versus 471. What a blowout looking at like for Reddit. And again, you didn't have to really read through the tea leaves too much on this one, Sharif. They started bumping up today.
Sean.
Was going to take that level out. I was saying that Reddit was probably the next one. I'm not in it, so stubborn for me to do that. But Reddit right now going to the upside. A nice move there. It is 178 and change, up 7.7% here in after hour trading. Added on to another 7 from the day. A lot of that get up today was due to Meta. We had good ad reads from Meta. And of course, you know, again, another social media product. I know Reddit's not the same thing, but as you're scrolling through, they have, you know, what about when Reddit introduces a place like Marketplace?
Exactly. And they're selling their data hand over fist to these LLMs that want to train off them. So here's what we got, Katina, man. We got 48 pennies per share, which beat the consensus estimate of 19 pennies per share. Buy, Sean, 157%. That's a monster beat.
Huge.
This is a 900% increase over the losses that they printed last year on the quarter, which was about a 6 penny per share loss. The company reported its sales, Katina, man, a little bit shy of 500 million, 499.6 million, which again, easily beat the consensus estimate of 424.75 million, this time by 17 2/3%. But that is a 77.68% increase over that 281 million revenue they brought last year on the quarter. What a fantastic look, Katina, man, as we work through that 180, zigging and zagging though, back down into 175. Still a monster beat, man. You got to see how this one trades tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. We do get Coinbase moving around as well. Reddit right now, 177, trying to go back up there to the upside. And again, what they were looking for, EPS 19 cents, they blow that out right there. Projected revenue, blow it out. Daily active users, 109 million. I didn't hear that number, but we're trying to take it out right now, up another 12% for Reddit. And, you know, the high 240, that's some of the exuberance there off the IPO, but still a nice move. They're still looking at a 52-week high and a intra-year high right now, 230.
Wow.
So we got a lot of room to run on Reddit. Let's just check back on some of the other major names as well. MSTR, we know we love that name, and there it goes, Sharif. Wow.
It's up
You
now.
mentioned now
Man.
630,000 or so Bitcoins. Like, I thought my 12 Bitcoins was pretty good.
And people were, come on, people were getting mad at him for punching in at the top.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, this guy's going to get margin called. He almost got margin called in 22. We know that, right? He was very close.
Was it? I mean, I don't know.
I remember him like being, he was out of the money for a little bit, wasn't he?
Okay, maybe in the 20,000. I mean, now we had the average price, of course, of, you mentioned it, 73,000.
73 change, Katina, man,
per
which
coin.
is...
I love how that you just went right over that. I mean, imagine if I had 12 Bitcoin. I was like, that would be crazy. We'd be in the money. We'd have $1.5 million in Bitcoin. We don't have that, but there it goes right now. MSTR, nice little upside move, 2.4%, still working out.
Katina, man, I got AWS here. AWS net sales, Katina,
All right,
man.
let's go over it.
We got
Probably lower, right?
30.87 billion versus a 26.28. I'm not seeing the comps for what they were looking for this time around. I'm just seeing a year-over-year comparison right now. I'm going to keep looking for the consensus estimate. I should possibly have it here in my own notes, Katina, man, if you allow me a second just to weasel in, and I don't know where they went, of course, so we'll have to keep looking over here. But that is a beat year-over-year on the quarter, Sean.
Over 7,000 watching right now. Shares of Amazon are selling off on these numbers. So Amazon right now, and it's a little bit of a drop in the pan. It's not too bad. It's down 3% right now, down 2.65%. They were up today 1.7%. Obviously, we talked about their expectation from the cloud, and that was that AWS number. Microsoft crushed it with Azure. That was part of the reason there. But even if you look at Microsoft in their earnings call yesterday, was a good call. But if you see on the day, Microsoft actually winds up falling down. They're on an island up there, but if you go to like a 10-minute chart, you'll see Microsoft had a tough day to start with as they just made downside plays, finally eventually catching a little bit of a bid at the early spot there. So that's Amazon. Reddit, let's just go check back on Reddit again, a big name. I want to thank all 7,000 of you, a big number for us right now, sticking with us into the close. We are all wait for Apple to come out, man. Apple imminent right here, so stay with us as soon as we get Apple. We've got it in our ears. We're watching it right now. Roku, another one there that's come out as well. Roku making moves to the upside right now, just a paltry 7%. Roku was up 2.5% today, now up over 7% goes Roku. Roku, a nice little number there as well. Carvana had a good number today. Roku looks like it wants to go higher. So some of these plays, back in April, Roku was a $53 name. So you're doubled up on that, up now 100%. Over 101 goes ROKU. See ya later, Roku. Nice upside play there for that as they go up to $100. Trying to take out that high of 104.96. Coinbase.
I got more stuff here on Amazon,
All right, let's go back to Amazon
per segment. So let's talk about the net sales, guys. As we mentioned, that headline number, the top line, the revenue was 67.7 compared with the 148 last year. But here's how they did in their segment. North American segment sales increased 11%. They took about 100.1 billion on that. The international segment increased even more, Katina, man, at 16% year over year, but a smaller, obviously, top line number, 36.8 billion. Again, good look there. AWS sales segment increased 17.5% year over year, up into that 30.09. Still waiting for a comp there. Their operating income increased to 19.2 billion on the quarter with a 14.7 comp from last year. North American segment operating income 7.5, international segment operating income 1.5. half. Not a bad look there. Their operating cash flow also increased 12% to $121.1 billion. Their free cash flow, and maybe this is why we're selling off here, Katina Man, a decrease to $18.2 billion for the trailing 12 months, perhaps because they're spending hand over fist on these data center build-outs. So we'll have to get more information on the call. Let me know when we're going with Adara.
We're going right now.
We're going right now. All right, Adara, get the green screen.
I want to interrupt from all these earnings calls, but I do want to mention here, MSTR on watch. Here's a real quote that Michael Saylor did say about Bitcoin, calling it a swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom. In fact, this at one point was the pinned tweet on his Twitter account. Either way, this swarm of cyber hornets has served him very well. Here is, this chart covers fiscal 2020 to fiscal 2024. This black line here is going to be the price of Bitcoin as the company acquired, a number of Bitcoin. This does not have all their acquisitions. That's a separate infographic, but it does have some of their most notable acquisitions and the whole chart of their involvement with crypto. Check this out on X at TTV Research. More to come. Back to you.
Look there, Adara.
Yeah, great look. Thanks to Dara for all that. And MSTR, a big name there as well. So yeah, we talk about that. But on the other side of the coin, we have Coinbase right now. Yeah,
Hey.
thank you very much. But no, we were flat today, only up 0.07. But right now, down 8%.
Small cap recap. Katima, it's time to punch.
Yeah, time to go. So what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about LiDAR or anything? No, but right now, coming up at 4:30, we have earnings from Apple.
Yes, sir.
But Coinbase right here, not great, man. An EPS of 12 cents. What? Misses the 135 estimates. We're going to have to figure out. That might be wrong number there. See if you get an EPS number somewhere for Coinbase.
For Coinbase?
Sales also lower, 1.49 billion versus 1.68
I got EPS.
billion. So what EPS did you have?
So here's the deal, Katima. I'll just show everybody on the screen. Coinbase adjusted EPS of 12 pennies markedly misses the 135 expected.
That's what I reported. I thought it was a mistake.
What the hell is this? This is Benzinga as well. On sales of 1.497, again missing, Katina, man. That 1.68. It is a miss on the top and the bottom line. Wow. And it's an 88.79% decrease of the earnings that they printed last year on the period, which was $1.07. What's going on here? They're printing 12 pennies. Bitcoin's at all-time highs. They reported, as I mentioned, quarterly sales of about 1.5 billion, but they did miss the consensus estimate by about 11.25%. This is a 3.24% increase, though, over the sales number from the same period last year, which was about 1.45 billion. Don't have the guide yet, Katina, man. We're just talking Q2 here.
Story about BBAI. Something just came out about them. They're not really moving around too much, but 640, 644 right now. Some sort of a new deal here for BBAI. Okay. We like that name. We're waiting for stories for Big Bear AI. Sharif, promise me you'll trade this tomorrow. I think it could be hot if the story is there for Big Bear AI. MSTR coming through again. Let's just talk about that. The hot one up to 414, 415. Started to go again there. Just falling back in a little bit. Coinbase continues to fall down. Coinbase down $29. Right now to the downside, but a little off the lows there for Coinbase. Oh, actually, not really. Trying to make new lows right now. Coinbase, the big one that we all want to talk about, of course, is Amazon. AMZN right now down 4%. This one's going lower, so not a great report there for Amazon. And I said earlier that we didn't really care too much.
This is dropping.
Yeah, what Amazon was up to, but again, a decent quarter, but their AWS does not shine the way that Azure did for Microsoft. So downside play there for Amazon. I see people in the chat probably talking about it a little bit overbought. It's had a huge run up there, runs right into past resistance. Maybe it's time to get out of a little bit of Amazon here. And if it does pull back into any of these periods, the 200 period at 209 or 217 could definitely be in play. But of course, everyone that's smart is in Reddit instead of Amazon. I don't think so. But right there, right now, Reddit up 14%.
I guess Fabian's in Reddit.
Maybe. I think Discord is going to be huge when that finally comes out.
Yes, sir.
But Reddit right now, a nice little IPO over the last couple of years, going higher right now, 181. Remember, it still has a print of 230 to get to. Reddit nicely performing here. I'm just going to get up that exact story from Reddit and what those numbers were. As we use the Benzinga Pro platform here. Yes, they beat by 48 cents. Is what they reported. 19-cent estimate, so that's crushed. Almost triple that number. They see sales actually 499 versus 424. So 20% beat there in sales as well, and a huge guide, 535 million versus 471. So Reddit just on all metrics there, double beat top and bottom, and then they go out and say, we are also expecting this to carry forward. So the monkey in the room is going to be Apple. We wait for that.
Oh boy.
Minutes away for Apple. They're starting to go back up to the upside right here in the after hours.
boy.
So I don't know what's up with that. We closed out Apple at 207.50 on the day, down almost 1%. And now Apple back up that 1% now, closing for the day, right back where we opened. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening with Apple. 1 minute. This is a 1 minute chart.
Yep.
We're hoping to get this in the next 5 minutes. We'll see what happens with Apple coming out very, very soon. What one did we miss? What else
I want to talk about Cloudflare. Net,
Sure, let's
guys,
go.
NET also reporting up 10% here, Katina Man, in the after hours on EPS of 21 pennies, beating the street's consensus estimate of 18 on sales of $512 million, easily beating again that expectation of 501. So NET breaking into that, at least what I see here in the aftermarket, a $225 high. I think Kadira is ready at the green screen if we're going to go.
Talked a little bit earlier about MSTR. Here's one of the other major crypto plays tonight. Coinbase. Now, this infographic, I need to update this one updated as of Q3 2024. But this basically kind of shows the very rocky earnings this company eventually had. Now, of course, they're part of the S&P 500, and they've gotten that EPS under control. But there was a whole year here where they were posting massive losses per share. So the green bars are going to be their quarterly earnings or losses per share. White bars, the annual losses per share. Interesting look here. And, of course, at the corner is the CEO, Brian Armstrong, or as he's sometimes referred to, the shiny one. So check this out on X at TTV Research. Lots of infographics of all shapes and sizes. Back to you.
Can't believe you said that on camera. That's fantastic. I say that to her in private, off camera. Shout out to Adara Guts, baby. I love it. All right, shout out to the shiny one, Katina Man.
Yeah.
That is Brian Armstrong. He is quite shiny. I think he, he probably polishes that bad boy.
Maybe he polished that bad boy. Not too bad at all. Okay, yeah, there's Cloudflare right
Got
now.
more money than all of us, so we're good.
225, trying to break higher there. Cloudflare is still going. This is a 600-minute chart right here, just so we could see the breakouts on some of these names. So far, so good here. Cloudflare going a little bit higher. This is what Coinbase is doing. And again, we are waiting for Apple. Once we get that, man, it's going to be coming real hot and heavy, Apple. But look what's happening to Coinbase.
What's happening?
What a give up. All the way back right now into sort of July, early July levels. So you're giving back the whole month right now on Coinbase, down 7.4%. Absolutely crazy number, only printing 12 cents for the quarter when we were looking for 135.
Ridiculous.
Why is this not down more
I need
right now? So downside move there for Coinbase, continuously going a little bit lower. They missed on sales, and obviously they miss on EPS as well. Ciao to Coinbase. We'll see you around.
I got more data on this, Katina Man, I would like to share if that's okay.
As well.
So Coinbase, Katina Man, second quarter transaction revenue down almost 40%, 39%.
Are people hodling, do you think?
I don't know. I have no idea. We need to hear more about this. Subscription and service revenue was $655 million, Katina Meg, but guess what? Down 6% quarter over quarter. Transaction revenue, as we mentioned, also down. Just looking for some more. The subscription and service revenue, as we talked about, yeah, those are the two numbers that I have at the moment. Revenue, as we mentioned, $1.5 billion. But maybe these headline numbers here with transaction and subscription revenue dropping here below expectations, and you see that big move down from the close that we had there at 377.50, Katina, and as you mentioned, getting into those July levels. Someone is buying this, at least for the moment, here at 345, kind of double bottom on the 15 there.
You know what the thing is, and shout out to everybody that's there in the chat. As again, hit the like, hit the subscribe, get involved right now. Wonder if Trouser Snake, that's hilarious. Coinbase fees different than Robinhood, right? Maybe Robinhood taking some of their business, but that's what we were talking about. It actually wasn't that individual there. Someone else had made the point about Coinbase, and I just wanted to, I can't find, maybe it was a little bit higher, but yeah, I was wondering if Robinhood is taking some of that sort of luster away there, because now all of a sudden, like, I know that a lot of traders around here, when we were looking to open up crypto accounts or looking to get on exchange, a lot of us were opening up Coinbase, one of the first ones to market. We're sitting there trading. You do feel a little bit better owning shares or holding your crypto on exchange of a publicly traded company. I don't really know why that is, but I just feel that's mentally probably part of the game. But now with Robinhood talking about crypto, SoFi has a crypto platform. We had Kevin O'Leary on with WonderFi and them. Robinhood buying them out as well. So many different options right now other than Coinbase. So I'm wondering if that's taking away even Webull. We've seen that as well. This can't be a great sign for stocks like Robinhood or Webull, especially here into the close. So you do get another move down right now on Robinhood. They're down almost 1% here in after hours. And again, due to potentially movements down there in Coinbase. JP Morgan, they had that deal with Coinbase. Wow, they got up to $300 there today, but does not break it. They're also just suffering a little bit of a downtick right here. Let's go check in on Amazon one more time.
Well, I had some more information on AWS, Sean. So we were looking for the comps, the guide, the comparables. So here's the deal. They printed $30.87 billion in AWS revenue. The street was looking for 30.78, so it's a beat there, guys. On operating income of 19.2 billion, again, the street was only looking for 16.9, so it's a beat on whatever you're looking for there in terms of growth or operating income specific to AWS. So we'll have to see whether or not it's a guide and listen to more on the call. Are we going to Adara?
We're going to go to Adara. Yeah. Go find out more about Amazon.
Yeah, good timing here for AWS because that's what this whole infographic is about. This is from fiscal 2013 to 2023. This amazing revenue growth. Now, again, we apparently still beat estimates, but it wasn't quite what the street was looking for. These AWS numbers are always worth watching for AMZN. Fun fact as well, the individual on the far end of this chart, that would be Andy Jassy. He was formerly the CEO of AWS before he took over as the CEO for Amazon proper. So interesting stuff. You can check this very smiley Jeff Bezos out on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
FSLR.
Oh yeah, we got Riot blockchain as well.
Sir.
We can have a quick little look at that one. Not doing too much actually. Sharif pretty flat here into the after hours. So Riot blockchain not doing too much. We will wait for Apple. Apple's coming out right now. It's 4:25. I mean, it could come in right here. So we are waiting for earnings, followed by their call at 5 p.m. So when Apple gets through. But look what Apple's doing here in the after hours.
What is it doing?
Up 1%. Why? I don't know. Reddit's a name that's up there. Amazon is a name that's down. So as traders get ready for Apple, we'll see what's going on. Apple's been pretty much doing nothing all month. This right down here, if you see on my bottom of my screen, this is 209. That's where we're at right now. So that's July 1st. Today's July 31st. So again, if you just watched Apple all month, you're at near the lows of that move, but you know, still life, right? We got to wait to see if we can breathe some life into Apple. 192 would be disastrous if you got back down into there, but still possible. So we'll wait to see Apple. The implied move here for Apple, if you look at the earning or at the options, is 4%. They moved 4% last time. So might not be a big, huge runner for Apple, but we're going to wait for that. I'm most excited about Apple. I talked about that before. I want to see what their talk is going to be about for Apple.
Absolutely.
First Solar continues to rip a little bit.
Yeah, I got that.
A little bit higher as well. You want to talk about First Solar?
Yeah, while we're waiting for Apple, Katina, man. So here's what we got for First Solar. They reported 341.9 million in net income, or about $3.18 a share. That's down though, guys, from 349.4 or about 325 a share a year ago. Analysts were expecting $2.66 per share, so it is a beat, even though it's a year-over-year decline. They posted $1.1 billion in revenue, up from 1.01 last year, so that top line increased, bottom line didn't. The street was looking for 1.04, so again, a beat there. They also upped their full-year revenue guidance up between 4.9 to 5.7 billion. That's up from the prior estimate of 4.5 to 5.5, but it also narrowed its earning guidance to about $13.5 per share to $16.5 per share, up from that $12.5 to $17.5 they had earlier guided. And they're seeing full year earnings possibly here between 14.88 and, they're seeing full year earnings at $14.88 per share on revenue, Sean, of $5.06 billion, up 1.7% here. But you look what it did. It dropped all the way down to 171, popped all the way into 187. Midpoint here at around 182.
All right, let's go Apple. Yeah, let's hope for a tie-up with ChatGPT or OpenAI. Let's hope for some news about Gemini. Let's see if Sundar Pichai, all these guys, if everyone got together to help out Apple and finally give them the AI that they're looking for. We're getting excited for that. I do want everyone to keep their I don't know, at bay a little bit, their expectations. This quarter ending June is typically a slow quarter for Apple.
Well said.
So we're going to have to wait for the back-to-school sales to come through, which is happening hopefully now. And then as we get ready for the release of their new products in September, October.
Leaked already online, Katina, man.
Right. So I don't know if they can come up with a foldable phone or not. Who knows? But we're expecting about a 1 to 2% year-over-year growth.
Yes, sir.
EPS looking at around 142 to 143. Last year was 140. So as long as they can keep the boat moving forward here, I think that's going to be a good thing. We've seen some of these tariff talks be sort of long-lived, but once there's a deal, there seems to be pretty reasonable from what I can see right here. And we know that Apple doesn't purchase many, they don't spend too much, so I'm not expecting them to announce, you know, a stake in Perplexity or Anthropic or anything like that. Although I think it might be interesting if that was kind of happening right now. But
when was the last time the company they bought? Beats? I mean,
that's what I said on the show. I think that was the last one.
I mean,
that
I
was
don't
like
remember.
Just a little cough. I mean, that was $3 billion, and it falls out of Tim Cook's pocket.
And like, you got to think the administration is going to be wise to this India move, Katina. Man, if they're already not, they slapped India with 25% tariffs, which was going to. Okay, so Apple.
Still trying to work on that deal, I thought, with India, no?
Well, Donald announced 25% tariffs on India yesterday, and the deal is, if they hadn't slapped that 25% tariffs and they left it the same, Apple would have saved about $900 million versus what they would have spent if it had been coming from China, under 54% tariffs. But that puts everything into question, this 25%. And you got to assume that the administration, if they really want to push their agenda forward, they're just going to respond in some sort of way to kind of blockade Apple's way from making this stuff abroad.
So less than 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Great points there. Less than 1 minute. Apple's already sort of talked about $900 million in tariffs and extra costs due to the tariffs. Plus, we'll hear if that number's greater. That doesn't even sound that huge. We'll see if it's bigger than that. And then, what's going on with the sales in China? Still a big, huge market for them.
Yes, sir.
We'll see if that number, if that's in the numbers today, which it will be. We'll hopefully get all of that breakdown right now. It's 4:30 in a matter of seconds. That number will come out, and we'll flip right over. We're on the Apple stock right now. On the screen, it is now up 0.8.
Show yourself,
after hours, flat on the day. So we're going to wait to see what Apple does. And again, you're right back to July levels. There it is. Okay, it's starting to go upside right now.
Oh, wow.
We are now, we'll hit that side.
Here we go.
Apple's now out. There it is. $1.57 versus $1.42. So Apple, that's a big one. We're happy so far right now. As there goes Apple to the upside. Big numbers being reported right here from what I'm hearing in my ear.
Coming out.
Beating on everything. iPhone revenue, $44.58 billion. Apple to the high side now, $214, $215, up 3%. Greater China revenue, $15 billion number right there. So here it is right now. EPS beat, 157 versus 142. Sales, wow, it's a big sales number. It's $94 billion for Apple versus 89. They're going. Your boy's got goosebumps right now. I don't know. Is it cold in here or what right now? It's Italian hair getting out of control. They also see big sales numbers for the iPhone. I thought people weren't buying it. I don't know if Joseph paid too much, but $44.5 billion in iPhone sales right now. Everyone saw Joseph buying. They fled to the doors. They bought it as well. iPad sales up now. Apple hits 215, but now floating back in. So just a couple numbers there. Everything's green on the board as far as I'm seeing it from Benzinga Pro. But who knows? It's 212 and change. Apple's starting to go up to the upside right now. We'll see if it can continue. Remember, Microsoft and Meta took a little bit of a while to get going. Then they had their call. Then it really got cooking. So again, there goes Apple. Look at that. Now it's failing to the downside.
Exactly.
What was once up 3%, as these numbers come out and the algos and whatnot, people start to think about what Apple's doing. We're going to figure it out. But that EPS beat, I don't know, man. We could have put a poll up. I don't think a lot of us thought Apple was going to beat right now, and they just came out with it right there.
Katina, man, let me go through the different line items
here. There's the guidance.
Here we go. So we got Q3 EPS of $1.57, beating the $1.42 on sales of $94 billion, easily beating the $89 billion expected. Let's go on to the next one over here. Here's what Sean was talking about. iPhone sales. This is the number people care about, Sean. $44.5 billion in iPhone sales. Their Q3 dividend, they're going to give us 26 pennies per share. So excited for that one. Their iPad sales, Sean, $6.58 billion. Not a bad look there. Let's keep going. What did Tim Cook say? Said the company estimates purchases ahead of tariffs drove 1 percentage point of nearly 10% sales growth in the fiscal third quarter. What is he talking about, Sean? We're talking about that pull forward of demand as a result of the tariffs coming in. So people buy iPhones before they get more expensive. Tim Cook saying only 1% of that 10 actually attributable to that. Whether you believe it or not, different story. story. What else we got over here? We got tops EPS by 15 pennies. We already talked about that. The wearables, Sean, the AirPods that you wear every day. We got $7.4 billion in revenue on that. How about the Mac sales, Katina, man?
Yeah.
We got $8.046 billion on that bad boy right there. Keeping an eye on some other headlines over here, just keeping an eye.
Better than expected everywhere is what it looks like, Sharif.
Feels like, man, but the market, I don't know, just Apple doesn't react in the same way. It happened last time. You and I were doing the show. It went up, and by the time we were done the show, it was down, and I clapped for no reason. I wasn't going to clap this time, Sean.
You know what? I just guess, I guess the stock is relatively dead right now. It's just, we're waiting for the story. But the thing is, the story remains intact. All of these sales numbers are better than expected. So people are buying, the consumer is out there buying, spending money, and Apple just is the beneficiary of that. But we're all waiting for more. We're all waiting to hear about what that AI story is, what they feel like tariffs are, how they're going to impact it. What's that guide look like? I don't have anything as far as a guide yet, so we're going to find out what, it's trading higher right now, better than expected. Numbers. Did you have the guys?
I have the services revenue that everybody's gung-ho about. Everybody loves the services revenue, and they beat easily there, Katina, man. 27.42 versus the 24.21. That's not the expectation, Katina, man. That was what they printed last year for that segment there. So keeping an eye on that services revenue going to be super important. It is their highest margin product. We're talking about mid 80% gross margins on that. But that's up in question because we've been talking about this with Google, with that $50 billion that they get from Google every year. That could be up in question as well.
Right. We're waiting for the judge on that one to figure out what's going on. Will they have to keep on paying for Chrome and paying for that input into their phones? Will it be allowed? MSTR, just a quick review, not doing much, only up 1%, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Amazon right now, it's still down 3%, but well off its lows. Its low was 220, 223 there, now 227. We're only down 3% there on Amazon. Apple, I think, just turned red maybe. No, still up 1.7%. It's just jumping around right now, so that's going to be good. iPhone sales blow past estimates as some customers race to beat the tariffs. That's one of the headlines right now. Are we getting any pull through in Microsoft? Probably not. Microsoft's up right here, up to 537, so probably again good AWS numbers, but we know the story with Microsoft. Tesla, just a quick look on that name as it was moving quite a bit, only down now 0.06 in the after hours. Big Bear AI had a little bit of a move, only up 2% here in the after hours as well. Big Bear AI collaborates with DEF CON AI to transform and force readiness joint logistics.
Okay.
No idea what that means, but there it goes to the upside there as well. But it's Apple right now that continues to catch everybody's attention. It's trying to hold that 210, Sharif. Looks like it's going to do that. We'll see about a 212 take right there. As you can see right now, up 2% in the after hours is Apple. Amazon the other way. That's downside. The big winner of the day, and I got to go get it and Reddit. It is a nice move up 15% at the highs right now is Reddit, and it's just continuously bumping higher and higher and higher. And then, of course, the big trade of the day for Sharif and myself, Figma. Sharif, it's only up 7% more after hours right now. Figma up to 124. It closes down at 116. Watch out for your shorts, man. Hide your kids, hide your wife. With this right there. I see Obi in the background. He's getting ready. He wants to say, Sean, get out of here, man. I want to take over your computer. Obi's in for me tomorrow. It should be a great day on that one. He'll tell you. There he is. What's up, Obi? There he goes right there. So,
did you take the Figma?
He did. Hey. So we'll be talking about Figma tomorrow, I'm sure, over and over again. All right, have a great weekend, man.
Sir, man. Enjoy Ottawa. You're going to the nation's capital.
We're going there.
Your boy Justin.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to
see how he's doing with Katie over there.
Figure that out. See what's going on there. Give him some advice about all of that right now as well. So we're going to be having some fun as well. But join us tomorrow, bright and early at 8:30. That's Trader TV Sharif. I'm Sean. You saw Obi. I want to thank Fabian as well for staying late with us. Thank you to Andre. Thank you to Ramin today No, thank you to Ramin. Thank you to Kevin O'Leary came through.
That was a
lot
banger
of fun,
interview, man.
I only have the one watch on. I can't forget it, actually, as I get ready to get out of here. All right, I got to get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Thanks to Neil and Joe. We forgot about Joe.
They're okay.
There as well. They're all here. So, all right, from everybody here at Trader TV Live, go check us out on all of our socials.
Sir.
Stay late with us every single night, especially when it's earnings season. All right, I'm out of here till Monday. See you then. Ciao.
Ciao.